Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter Guardian of Mage's Heir of Dark Shadow? Join Patreon for early access exclusive content of Super Op stories. Also contents that's too far for YouTube. You will get 400 content there, please do check that too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. He offered a smile that wanted to be charming to Lucy. In doing so, he did not notice the rustling room on which he set foot. He then fell heavily under the indifferent gaze of the young woman and the annoyed that of Thorn. They had to be patient, because they rummaged the castle for months, looking for a forgotten secret passage, a corridor that would have been walled or a stolen door. Adam's clumsiness was needed, so that they finally discovered a hidden room without really being. Thorn had a large smile when entering the room. He walked carefully and found a huge black and green crystal at the bottom of it. He approached the ladder and put his hand with caution. To his surprise, the crystal was not cold but gave off a gentle warmth. The crystal was then transported in a laboratory to be studied there, but without much result. At Thorn's greatest disappointment, it was impossible for them to draw the slightest source of energy, as well as to break it to be able to study smaller samples. Thorn, disappointed, sold it to any museum without knowing that the source of energy which the legends were talking about was not the crystal but what was hidden inside. 5 years later, year 3004, nebula localization of the dragon. The Arcadia was sailing on the sea above, in search of a cargo to loot. Their own reserves had become dangerously low. Captain, blowed ship, announced Yatterin. The first lieutenant de Arcadia, recognized genius and keen on models of all kinds, was a somewhat coated man and carrying round glasses. He looked over his shoulder towards the armchair immersed in the dark. Make a scan of the ship, ordered the man in a serious voice. The lieutenant turned to the console and made a complete scanner of the device which was in several spatial kilometers of their position. He had a slight smile when the scan revealed the presence of food and especially alcohol. He turned to the captain again with a large smile. The man then stood up with his armchair and headed for the bar before him. The second lieutenant of the Arcadia then turned to the intercom. Everyone returns to their post. Order the young woman we go to the discount. And be motivated. And Chaina Yatterin, the captain, is at the helm. Make him honor. The Arcadia then activated and melted on its prey. Quickly, the cargo crew went to the chagrin of some who would have liked more action. They then investigated the ship and began to load what could be on the Arcadia. The captain, having accompanied his men, observed them making under the frightened gaze of the crew. Captain, you should come and see that. Kay's voice made the intercom. Harlock frowned and quickly walked through the grooves until reaching the place where many of his men were gathered. Seeing him arriving, they moved away to let him pass. The captain then froze when he saw the huge crystal that was stored in the room. He had to be 2 meters high for a meter wide. What do we do, Captain? Asked one of these men. Harlock approached black and green stone, before observing it with more attention. Take it if you want, said a frightened voice from the entrance to the room. It was the captain of the cargo who had spoken courageously. This stone brought me only misfortunes, he recovered in a shivering voice. Immediately, many murmurs rose among the men of Captain Harlock. None of them wanted a cursed stone aboard the Arcadia, but Harlock was not of this opinion. A strange impression tarred it. He could not have said what was going on, except that he had only felt that with the central computer of the Arcadia. What is cursed for my enemies will be blessed to me, breathed the captain, silenced his men. Let him take him, he ordered. The crew members did not protest. They put themselves with several to carry the crystal even in the hold of the Arcadia. Then the pirate ship moved away, tearing out a sigh of relief from the crew of the cargo which was already dead. That evening, when the majority of the Arcadia crew was asleep, apart from the unlucky people who were quarter, the captain dropped in his cabin with the sweet sound of the Mimi harp. He liked to spend time with his friend. She never spoke to say nothing. She was of excellent advice and knew how to respect her silence like no one. In addition, his presence soothed him when she was there. He no longer needed to be the captain of the Arcadia. Nevertheless, That evening she took the floor of her sweet voice. "This crystal scared me," revealed the duration. "For what?" Harlock asked by spinning his bourbon in his glass. "There is something powerful in this stone," she replied. "Something that could be a threat to the Arcadia and for you," she added worried. "It is not the impression he gives me," replied the captain calmly. "Does your instinct blow you something else? Maybe, I don't know yet." The exchange had been brief, and the sweet sound of the harp took over. The next morning, when the captain opened his eyes, he had the fleeting impression of having dreamed of something important without succeeding in remembering. Time passed aboard the Arcadia, and soon 6 months had passed. If at the beginning some had kept an eye on the crystal, little by little all ended up having lost interest. All except Mimi, who could feel the power of the crystal and especially the anger that escaped it. She was again observing the crystal when the alarm started. Worried, Mimi returned to the upper bridge to see that a tough battle would be waged today. 2 armadas of enemy vessels surrounded them. The captain launched orders in a strong voice to be heard beyond the sound of the impacts of enemy fire. But quickly, it became obvious that the Arcadia would not come out without damage this time. "Captain," cried one of his men to draw his attention. "We have damage to the main engine room and the hangar, and the shields are only 40 of their power," he announced. "The secondary cannon is out of service, Captain," announced another man. The captain had a maneuver made at the Arcadia which allowed him to conceal him temporarily behind an asteroid, but that would not last. "Do not abandon me now, my old friend," blowed Harlock, too low for the crew to hear it. The vessel ended up getting out of his fortune shelter and rushed towards his enemies. The situation became more and more critical despite the power of the vessel, the quality of the crew and the ingenuity of his captain. The enemies in excess were going to be right. As shields were going to let go, the Arcadia suddenly benefited from an increase in tension in all its devices. The shields were given to their maximum. After a brief surprise, the members of the Arcadia regrooved and once again tried their task. The pirate ship was thus able to take up the advantage on the 2 armadas it eventually destroys. Yet it was only once far from the enemy vessels, which the crew of the pirate ship shown victory. Harlock then walked away from the bar and took the elevator to visit an old friend. He quickly entered the room of the main computer. Immediately it turned on, welcoming him with a set of lights and metal noise. The captain approached slowly, took one of her gloves and put her hand on the metal. But the answer he received was not really the one he was waiting for. With a frowning of eyebrows, he came out of the main computer room and engaged in the passageways towards the storage rooms. Along the way he crossed Mimi, who accompanied him without saying anything at the beginning. "Tokiro is not responsible for the rise in tension," he said. It was not a question and they both knew it. Mimi then put his hand on Harlock's arm and asked him to face him. "This time the energy of the crystal protected us," she confirmed. "But next time it could well be the opposite," she said, looking him in the eyes. "What does you scare you so, Mimi?" Blowed the captain. "This crystal, it gives off so much hatred, so much anger and fear. He cannot be beneficial, Harlock, to anyone," she transid. "What do I think should I do?" he asked. "Get rid of it as quickly as possible," replied the duration, relentless. The captain gave slowly and resumed his journey, letting Mimi return to his own districts. He entered the room where the crystal was stored and advanced towards it. Once again, he had the same feeling as he had when he was near the main computer. He hesitated. He took a glove and put his hand on the icy mineral. He removed it quickly, not because of his temperature which was abnormally low, but rather because of the sensations he had felt by touching the crystal. His old friend was right, this crystal gave off something unhealthy. He knew he should have done what Mimi had advised him, that is to say swing him out of his ship, here in the middle of nowhere. But there was something with this crystal which prevented him from making this decision. Maybe it was because of the strange feeling that he felt in his presence where well of his own curiosity, but he decided to leave him in his place. A few minutes later he finally dismissed it. He still had to go around his ship and make sure that he was not too damaged. He gave his glove and left the room, without realizing that the crystal, which previously was intact, was no longer. On one side, a crack was visible and was slowly growing. He was locked up, he knew it, he remembered that day. The day he had saved, betrayed him. The ritual they had used was powerful and probably old. They had cheated on magic, and she had trapped him in this prison of hatred and darkness. He did not know how long had passed since he had been trapped inside this crystal. It could be seconds like years, but every moment spent was a real physical and psychological torture. He almost cracked several times he almost abandoned, but something seemed to hold him back. What cannot be said, but something had prevented him from sinking completely. Maybe it was the hope of being a free day of this prison, of being able to finally live the life he had chosen. Could only be that it was the hope that had made him go so far. Everything was only darkness around him. The coldness of the crystal surrounded him. When he felt her for the first time, a gentle warmth enveloped him. It was brief, too brief, but it gave him hope. Subsequently, he again felt this heat a few rare times. He did not know what was responsible for this, but he would not give up, not now. Suddenly, he perceived as a feeling of insecurity. Something was going or was tackling the crystal. He also felt that he could help. He then fought with all his strength to fight the power of the crystal. We needed his help. Then the feeling of insecurity disappeared. He did not know if he had been able to help or not, but at least he was safe, relative security in the crystal, but in safety anyway. Suddenly, he heard it. A cracking noise. What was happening? Another noise, the stronger it sounds in the darkness of crystal, and glow appeared. A breach had formed in the crystal shell and was growing more and more. He froze and forced himself not to believe it too much. It was impossible, the crystal could not have cracked. A luminous flash blinded him for a few seconds, and when he could again see, he realized that he was lying on a metallic soil surrounded by the debris of the crystal in which he was previously locked up. He straightened slowly and got up. He was surprised to see that his forced stay had not affected him so much. He moved a little more and was delighted to find that he had not lost time, even if he had the clear impression of being a little rust. Even the injuries he had before had closed. He passed a slightly trembling hand in his hair. He had found a way for the disciplined a little more. They had simply let them grow, which also allowed him to hide his scar. In addition, his powers had allowed him to heal his myopia. Thereby, he no longer wore his awful telescope, making the green of his eyes even more captivating. On the other hand, he noted his clothes were still in assault. No importance for the moment, now it was enough for him to know where he was. He looked around. He was surrounded by metal, surely a soft construction. He approached what seemed to him to be a door. It opened automatically, backing up the surprised young man. He glanced at the other side of the door, which led to a large empty corridor, also entirely made up of metal. He rushed into the corridor without knowing that video surveillance cameras had filmed him. Mimi, who was a quarter, observed this intruder with a bad eye. He had nothing to do here. She left the bridge, leaving it to the surveillance of the other two pirates who were quarter with her, and went to the captain's cabin. She was immersed in the dark. The captain slept, taking one of the rare moments of rest he agreed. Mimi hesitated for a moment. She knew he needed rest, but she had to warn him. The presence of a clandestine passenger was not to be taken lightly. She approached the bed and stopped 2 meters from it. Approaching more would have been dangerous, even for her. It should not be forgotten that Harlock was a warrior. The captain opened his eyes by feeling the presence of Mimi in his room. He straightened up on an elbow and cast a worried look at the duration. What's going on, Mimi? She approached and held out a tablet. The captain took her and looked at the video that was looping. He watched the young man getting out of the storage room and observed him advancing cautiously in his ship. Trigger the alarm, ordered man while getting up. He dressed quickly while Mimi triggered the alarm by giving the intruder reporting. Once ready, the captain left his cabin and immediately headed for the storage room. Some of his men were already there. They deviated when they saw the captain arriving. Harlock frowned by seeing the crystal in 1,000 pieces. You said there was something powerful inside this crystal, said the captain. Yes, but I didn't think it would be a human, replied Mimi. Are we sure it is a human? Asked the foreman. According to the scanners carried out by the main computer, it is 95. Human, replied Mimi. Suddenly, one of the research teams informed them that they had stuck their underground passenger in the hangar. Immediately all took the direction of the hangar of the Arcadia. He praised, hidden behind a wooden box. He had been surprised by looking for the exit, and since then, he was permanently chased, until reaching this large room. He still did not know where he was, but he would not let anyone lock him again. He heard one of the men talking without understanding what he said. He stretched himself, his hands landing on the two twin sabers who were hanged on his belt. His arms master had offered them to him before the last battle against Voldemort. Dumbledore, even if he was a little too manipulative, did not want him to be sent to the combat without preparation, it would have appeared, so he had appealed to one of his knowledge to train the young man. And the old man master had affected himself for his young disciple. Hence the gift he had given him before Harry left on the battlefield. A shadow appeared in his field of vision. He then gushed from his hiding place his two sabers out of their sheaths, and threw himself on the man who had approached. He disarmed him from a precise movement of his blade on the wrist. The man rushed back, while some of his comrades opened fire to cover his flight. He immediately returned behind his box, on behalf of Merlin where he had fallen. He took a careful look over the box to see that his attackers had received reinforcements. Well, let's analyze the situation, thought of the young man. I am stuck in what seems to be a hangar, and I do not know where I am and how long has passed since my confinement. In addition, I have the impression that my attackers are hackers. He had based his hypothesis on the skulls present on men's clothes. New detonations resounded and the box was struck from all sides. He groaned, at this rate, nothing will remain anything from the wooden box which protected him so far. With a lively movement, he took advantage of an lull to take out all blades outside and throw himself on his attackers. He managed to hurt several, but when he was going to throw himself on another man, one of his blades was arrested by another. He rushed by a leap of his opponents, to see the man who had adorned his attack. When he arrived in the hangar, Harlock could see that their surprise guest was just a young man barely out of adolescence. He was hidden behind an empty box that his men tried to destroy. Suddenly, the intruder jumped out of his hiding place and threw himself on his men. He managed to hurt several with a surprising speed. However, he quickly realized that he would not try to kill them just to hurt them. Seeing another of his injured men, the captain took out his own saber and entered the fight. He paraded the young man's attack. Immediately he deviated from a good to put distance between them. The young man watched him for a few moments and then recovered in the combat position. He then joined the two men. Harlock had to quickly surrender. His opponent was very gifted. He rightly dodged one of the blades that brushed him into the face and immediately countered. After half an hour of combat, the two men were observed in the white of the eyes, both carrying many more or less deep cuts. The young man retreated a few steps. The man in front of him was an excellent switch. We would have thought that the cape would be a handicap, but he must have been used to it because she had not embarrassed it with the whole fight. He was undoubtedly to be the leader of the small group of pirates, because he had heard the concern of the men and the young woman who were present. Regardless, he would not let himself be taken again. He firmed his catch on his sabers and wanted to start against his opponent. Harlock watched the young man when they had temporarily stopped their fight. He saw in his gaze a fierce determination, one he had not seen for a long time. "Lower your weapons," ordered the captain. Under the worried and flamboyant gaze of his young clandestine passenger, he rengated his saber. "Captain, are you sure that is a good idea?" Kay asked. The young woman, blonde, who fulfilled the role of lieutenant in place of Yatterin the majority of time, observed her captain with concern. He watched the young man carefully. He saw him back slowly while firming his catch on his arms. A cry sounded in the room and a black bird stole through the room to land on Harlock's shoulder. He looked at the boy who had attacked his master and observed him with curiosity. Before anyone can say anything, the bird flew to the young man and made a place in front of him while detailing him. Intrigued, the young man hesitated for a moment before tidying one of his blades and then reaching out. The bird let go of a cry and landed on the tense arm. "His name is Taki-san," presented Kay gently. The young man watched him for a moment before taking his gaze on the bird that claimed caresses.
Taki,
repeated the young man with hesitation. Kay gained gently with a slight smile. The young man stored his second saber and gently stroked the black plumage with a slight smile. May everyone return to their post. Ordered Harlock, the alert is lifted, he concludes. The young man held out when he saw the corner of the eye the men moving, but they were content to get out of the hangar. The captain then approached the young man. The latter had a slight movement of hindsight and put his right hand on the handle of one of his sabers, but Harlock had stretched out his hand. Taki then flew away from the wrist of the young clandestine passenger to land on the captain's shoulder. The young man took the time to observe the man in front of him. He was tall and well-built. His right eye was hidden by a banner while the left rolled him out. He wore a leather outfit and a large black cape, lined with red. His chest sported a skull that seemed to be the symbol of this small group. He was an excellent fighter, and the attitude of his men indicated that he must also be a great leader. He looked into that of the pirate and barely retained a thrill. The glow in the eyes of his opposite was slightly threatening. He then understood that it would not be good to really challenge him. The man then straightened up. "Harlock," he said. The young man leaned his head and saw the man repeat this word by placing his hand on his chest. The cadet included while the pirate arose. "Harlock," he repeatedly repeated. The man nodded slowly and cast a curious look at the young man. He put his hand in turn on his chest and presented himself. "Harry." After he presented himself to the captain, he had been taken to a room where he was left alone. He quickly went around. There was only one bed, a table, a chair and a cabinet built in a wall. He also found a small bathroom with shower and sink. There was a window near which he advanced. Apparently it was dark because he could see the stars through the porthole. He advanced to see better but made a good back when he saw an asteroid pass in front of his window. In the name of Merlin, where had it fallen? He leaned against the wall when he understood that he was stuck in the middle of the space with a strip of pirate. He let himself slide to the ground and brought his legs back against his chest and plunged his face into it. He didn't understand anything anymore. From what he knew, the men had not been further than the moon in their space exploration. Now there it was obvious that they were far from the moon and the earth. He did not know how long had passed since he had entered the cabin when suddenly he heard a little noise. He looked up and froze when he saw the door of his room opening, to let Taki and a little cat pass. Harry unrolled his legs and observed the animals with a certain surprise. They seemed to be frightened by something. The cat took refuge in his arms and Taki came to land on his shoulder. Harry noticed that they held food in their mouths. He heard cries of rage getting closer and closer. An angry old woman, an army of knives, passed in front of her room. She was rather small and wore a tight bun and seemed really furious. She stopped clearly when she saw in the young man's room the animals she was looking for. "This time you will finish in ragu," raged the old woman by advancing in the room, the perfectly visible knives. Harry then got up, keeping the little cat in his arms. He put his free hand on the handful of one of his sabers. But the old woman did not seem intimidated by the latent threat. She stopped 2 meters from the young man and observed her from top to bottom. She grumbled something that Harry did not understand and motioned to follow her. Harry hesitated and looked at Taki. The bird rubbed its head, told its own, and let go of an encouraging little croak. The young man then left his room to follow the old woman. Mrs. Masu had waited for the arrival of their young guest all evening, but she had not seen him, and when she was going to prepare a tray, Me and Taki had picked up food and had fled. She had followed them, her knives in hand, to the corridor of the cabins. She had finally found them in their young guest's room. She then advanced towards them and had seen the young man put his hand on his weapon to protect the 2 animals. She had not taken the threat seriously. Instead, she had observed the young man in front of her. "He's too thin," she had thought. It was then that she had decided to invite her to follow her. She had briefly seen him hesitating and finally followed her. He entered the mess with a certain apprehension, but the rest of the crew did not pay attention to him. It was barely if they gave him a look before refocusing on their plates. Masu told him a place near the kitchen and went to get him enough to eat. The young sorcerer settled there cautiously, letting me jump from his arms on the table and come to rub against his hand for other caresses. Here made the cook by placing a bowl of rice and a plate of meat in front of him. Harry thanked her with a smile and glanced around him looking for a fork. But obviously all here served as Chinese wand. He was going to have to do with it. Take a discreet glance at his neighbor. He tried to place his chopsticks in the same position, without much success. After 10 minutes of testing, his table neighbor was mercy on him and showed him how to do it. He himself positioned the chopsticks in the young man's hand and showed him how to eat with it. It took 2 or 3 more tests, but Harry quickly managed to understand the thing and put it into practice. The hacked pirate gave him a tape on the shoulder and got up to return to her post. Harry reached himself what he first perceived as an attack, but the fact that the pirate was already moving away without paying him more attention to him a little. Masu gave him another 2 other portions, before he could leave the mess. Once his meal is finished, Taki always on his shoulder and half in his arms, he wandered through the corridors, trying to know his environment. He quickly realized that the vessel where he was very large. It wouldn't really change it from Hogwarts. He therefore continued his exploration without knowing that he was closely monitored. Harlock was installed in his chair on the main deck. He held a tablet in his hand and followed the advance of their young passenger through his ship. "Is it really prudent to let him wander like that in the ship?" asked Mimi, approaching him. "He doesn't seem dangerous, just lost," retorted Harlock. "According to information relating to this crystal, he would be almost 1,000 years old," noticed Yatterin. "If he remained locked up in it all this time, then it is not surprising that he looks lost." The man added a new piece to his model before turning to the captain and Mimi. "This would also explain why he does not understand our language, when it is known to all humans. So he would have almost 1,000 years? Kay surprised. "How is it possible?" asked one of the men who were in front of a console. "The crystal had to keep him alive," explained Mimi. "You imagine," blowed another man, "finding yourself trapped in a crystal and waking up in a world where everyone you know have disappeared. No wonder he put himself on the defensive when he woke up," blowed another crew member. "And we did not help things by attacking him," adds a third. "You couldn't know," defended another. The captain threw a last glance at the tablet and got up, silencing the members of the crew present on the main deck. "For the moment, he does not seem to be our enemy," made the captain. "He must therefore be treated as a guest." The captain then left the room, knowing that his men would do what he had asked. Then he headed for the main computer. He had to speak to his old friend. When he arrived in the large room, the lights of the computer lit up and we could hear the sound of a heartbeat. He advanced to the console, took one of his gloves and put his hand on the metal of the machine. "What do you think of my brother?" blowed the captain. A series of sound and light was expressed by the computer and Harlock had a slight smile. "Yes, I suspected," blowed the captain. "The Arcadia generator was at the bottom. You did well to try to take the energy of the crystal. Now I wonder if you have taken it for him or if he gave it to you." A new series of light and beep resonated in the room, giving the captain. Then a noise of steps stopped their conversation. Tokiro told Harlock that it was their young passenger who came here. Harlock, curious to see how he would react in the presence of his old friend. The captain hid in the shadow of the room and waited. Harry, who had finished his little tour of the vessel, headed for his cabin when he passed a corridor which he had not yet visited. He hired it, curious to see what he would find. He quickly arrived in front of a weakly lit room. Inside, a huge machine took a large part of the room. Harry advanced curious, wondering what she could be used for. He advanced and gently placed his hand on the machine, being careful not to touch any button. He didn't want to get out of anything. He suddenly freezed himself when a bizarre feeling hung his heart. He had already felt that at Hogwarts. He put his hand with more force on the metal and closed his eyes, releasing his magic. A soul. Did this machine have a soul? Harry concentrated a little more, using his magic to link this soul to his temporarily. It was already like that he was doing to speak with the soul of Hogwarts. He jumped slightly when he heard a man's voice. "Good morning." Harry had a slightly relieved sigh. He understood that voice. "Hello," replied the young man. "My name is Harry. I know I watch you from the start. It's Tokiro. Do you observe me? Of course, you are on a war vessel. There are cameras everywhere here. It explains why I was let me stroll through the ship. "Do you bother you?" asked Tokiro. Harry hesitated, then he took off his hand from the machine before letting himself slide against it to the ground. All without breaking the mental link. "Here's the machine in him. Do I have the choice?" sighed Harry. "The crew does not know me and cannot understand me. I imagine that I would have done the same in place of the captain." "You must have questions," noted Tokiro. "I'm already going to tell you the essentials. We are in 3005. At the moment we are sailing in the constellation of Orion. The Earth still exists, but there is almost no one who lives there, only old and patients." "Where are the others?" Harry, curious, asked. "Almost everywhere. There are many colonies across the universe. Currently you are on the Arcadia. It is a pirate ship." "Yes," Harry slowly laughs. The skulls on clothes had already made it understood. "Yes, but the crew sails and fights for one thing. Freedom. And also to defend the Earth and humanity." "The Earth," whispered Harry. "Yes, it deserves to be saved, but humanity, it has been lost for a long time." He brought his legs against his chest and surrounded them with his bars before putting his head on it. "How did you find in the crystal, and especially how did you survive?" asked Tokiro. Harry hesitated. Should he tell him about magic? Could he trust a pirate? No. Men always remain men. If the members of the Arcadia crew were to discover its secret, then they would chain it. It doesn't matter that they are fighting for freedom, such power, they would not miss it. However, he decided to answer one of Tokiro's questions. "There was a war, I ended it, but my success did not please some people, including many of those I considered my friends. So they locked me in the crystal." "Men are not all like," noted Tokiro gently. "The Arcadia crew would never act like that." But Harry had a bitter sniff as a response. He knew that man could be corrupt. He finally got up and put his hand resting on the computer. He said goodbye to his new friend and left the room with low shoulders. Harlock, who had attended everything, then left the shadows and cast a thoughtful look towards the now empty corridor. "He doesn't trust us," note Tokiro, "and he hides something." "He will tell us when the time comes," replied Harlock gently. The computer emitted a last time a salvo of light and dived the captain in a welcome and protective darkness. Time passed on the Arcadia, and gradually the crew began to consider Harry as one of their own. The latter tried to learn their language, helped by many sailors from Arcadia. At the beginning, Kay had been the most reluctant with Mimi, but now also helped the young man as best as she could. Harry also learned with Tokiro because he was the only one in the whole ship he could understand. The soul of the Arcadia had also quickly understood that the young man absolutely knew nothing about technology, even the most basic, so he taught him. Harry therefore shared the life of pirates. He was also trained 3 times in a party that ended up in alcohol bath. Luckily, the venom of basil he had in his veins, even if he was no longer deadly, allied with tears of phoenix, allowed him to resist all substances that could be harmful to him. So he resisted alcohol very well. It was even he who brought each sailor back into their cabins. The young man stretched. He had just finished helping the repair of an engine. Finally, help was a big word. He had especially gone to the mechanic the tools he asked for. He passed a room by wanting to join his cabin and stopped seeing 2 pipes dragging in the middle of the room. Intrigued, he approached. It was to be one of the crew members who had to let his belongings hang out without thinking of putting them away. He leaned and grabbed the 2 pieces of scrap metal and was preparing to put them away when he stopped. With his 2 pieces of pipes in his hands, he felt like he had his 2 sabers. They had been taken to him at the start of his stay, and so far the captain had not considered it necessary to return them to him. Harry slowly made the metal sticks turn in his hands. Then he made a few movements before stopping. He watched them for a short time and set out in a combat position, firmly camped on his legs. His gaze turned on an invisible enemy. He waited a few seconds and then rushed, striking parant, counterattack against an imaginary enemy. These movements were becoming more and faster and more precise, until one of his sticks meets another. He had not seen that the captain was on the doorstep, and yet the man was there from the start, and what he had seen had left him pensive. So when he saw that the young man was won by rage and passion, he intervened. He had picked up another stick and had entered the fight. As soon as he saw who he had to do, Harry let go of his sticks and stepped down. If the man had taken his saber to him, it was not to have fun with replacement weapons. Pick them up. It was an order. The young man looked at the captain, this one putting himself in the combat position. He also noticed that other pirates had come to see. The noise of an air whistle pushed him to bend down in time to avoid one of the captain's weapons. He dodged the next 2 strokes, backing up. He didn't want to fight, not against the captain. He was not afraid, of course. He knew his capacities in fencing and was an excellent scientist. However, he also knew the attachment that the crew had for his captain. If he never came to hurt him, no one on board would forgive him for his act. He dodged a new attack, but immediately another arrived and reached him with the arm. Harry fell and leaning against one of the walls while holding his arm. He was not broken, that was already that. His gaze posed on the man in front of him. He met his gaze and had a slight frisson. The captain was not going to stop, nor be pity. The corsair rushed again. Harry then made a decision and also rushed. He dodged by sliding himself on the ground, and in the same movement he recovered his sticks before facing the captain. The fight then engaged. If Harry launched hesitant attacks at the beginning, he quickly became more confident. His blows were more precise and more powerful. Harry para one of the captain's attacks and contract immediately by a diagonal rising attack. The crew members took their breath when they saw the head of the captain go back and this step back a few steps. Harlock stabilized and everyone could see that he had nothing, but that the blow had torn off his headband. The captain immediately reattailed and the blows continued to exchange, gaining power and speed. Harry chained blows on blows, boots on boots. He no longer fought against the captain of the Arcadia. He was fighting against all his demons, against the traitors who had chained him in hatred and suffering. He was no longer aware of nothing solely of this rage which blurred his sight and his conscience. He felt that many of his blows reached their targets. His opponent was on the ground. He was going to give him the blow of grace, when, "Captain!" the cry borrowed from fear from the rage, and it stopped its movement. He praised and became aware that his weapon was a few millimeters from the remaining eye of the captain. He stepped back and let go of his weapon, surprised by his rage. Realizing what he had almost committed, he fled by jostling the pirates to get out of the room. He found refuge in the bottom of the large hangar, behind a wooden box. Kay approached the captain as soon as Harry had left the room, and she knelt by her side. "Captain, are you okay?" worries the young woman. The man straightened up slowly, his arms and his chest enlargement following the blows of Harry. "It's okay," replied the captain, getting up slowly. "Where's he left?" "No idea," replied Yatterin. "Should we look for it?" "No, it will not be necessary. Leave it quiet." "And if he attacks us?" hesitated one of the men. "He will not do it," reassured the captain by picking up his headband and putting him back. "He wouldn't have fought me if I hadn't pushed him." The pirates nodded and everyone returned to their post. The captain went to his cabin. He knew that the doc was going to come and visit him as soon as he had windy this fight. He took off his cape, which he put on his bed, and went to his bathroom where a large mirror sat. He withdrew his black jacket and his under sweater. Several hematomas and pus appeared where Harry had reached it. He had a slight smile when he saw this. It had been a long time since he had had an opponent of this level. "Harlock, Captain." The corsair looked at the entrance to his bathroom. Mimi and the doc stood in the frame of the door. The Jurashian advanced to him and handed her hand to a hematoma that appeared on the chest. Dr. Zero advanced and treated the captain. "I told you he was dangerous," breathed Mimi slowly. "It is nothing," reassured the captain. "Nothing," grumbled the doctor. "He would have been able to break your arms and ribs. The men told me with what you fought. It was madness." The doctor finished treating him and took leave. Mimi remained with the man, serving him a glass of bourbon and playing with his harp. She knew that whatever she says, Harlock would remain on her position. After all, when he made a decision, nothing and no one could make him change his mind, not even her. The captain seemed to think that their young passenger, more so clandestine, was not a threat. Mimi looked up with her harp and looked at her friend. The corsair had relaxed in his chair, the glass of alcohol always in hand. She got up without noise, resumed the glass, which she put on the desk, and left discreetly. She might not have changed her old friend, but she had another way at her disposal so that he was no longer injured. Harry was hidden behind his box for several hours already. Apparently, the crew had decided to leave him alone for the moment, or the captain had ordered them not to do anything to him, preferring to settle his accounts himself. He heard the door of the hangar open and close. That was it. The captain came to settle his account for him. You might as well make him wait. He Morgana for a moment, dealing with all the names before grasping his courage as Gryffindor with 2 hands. Harry got up slowly and came out from behind his box. He then faced his attacker. He was surprised to see that it was not the captain who was standing in front of him, but Mimi, the young alien who permanently accompanied Harlock. She pointed out a weapon on him and she seemed furious. You injured Harlock. That's something I can't forgive you. Harry watched him for a few moments, then he had a sad smile. It must be a good man so that you defend him and respect him with so much dedication. Harry approached slowly and sat on a small box that trained there. Mimi followed him with his gaze, always pointing his weapon on him. I would have liked to know this man before, gently sighed Harry. Does he go well? He asked. Mimi did not answer but pointed his weapon on him. Harry clearly experiences the young alien's finger press relaxation. He then felt throbbing pain in the torso while he was on the ground. Harlock was drowning in his cabin when he felt his instinct wake him up. Something happened aboard the Arcadia. He got up and stretched before catching his cape. He put it on quickly and came out in a hurry from his cabin. He traversed the passageways without encountering any problems. It was the sound of a detonation that pushed him to quickly go to the hangar. He found Mimi there holding a weapon and Harry lying on the ground, a hand full of blood pressed against his chest. He approached Mimi and took the weapon she held in her hand. Call the doc, he ordered. Then he approached Harry, while Mimi joined the closest intercom. Harlock knelt near Harry and gently took her hand from the injury to see her. She was deep and bleeded. However, there was no fear in his gaze, just resignation. The doc arrives, blew Mimi. Harlock. Later, the captain said in a dry voice. The corsair then felt a hand griping his cape. He looked at the young man who tried to speak to him again. Harlock leaned led and listened to what Harry told him. Then the young man closed his eyes when the doc arrived. The latter quickly examined him and the emergency transfer to the infirmary, under the concern of the captain and hesitant of Mimi. Harlock, hesitated the young woman. Why did you do this? Asked the captain. He is dangerous, blew Mimi. You saw him well, he could have killing you. And there are a few things of wild and powerful in him. It scares me. I know you are angry with me, but I did this to protect you. Protect us. This boy is dangerous, very dangerous. If he survives, I refrain from approaching him again, replied the captain simply. He then led the duration to his cabin. She shouldn't have been alone at the moment. He forced him to sit in one of the armchairs near his office behind which he took place. Mimi then resumed her harp and played again. The captain knew that it would then be impossible for him to change Mimi's opinion on their young passenger. When she played like that, it was that she didn't want to hear anything. He lost himself in his thoughts and only regained consciousness of his environment when he heard the intercom started. It was the doc. How is he? Strangely, his condition is stable, replied the doc. Strangely? Asked the captain. The blow should have achieved it in the heart. It is as if something had deviated the ball, replied the doctor, raising the shoulders. Captain and Mimi exchanged a look while the doc cut communication. Mimi's gaze was unequivocal. The young man's survival was proof of his danger. Harry opened his eyes 2 days later. He looked around and had a slight sigh by understanding that he was in the infirmary. He had an impression of already seen. He straightened slowly and glanced at his bandaged chest. The pain was almost left. He got up carefully and headed for the nearest mirror. He gently took off the white fabric strip and looked at his new scar. His hand touched him before deviating towards the dragon tattoo engraved on his body. He knew it was thanks to him if he was still alive. It was a Chinese dragon. He had a triangular head from which a long mane went down to his tail. His scales were deep black with light emerald green reflections. His golden gaze was hidden by his eyelids currently closed. He was rolled around his chest, his body passing through his flans and his shoulders, his head resting above his heart. He remembered very well from the day this tattoo had appeared on his body. It was from the moment he had agreed to wear him that his friends had turned from him. In reality, it was from that moment that they had betrayed it clearly. Some said it was because of this tattoo that they had locked it, because of its meaning. Harry knew that without him, they could never have won the war, nor to defeat him Voldemort. He did not regret this day. The sound of a door opening drew Harry's attention to the doc who had just entered. The man was medium in size with a slight baldness and especially a strong inclination for alcohol. The doc cat, approached him and asked him for caresses. Harry then leaned over to take him in his arms and returned to sit on his bed. He had enough experience with nurses and doctors to know that the doc would like to examine it. To say that the doc was surprised to see that his injury had already healed would have been an understatement. He was speechless for a good minute before taking a look at the bottle, alcohol on the table, then watched the scar again. When he asked his questions, Harry just raised his shoulders and answered that he had always healed quickly. His patient being perfectly healed, the doc could not hold him back any longer. Harry was thus able to return to his room. During the journey he did not meet anyone. A dark idea already made his way in his mind. He thought that the members of the crew avoided him. This hypothesis was unlikely. When he got to his cabin, the young man dropped his bed with a lost sigh. He wondered what his future would be on board now. If before he had good relations with everyone, now it was screwed up. It was certainly certain that even Tokiro had to hate him now. Harry put his arm on his eyes and without being able to help it, he cried. In the same way that he had evacuated his rage by facing Captain Harlock, he now evacuated his sadness far from the ears of the crew members of the Arcadia. He cried all day and a good part of the night before falling asleep, exhausted. The same morning, the captain received a call from the doc who informed him of the state of his patient. If he was surprised to hear that he was going perfectly well, he let nothing appear. Once the doc cut the communication, Harlock got up with his chair and headed for the elevator of the main bridge. Harlock gently called Mimi. The man glanced over his shoulder and including the silent request of his friend, he nodded, allowing Mimi to accompany him. They arrived quickly in front of the cabin of their young guest, but both stopped when they heard the sobs through the door. Mimi lowered the eyes of shame, but Harlock's hand landed on his shoulder, reassuring. You are not responsible for this, reassured the captain. He needed to let go of the pressure. Mimi gently and followed Harlock slowly and followed when he left the districts of the sailors, ordering those present in the corridor not to approach Harry's room. The next day, when Harry opened his eyes, he was surprised to feel better. He straightened slowly in his bed. He felt that a weight had gone from his chest. He got up and prepared himself. Then he left the room, throwing regular glances in the corridors to avoid the maximum of people. He was not at all the welcome he was going to receive from sailors. He arrived until the mess who was still full. He hesitated. He entered and headed for Ms. Masu, the cook. Here you let go of the old woman when he saw him. Harry stretched himself when he heard anger in Ms. Masu's voice. Sitting yourself, you must be hungry. After all, it has been more than 3 days since you ate anything, grumbled the old woman. The young man obeys and sat down at the bar, while Masu served him a bowl of rice. Harry began to eat when a pirate came to settle next to him, followed by several others. He stretched, worried by the turn that the events were going to take over. It is why he jumped when a friendly slap on the back, given by one of the pirates, surprised him. Very nice fight, congratulated one of the men. Yeah, add another. Very good reflexes. Harry listened to the pirates to congratulate him on his prowess spent 2 days before. Surprised. I almost killed the captain, gently admitted Harry. Not Biles for that, kid. Let go of one of the men. The captain knew what he was doing. If you fought, it is because he knew you wouldn't kill him. Harry looked down at his bug of shameful rice. How could the captain know that he would stop in time when he himself ignored him? The pirates then moved away, resuming their conversation punctuated with big laughs. The young man watched them for a few moments, then returned to his bowl with a slight sigh. The crew members had so faith in their captain. How could he hold on with such pressure on his shoulders? Harry finished his bowl of rice and returned to Masu before leaving the mess, then taking an elevator which he had never dared to borrow. It was the one who would lead him to the main bridge. The crew did not want him. It was time for him to take his courage as Gryffindor with 2 hands, and that he went to see the captain. It was time for him to know if the man wanted him. He therefore took the elevator and came out on the main deck. He walked slowly, surprised by the large picture window facing him. Mimi looked up with her console when she heard the elevator open. She saw their young guest advancing with an amazed air. He advanced in the command room under the amused gaze of Harlock. "Where are we?" Harry asked, observing the space through the glass. "We are currently going through the Dragon Nebula," informed her Harlock. Harry turned to him with apprehension. But when he met the gaze of man, he saw nothing other than his usual calm. No ounce of anger, hatred, or resentment. He observed it as if he had never happened. "Tell me, kid," called him Yatterin. "Yes? Do you know a little computer? Or mechanics?" Harry gently shook the head from left to right. It was probably not at Hogwarts that he could have learned that. "So you'll have to get," replied Yatterin. "If you want to stay on the Arcadia, you have to find your place there," he added. "Tell me, Yatterin," Kay intervened. "You don't say that and then pass your chores to him," she said in a threatening tone. "We are free to do what we want as long as we respect others, their commitments and ours." She also informed her Yatterin, "If my memories are correct, you promised to take care of your chores," she added to the attention of the pirate. "I was drunk. It does not count," replied the first lieutenant. "You had drank a drink," Kay exclaimed, outraged by so much bad faith. Harry had an amused smile when he saw them bickering. Then he felt a hand resting on his arm. He stretched slightly. "Come there," said one of the crew members. "We will see what you are worth when he shoots," he informed her. He installed her in front of a console and explained to her how she worked. "Did you understand?" he asked. Harry opina of the head to show that he had perfectly retained the instructions. "In this case, targets this little asteroid on your left," he said. Harry watched the pebble that was no bigger than a golf ball. He implemented the instructions, he visited and drew. His shot was followed by all the hackers present on the bridge, but unfortunately he lacked his target. Harry frowned in front of this failure. He had done well as the sailor had told him. Not discouraged, the young man visa again the asteroid carefully and drew again. He missed it again, but this time the distance between the passage of his shot and the asteroid was less. Harry then let go of a juron that the sailors did not know, before focusing on his target again. When he got off again, he froze. It was then that he had an enlightenment. When he had pulled the previous twice, the handle had vibrated slightly, destabilizing it and making it fail. This time, the young man strengthened his catch on the orders. He visited and drew. The bridge exploded with joy when the rock exploded. He listened to the rest of the crew congratulate him on his success before everyone returned to his post. "Finally, we will be able to do a few things from you," intervened Yatterin. Finally, Harry's gaze landed on the captain, who observed him with a slight smile before getting up and going out. The surprised young man hesitated for a moment on the driving to hold. Then he got up in turn and left the room. Now that he had seen the crew and his captain, it only had to do honorable homage with the ship. He entered the main computer room with a ball in the stomach. Tokiro was the one who had helped him the most on the ship. It was largely thanks to him if he could speak and understand the pirate language. He advanced to the machine and put his hand on it, restoring the link to allow him to communicate with the soul of the Arcadia. Once the link is open, he immediately felt the concern of Tokiro and also his anger. Harry stretched out.
"I'm sorry, Blood Harry."
"I am not angry with you," reassured him Tokiro, "but against Harlock. He shouldn't have pushed you to the limit like that. I was afraid of having injured her, but I understand now. Why was he doing this?" defended Harry. "I needed to evacuate what I had on my heart. My rage, my anger, my hatred, but also my sadness and my fear. And now, how do you feel?" asked the computer. "Free, as if the weight I had on the shoulders had gone," replied Harry with a slight amused smile. "Does that mean you trust us?" asked a voice from the shadow. Harry turned around while Captain Harlock came out of the shadows. Harry did not show his surprise by seeing the Corsair captain get out of his hiding place. The young man crossed the corsair's gaze. A part of him wanted to completely trust the captain, but the memory of the darkness in which he had been plunged for 1,000 years still stopped him. He didn't think he was able to trust someone again. Man is far too corruptible for me to trust him again, blowed Harry. Harlock approached and placed himself alongside Harry, both facing the main computer. He then lit his lights while that sounds resounded in the room. Harry did not hear what is said, but he knew that Tokiro was communicating with Harlock. Then the captain turned around and was preparing to get out of the room when he spoke. Arcadia is a vessel of freedom. If you want to leave it, we can drop you off, or goodly you think. Harry watched him leave the room with a mixture of shame, sadness, and also a hint of fear. One part of him wanted to hide his magic from the captain, but another remembered the lust in the eyes of his friends when he had locked him in the crystal. The door of the room closed him, diving in the supporter of a beanfire. Harry let the water run on both sides of his face. A few hours earlier, he had a conversation with the captain concerning his confidence problems. Uncomfortable, he had quickly returned to his room and had gone in the shower, hoping to get his ideas back in place. He left the shower and stopped in front of the mirror. His gaze landed on the dragon resting around his chest. When he was a simple student of Hogwarts, he had one day wondered why the school motto was Draco Dormiens Nunquam Titulolend. In other words, we must not tickle the sleeping dragon. One day at the end of his 6th year, he received in a dream the visit of the soul of Hogwarts. The castle had been built above an immense sleeping dragon. It was from there that the castle drew its power to make its different enchantments work. The young man fell asleep as every night, and when he had opened his eyes, he found himself in a meadow, by a lake. A violent gale had pushed him to turn around. He found himself face to face with a Chinese dragon. He was immense, black with green reflections, and his golden gaze had landed on him wisely. A soft and soothing power seemed to escape from his body. The latter then spoke. "You are alone," had then blown the dragon with his deep voice. It was the last thing he remembered before wake up. Harry only understood late what these words meant with mystery meant. Hit struck at the door came out of his memories. Harry dressed quickly and went to answer. He was not very surprised to see several pirates coming to pick him up for a game of poker, a bottle in each hand. For his part, Captain Harlock was installed in his cabin. He had in his hands the twin sabers who had been withdrawn from their young guest. They were finely worked. Harlock grabbed the handle of one of the sabers and pulled the blade from his sheath. The song of metal resonated in the cabin, and the captain observed the reflection of light in steel. It was beautiful work. He rests the 2 sheaths and the second saber before getting up, the first saber in his hand. He went away from his office and made some movements. The weapon was light in his hand. He returned to his office and put away the first saber. He had to return them to their owner, or would he be more prudent for the crew he keeps them? The door of his cabin opened the outgoing immediately from his reflection. Mimi entered the room with a bottle of bourbon and its harp. She put the instrument on the desk and served 2 glasses before settling in the chair opposite the office. Harlock seized his own glass and listened in silence to his old friend to shoot a sweet melody from her harp. A few moments later his friend spoke. "Do you sail them?" Mimi asked, who had not failed to notice the sabers on the desk. "I don't know yet," replied the corsair with sincerity. He turned the bourbon into his glass and took a sip, letting the silence settle, soothing and calm. After an hour, the captain finished his glass. Then he got up and left his cabin. He had to make his round and make sure everything was fine. He went to the main deck and found Kay behind a console while Yatterin, installed on the ground, was make a model. He listened to Kay's report and Yatterin's remarks with great attention. Once he had checked the reports provided by the main bridge, he visited the various vessels' control rooms to ensure that everything was in order. He passed near the mess when he heard the songs and laughter of several of his men. The captain tolerated this kind of behavior because he knew that his men needed it, and also because he knew perfectly well that, in the event of problems, they would be in their post and ready for combat. He stopped at the entrance to the mess and observed several of his men, including the foreman and Harry, playing a part of wild poker. He watched the foreman laying a square on the table, raging on the other participants, but Harry calmed by putting a better hand, suddenly attracting the exclamations of the spectators. The captain watched the young man laugh with the rest of the crew, drink with them and joke, while carrying the foreman. Anyone could have said that he had integrated well into the crew, but Harlock knew it was not completely the case. "Do you join us, Captain?" asked the foreman who had seen him. Harlock watched them for a moment and then advanced. Immediately one of his men left him his place, while another served him a glass of bourbon. It was not unusual that the captain gets involved in the life of his crew. When we lived permanently together, it was inevitable, but it was rare that he plays a game of poker with his men. They spent a good part of the night to play and have fun. The captain had not been so fun for a long time, plus since his victory against the Noos. Several hours later, the captain ended the game. All his men then returned to their neighborhoods. Harry got up, also to regain his own cabin, when the captain called him. "Harry?" "Yes, Captain?" The man got up with all his height and plunged his gaze into that of his youngest. "You have been on this ship for a long time," he said. "With everything you learned, you could be able to live properly on any planet." "Yes, it's probably true," Harry replied in a whisper. "Is that what you want?" Harlock asked. "I don't know, not really." Harry was uncomfortable. "I'm fine here," he added in a whisper. "But you don't trust us," contrasts the captain. "Up to a certain point, if," Harry replied. "But I don't trust anyone completely, and that is not against you or against the crew," he said. "Can we trust you?" asked the captain. "If you came to stay aboard the Arcadia, could we trust you? Would you fight by our side? Would you fight for freedom?"
"No," replied Harry.
"It is the duty of each individual to fight for his own freedom. Why would I fight for people who have nothing to do with my efforts? I prefer to fight for something more personal." "And what, for example?" asked the captain, intrigued by this way of thinking. "For my family, whatever it is," replied Harry. "Your family?" "Yes, I know," laughed slowly the youngest. "There is no one left of my blood now, but even before I was locked up in the crystal, those who shared my blood was not my family." "Yes, I see what you mean," blowed the captain. Of course he understood. He also had no one who shared his blood, but the crew had become his family over the days. He looked at the young man and saw his determination in his gaze. "Will you protect them?" asked the captain. "Until my death, if necessary," replied the young man, the light of determination turning into a real brazier. The captain nodded, and then he put his hand on the youngest shoulder. "Come tomorrow in my cabin. It's time that you get your sabers." "Yes, Captain," agreed Harry with a large smile. The captain came out of the mess and returned to his cabin satisfied with their conversation. A family, yes, fighting for your family was a noble cause. He took off his cape and put it on the back of a chair. Then he defeated his belt, which he hung on the amount of his bed. Then he removed his boots and lengthened. The day of tomorrow would be long like everyone else. He had to take a little rest. The next morning, Harry introduced himself to the captain's cabin. He struck 2 shots and waited to be invited to enter. After a while, and still not receiving an answer, he opened the door and, entrance, promising. He then freezed himself by discovering for the first time the captain's cabin. He advanced without noticing that he was observed. The captain, who came out of the shower, heard someone enter. He frowned. None of his men entered his cabin without his permission. He went to the door and glanced in his room. Harry was advancing with an amazed air on his face. The captain had a slight smile when he saw this. The boy seemed so young as well. Harry advanced in the cabin, observing with a wide smile the wooden walls and large windows. He advanced and touched the top of the wooden office as we did in the old days. A slight clicking made him raise his head towards the crystal chandelier hanging on the ceiling. He advanced to the bay window and observed through while being lulled by the sound of working wood. The sound of something on wood made him turn around. He blushed slightly when he saw the captain not far from him and apologized, flouting. The latter had placed his sabers on the furniture. Harlock sat down in the chair and observed it. Harry advanced towards the captain and held out his hand to resume his arms. He took out one of his blades from his sheath and observed it carefully, enjoying the crystalline sound of the metal coming out of his sheath. He made his saber turn in his hand, before putting it away. Then, he attached the belt, reassured to feel the weight of his weapons again by his side. He felt a movement at the level of his chest. He concealed with more or less success the relieved smile that came to him. "Does that mean that I am a member of the Arcadia crew?" Harry asked. "You were from the moment you set foot on this ship," replied the captain. "Maybe here I would finally find my place," blowed Harry. "What position will I take on the Arcadia?" "You will find by yourself," assured the captain. "Here you are free to do what you want. It's the same for everyone," he added. Harry nodded slowly with a slight smile. Then he took leave, letting the captain finish preparing and returning to the main bridge. Harry went through the mess to eat a song. He was received by the whistles of the present pirates who had noticed the two sabers during his side. "So said Small, that's class," let go of one of the pirates. He walked towards the young man and took a closer look at Harry's arms. "Is that with what you usually fight?" asked a second pirate. "Yeah," granted Harry with a large smile. "Are you showing us?" asked another pirate. Harry looked at the last pirate who had intervened and noticed the piece of meat stuck between his chopsticks. Harry took out his saber from a lively movement and cut the meat without the harassment-feeling vibration in his chopsticks. All observed surprised. Half of the meat fall to be caught up in the flight by me which fled with it. Whoever held the chopsticks was speechless, while the others were impressed. "You don't look for yourself," laughs one of the men by slap in the shoulder. The crewmen then became the young sorcerer at the table and quickly all spoke only his hairy weapons, making him promise a demonstration on occasion. A month had passed since the captain had returned his sabers to him when an alarm suddenly started, awakening Harry in start. He got up quickly, having kept his war reflexes, and came out on the doorstep. Several sailors were running in the passageways. He then called out Kay, who was passing by. "What's going on?" "We are attacked," replied Kay, continuing to move forward. "What?" Harry said, following her amazed. They led to the bridge and Harry could then see a space fight. The lights of opposing shots lit the bridge intermittently. The captain was at the helm and gave orders in a calm voice. In front of them, many vessels fire on the pirate ship. "A first armada faces us," announced one of the men, "and a second has just arrived behind us," he added. "They seek to surround us, Captain," he concludes. Harry watched the pirates fight with all their rage and all their courage. He heard the calls by intercom, indicating that many hackers had already been injured. The young man froze while intercom calls were more numerous, revealing more and more damage. "Captain," Kay's concern was perfectly noticeable. Harry stretched, undecided. He knew he could help Arcadia get out of this bad step. On the other hand, he was afraid of losing the friendship of the crew and respect for the captain. A new call from the doctor and another explosion pushed him to make his decision. He had told the captain that he would fight for his family and was exactly what he was going to do, regardless of the consequences. He placed himself in the center of the bridge and turned slightly to meet the captain's gaze. He frowned by seeing determination and especially resignation in the gaze of his youngest. Harry then turned forward in the ship. Then he raised his left hand in front of his face, the middle finger and the tense index, before concentrating. He was going to have to be cautious. The power that dormant in him was very powerful. As powerful that if it did not maintain it a minimum under control, the Arcadia could suffer from it. He concentrated the power that somnoled in him and released it suddenly. A breath of energy then crossed the main bridge, surprising all those who were present. Harry left power to wrap him. He felt the transformations that took place in him, his fangs that grew up, from black scales to the green reflection which appeared before his eyes and on his hands and his forearms, while claws pushed. Under pressure from power, several hackers who were close to him, while the sweater he wore exploded. The tattoo on his chest moved and revolved around it faster and faster, emitting a spectral green light. Then the dragon came out of the body of the young man, continuing to turn around him, while growing. Harry stretched again and the dragon escaped without difficulty through the metal walls. The spectral shape of the dragon crossed the external shell of the vessel and escaped from as she had escaped the young man's body. The young sorcerer opened his eyes. The latter had taken the same shade of green as the dragon. Harry was no longer in the ship, he was in the dragon. He saw by his eyes the vessels which arrived more and more numerous in a part of the space where the maneuver would be difficult, even for the Arcadia. This had no importance for their enemies, since they had the effect of surprise and the number for them. They had no more or less fell into an ambush. Harry, whose body was still on the main deck, emitted a deaf rumble. Then, in a roar of rage, he threw the dragon on the attack. He then rushed towards the nearest enemy ship and crossed him right, damaging him to such an extent that he exploded. Harry pushed a slight rumble while the consequences of this attack was felt. Using such a power, especially on such a large scale, was not without consequences for him. A more or less deep notch had just appeared on his chest, bringing his blood out on the ground of the main bridge. The pain did not stop the young man, not when he fought to protect his family. In a new roar, the dragon went back to attack, piercing other vessels, and gradually reducing the enemy fleet. In return, more and more cuts appeared on the body of the young man who remained on the main deck. After an hour, there was practically only smoking carcasses of enemy vessels. Suddenly the dragon stuck, attracting Harry's attention. Indeed, even if the young man could see and control the dragon at a distance, he was nonetheless an independent entity. Harry followed the dragon instinct and noticed that 3 vessels had just teleported outside the shooting range of the Arcadia and that they were about to fire. Harry stretched himself by understanding the danger. The Arcadia was only 40 of its usual power from what it heard on the bridge. The ship would never have time to dodge. The young man then changed a position, crossing his arms in front of him in a defense position. Immediately the dragon returned near the Arcadia, enclosing the vessel between his rings, protecting him from his body. The young man pushed a deaf rumble of pain when the 3 rays struck the dragon hard. He felt like he was taken in a vintage, the pressure on his body becoming stronger and stronger. The pain was such that he lost contact with the dragon for a short time and picked up with the bridge. His face was tense by pain. When he opened his eyes to the deck, he froze. When he met the eyes of the crew members, he had imagined a lot. He had thought at the inevitable moment when he would be forced to show his powers. He would never have thought of seeing this. Instead of fear, anger, or hatred, the pirates' looks were filled with concern. They were worried about him. Harry closed his eyes as he felt the taste of the blood filling his mouth. His lungs had to be injured by the pressure they suffered. He pushed a new rumble and opened his eyes again, to look at Kay this time. His surprise was only greater when he saw tears in his eyes. Was she crying? For him? He who had never been nothing more than a weapon, an object in the eyes of others. The young man lowered his head behind his arms, when a feeling of belonging took him by the throat. He felt a tear run along his cheek. No one had shed tears for him. He then resumed contact with the dragon and in a powerful roar, he cleared his arms, straightening up with all his size. The green dragon surrounding the ship was then white and 3 dragons escaped from the rings of the first rings. Each rushing towards one of the enemy vessels, effortlessly contrasts the enemy radius. White dragons pierced the vessels, exploding. The 3 dragons merged into one. The latter returned to the vessel, melting into the jade-color dragon before coming out on the main deck and entering Harry again. The latter Halida while the power that had crossed it gradually was. He knew that he had a lot of time left before this power disappeared. He fell and stuck to the elevator. He would have collapsed without the presence of one of the corsairs to support him. The infirmary, whispered the young man. Don't worry, my guy. Let's go, replied the pirates. Harry was placed in the elevator. He leaned against the wall the time he went down. Then they traversed the passageways until reaching the DOC domain. Immediately the pirate wanted to install the young man in a bed of free, but Harry had another idea in mind. He walked towards the bed of an injured man and placed his hand above one of the wounds. Immediately a sweet green glow appeared around the wound as she closed in sight, under the surprised gaze of the doc and the injured. Harry Halida as he felt a little more power to escape him. He had to hurry. He knew what was going to happen if he couldn't quickly find a cold place once he would have lost all his power. Because if his power was powerful enough to heal the injuries of others, it was not enough to treat injuries to use the power of the dragon. In the next, Halida Harry. The pirate nodded and led the young man to the next bed. He treated a dozen pirates before feeling that he was soon to reach the critical point. Taking advantage of the inattention of the doc, he left the infirmary and advanced towards the cabins. He was quickly to join his and more particularly his shower. He praised when his vision was blurred and that a new wave of pain assaulted him. He leaned against one of the walls, leaving a blood of blood. He finally managed to reach his cabin. Staggering, he crossed the room before entering the shower. He started cold water while the pain of his cuts was replaced by the pain of a burner. Harry groaned, dropping on the ground, leaning against the wall, while the water was tinged with red. The pain gradually made him delirious and old memories remembered him. He remembered the day he had merged with the dragon. It was a few months before the final battle. He was on the run with Ron and Hermione. They stopped in a wood and Ron had taken his guard turn, allowing him to rest. During his sleep, he saw the dragon again. During his dream, the dragon was lying in the grass near the lake. Harry had settled, after a certain hesitation, on these sides. Harry quickly understood that the dragon was dying. He had questioned him, and after several hours he knew that there was only one way to save him. He had to house the soul of the dragon and all his powers in him. However, such a power could not be used with impunity, and the dragon had explained it well. Harry was just content to raise his shoulders. The dragon had lived imprisoned under the castle. He deserved to see something other than the foundations of an old castle in Scotland. In addition, Harry intended to travel after the war, and then he did not intend to use the power of the dragon, unless he has no other choice. The dragon had then observed him for a long time. Then he had nodded and had lengthened, dropping his last sigh. Immediately a light had escaped from the body and wrapped around Harry's chest. When he woke up the next day, he had found a tattoo on his chest. However, during the last battle, he had to use the power of the dragon and undergo the consequences. Those for whom he had fought had taken advantage of his state of weakness. He who thought being free once the war is over, he found himself trapped in the crystal. A boot noise released the young man from his memories. He hardly gained a foothold with reality. The water around him refreshed the brûlure of the dragon. But he could no longer move his legs, and his arms would soon know the same fate. He couldn't get his head, but he didn't need it. He knew who was in front of him. The captain. The corsair squatted with him. He held out his hand towards the young man and pushed his face to him. Harry could then meet the brown eye of the captain, and he could read the concern in his gaze. The man gently released the head of his youngest and went away to give way to the doc. The latter immediately took the temperature of the young man, worried that she was too low, before being appalled to discover that, on the contrary, she was too high. It took another 2 hours before the temperature of the young man came back down to a normal level. The doc cleaned and treated his wounds. He bandaged his body. Then he was taken to his bed, where he was covered with a light sheet. When the doc and the captain came out, they were surprised to see the whole crew, less those who were lying to the infirmary, in the passageway to wait for news of the young man. "How is he?" asked the foreman. "His condition is stable for the moment, but his body has been pushed beyond its limits. It will take time." "What happened, Captain?" asked one of the men. "What was this dragon?" At another, "We all have our secrets," made the captain. "He will tell you about it when he feels ready." The pirates nodded and everyone returned to his business. Some followed the doc to give him a hand, while the others went to repair the ship as well as possible. The time they arrived in the deadly shade. The captain was on deck when the first vessels appeared. They observed them for a while. Then he had risen from his chair, adjusting his cape with a movement of the arm. He then approached the bar. "Everyone at their combat post," he ordered. Immediately the alarm of the vessel was triggered. The pirates all returned to their post. The captain could see Kay and Harry win the bridge, the young woman going to her post while Harry was looking at the fight. Little by little, it became obvious that the Arcadia was in a bad posture. Surrounded by several armadas in a part of the space where it was difficult to maneuver. The new government implemented was clearer than the previous one. More and more damage was reported through the ship, and the doc began to be overwhelmed at the infirmary. Harlock then saw Harry advance in the center of the room. When he turned to him, Harlock could see determination and especially resignation, as if the young man was about to lose everything. It was not necessary to understand that the young man was going to reveal his secret. He saw him again facing the battle and concentrating. Suddenly, a violent wind rose to the main deck. The captain felt his cape flying almost horizontal under the power released by the young man. The captain understood why Harry had been so reluctant to reveal this secret to him. Such power inevitably attacked jealousy, fear, or envy. The pressure exerted by the power of Harry increased. The captain strengthened his plug on the bar by seeing several of his men be rejected. Then, he saw the top of the young man exploding and the tattoo move on his chest. The spectrum of the dragon came out of the young man's body when he gradually turned, taking a more draconic air. He observed, impressed, the dragon escape from his ship and throw himself on one of the enemy vessels. For a time, he thought that such power could be useful to defend freedom, until the enemy ship explodes and that blood spring up on the ground of the main bridge. The captain then hesitated between letting the young man continue to destroy the fleet at the risk of seeing him empty of his blood or stopping it, at the risk this time to lose the Arcadia and see the crew undergo the consequences. The captain firms his catch again on the bar, undecided. He could not afford to lose the ship that his friend had created, nor his men, so he let the young man continue his fight. After a while, the number of enemy vessels had decreased greatly and the puddle of blood around the young man had been enlarged. Harlock was preparing to order that the young man was taken to the infirmary, when he stretched before taking a defensive posture. At the same time, the radar indicated the presence of 3 vessels, all 3 armed with huge cannons. All 3 aimed at the Arcadia. Harlock then saw the dragon return to them and surround the ship from his body, protecting it. He also noticed the tension and the slight groan of pain that the young man emitted. From what he saw, he was not the only one to worry. He could read the concern among his men, and he was not the only one to have seen the tension in their young friend. He saw Harry raising his face towards his men, before releasing more power, spraying the 3 vessels in a single attack. Then the dragon returned to them, he infiltrated the ship and then in Harry's body. He gradually resumed human form, then he sought to reach the elevator. With a simple look, he ordered one of his hackers to stay close to the young man. Once Harry outside the room, he will maneuver the Arcadia to make him leave the scene of the attack as quickly as possible. The ship had undergone heavy damage. It had to be repaired quickly. So he did the necessary to reach the island of the Dead Shadow as quickly as possible. Once the Arcadia has been launched, he left the bridge and won the infirmary, wanting to make sure that all his men went more or less well. But, when he entered the docks field, he immediately approached him. He seemed worried and a look around him told him why. Most of his men were fine. There were only 4 people left in the beds of the infirmary. But none of his men was Harry. Immediately the captain came out, followed closely by the doc, who had taken the care kit by the way. They traveled several passageways. The captain stopped when he saw the trace of blood on one of the walls. As he thought, the young man had gone to find refuge in his cabin. He advanced to the Harry cabin door and entered. He was surprised to hear the sound of the shower. So he went towards the bathroom. When he entered, he was surprised to feel a cold breath. Harry was sitting in his shower, under the jet of cold water, the blood tinging the tiles of a disturbing pink color. Harlock advanced and cleared near the young man with caution. He lifted the young man's face, to realize that he was always aware and that he was burning, far too much for it to be normal. The captain released the face of his youngest and deviated to allow the doc to intervene. He in turn touched the young man to release him immediately. "He is hot," says the doc, "you should not move it," he added. Harlock nodded slowly and they waited in the neighboring room, the doc regularly verifying his temperature. When it went down to a normal level, it cut the water. He grabbed towels to dry the young man under the captain's worried gaze. Then, he put himself at work, disinfecting the wounds and horny with caution. A few minutes later he went away, turning to the captain. "Can be moved, but not over long distance. You will have to install it in your room." The corsair granted. He walked in gently. He passed one of his arms around the young man's shoulders and the other arm behind his knees. Then he lifted him and carried him on the bed. The doc had already removed the sheet. He lengthened the young man and covered him with the fabric while the doc set up infusions. They did not know how long the young man was going to remain unconscious. The captain and the doc came out. They stopped clearly by seeing the entire Arcadia or almost in the corridor. If at the beginning the crewmen were worried, a simple order on the part of the captain is enough for them to return to their places. The captain returned to his own cabin. Mimi was waiting for her there, a bottle of bourbon in his hand. The captain opened the door and let Mimi enter. He took place in the chair near the bay window while Mimi was going to look for glasses. She returned near her friend and served 2 glasses, tending one of them to the captain. "You were right," blowed the captain before taking a sip of bourbon. "He is powerful and dangerous. What he did to the other vessels, he could very well do it at the Arcadia," replied Mimi. "It's true he has power, but I don't think he will do it contra Harlock." "What makes you say that?" asked Mimi, curious. "His reason to fight," replied the corsair. "He told me not to want to fight for freedom, that it was everywhere to fight for it. He is only fighting to protect his family," he explained. "His family?" exclaimed Mimi, taken aback. "Yes, and obviously the Arcadia crew is his new family," said the captain. "Are you afraid?" asked Mimi after a moment of hesitation. "Of his power?" he asked. "Yes. No, his power does not scare me, because it is he who controls him, and that I have certainty that he is not a threat to us," replied Harlock. "Is it your instinct that tells you?" asked Mimi, curious. "My instinct and a touch of hope," he added. He finished his glass and let Mimi fill another. Silence quickly settled between the 2 friends, who saved their drink. "You will no longer let him use his power, right?" finally asked Mimi. "No, it's far too dangerous for him," Harlock said. Mimi could only meet as she remembered the blood gushing more and more on the ground of the main bridge. The boy had agreed to be injured for them. He knew, she was sure. He knew what he risked using the power of the dragon, and yet he used it. Yes, he was powerful and dangerous, and she was afraid of him too, cause of his 6th sense that told him to be wary. But she could no longer challenge herself, not after what he had just done. The duration looked up at Harlock when he got up. He seemed exhausted. It must be said that the day had been long for everyone, especially since the captain did not sleep so often, that he should. "You need rest, Harlock," whispered Mimi, raising himself in turn. "Go rest." The corsair hesitated and then nodded. Mimi then resumed the bottle and took leave. Harlock went to take a shower, then he went to bed. While he was lying in his bed, his arms crossed behind his head, he thought back to their young friend. Rare were men capable of such dedication and such self-sacrifice. And many of these men were part of his crew. The next morning and the following 3 days, the first thing the captain was doing was to go see his men injured in the infirmary to make sure they were going well. Then he went through Harry's cabin. The young man was still sleeping, and as a precaution the doc, he had installed a pocket of morphine. That morning, as usual, he went through Harry's cabin. Kay was already there. The young woman spent a lot of time in the cabin. "Captain?" She got up when the corsair entered the cabin. "How is he?" Harlock asked. "Her condition is unchanged," replied the young woman. "I wouldn't say that," the captain said. Kay turned to Harry and immediately noticed that he was trying to open his eyes. She approached him and encouraged him with a few words, until the young man opened his eyes, blowing Kay with a large smile. Harry tried to move his head without much success. "Everything is fine, you are safe. The doc did not know if he could move you, so we installed you in your cabin." "Not fear," whispered the young man in a rauque voice. "Fear? Of you?" Kay asked. Harry nodded with difficulty. "Why would I be afraid of you? You saved us," said Kay with a slight smile. Harry's gaze then landed on the captain. The latter offered him a slight reassuring smile. Harry closed his eyes, reassured, a tear flowing along his cheek, which Kay erased with a tender smile. They were not afraid of him, they did not take him for a monster. They accepted it for what it was, as it should always be in a family. Harry opened his eyes with easier than the previous time. He looked around to realize that he was alone. How long was it asleep? The young man tried to get up, but he failed. He was still too weak. He then concentrated, trying to see if his powers were as weakened as his body. Luckily, they were not. Harry then concentrated and came into contact with Tokiro. The computer was delighted to hear the young man. "How do you feel?" asked the computer. Exhausted, replied Harry, but it's normal, it's the countershot. I cannot use the powers of the dragon without suffering the consequences. Harlock is warned of your awakening, announced the soul of the Arcadia. Is it going to go? Don't worry, it will go, reassured him the young man. He heard the door of his room opening. The captain has just arrived. I have to leave you. Harry opened his eyes and turned his head towards the captain. The man walked towards the bed. The worried man's worried look at Harry's heart. The latter reassured the corsair with a slight smile. Harlock went to get a chair and sat down near the bed. I would like explanations, blowed the captain. Harry nodded and spoke to him. He explained everything about the world of magic, war, dragon, and the powers he had obtained. After a while, his voice weakens and he coughs, his throat irritated. The captain got up and headed for the table where a carafe was laid as well as a glass. He served a glass of water and returned near Harry. Sitting at the edge of the bed, he gently passed an arm around his shoulders and straightened him slowly before approaching the glass of his lips. Harry but a few sips, enjoying the freshness of the liquid. The captain lengthened the young man properly and sat down, placing the glass on the bedside table. And how long will your state last? Wanted to know the captain. A few more days. All right. Harry? Yes, captain? I prohibit you from using this power again without my authorization. Harry observed it. A glimmer of surprise in the eyes which was quickly replaced by gratitude tears. He who expected to be hated for his powers and used as a weapon. Now the crew accepted him and the captain even asked him not to use a power that would assure him the victory with each fight. He then felt the gloved hand of the captain wiping this tear. Sorry, blowing Harry, looking away. I keep doing this right now. I don't understand. You were betrayed, you woke up 1,000 years after your imprisonment in the crystal, and you have just waged a fight that weakened you a lot. It is normal for you to crack. Harry nodded slowly and a soothing silence settled in the cabin. Strokes struck at the door broke the ambient calm. Masu then entered a tray in her hands. She froze a few moments when she saw the captain. I was told that Harry was awake. I will leave you, announced the captain when he got up. He left the room leaving Masu. She put his tray on the bedside table near the glass of water. She took the bowl placed there and approached Harry. Come on, you have to eat now. Harry had a smile and let the old woman feed him with a broth, followed by rice and beef. He let the old woman take care of him. Once the meal is finished, she boarded him and asked him at least 3 times if he didn't need anything. Later in the day, when Harry was drowling, he heard voices and whispers behind the door. From a thought, he asked Tokiro to open the ladder. The central computer, amused, did what was asked and immediately a dozen pirates collapsed in the room while the other jumped with a guilty expression, as taken in fault. Enter, invited them Harry in a hoarse voice. The pirates stalked before advancing in the room. We came to see how you went, made one of the crewmen. It's okay, reassured Harry. I'm not really used to using this power, so the damage is important. But it's okay. How did you do this? I mean, this dragon, asked the foreman. Harry had a slight sad smile. Then he straightened slowly. I am a wizard, announced the young man. This is the term that was used to designate the person capable of using magic. Magic, what is it? I mean, we all know the term, but the art of magic is the use of natural energy. This energy is present in certain people in the form of a pure energy nucleus. It is also possible to use the energy that surrounds us permanently. But it's harder. Can everyone make a dragon appear?
No, refuted Harry.
To use such power, you must become the receptacle of the soul of a dragon. Already in my time, ancient dragons had almost completely disappeared. Ancient dragons? Yes, they are the only ones whose soul can survive some time after the death of the body. And the soul of the dragon has what? Merged with you? A dragon only offers his soul to a person worthy of him. The dragon with which I merged was asleep under my school. When a war broke out, the dragon, which was already old, died trying to protect the school. His soul then came to me and I accepted it. And used these powers dangerous for you? Worries another pirate. Using the power of the dragon on a large scale as I did is dangerous, but I can use it on a smaller scale and I always have my own powers. Harry straightened up a little more. Then he watched the pirates surrounding his bed. There was no fear or fear, just curiosity. Doesn't that be frightened? Harry finally asked. I find it cool, let go of one of the pirates. And what can you do with your powers? Above all I want, as long as I can imagine. Harry raised his hand and revealed a small ball of water which he made up until reaching the size of a tennis ball. That's too good, we will no longer need to go and restore each other in water. If in fact, the young man gently laughs. The water you have before you comes from the ambient air. Too bad, moaned another pirate. Harry had a smile by answering other questions. Everyone was curious to know the extent of his powers. To his surprise, no one was jealous of it. They thus spent several hours together, having fun of the few laps that Harry fit. At one point, several pirates returned with bottles, alcohol in addition to the Harry meal tray. The young man allowed himself to be drunk, knowing his first cooked. His fleeting weakness having undoubtedly been right for his usual immunity against alcohol. He was slightly in the vapes listening to the laughter of the pirates when Mimi arrived attracted by the noise, synonymous with alcohol in abundance. She walked towards the bed where Harry was still lying down. Gently she put her hand on Harry's forehead, attracting her attention to her. You are not used to the effects of alcohol, noted the young duration. No, blowing Harry, I'm gonna have a hangover? It is very likely. Are you afraid of me? Asked the young man. Yes, your power. No one should have access to such power. I was born with my magic, replied Harry, and after, couldn't let the dragon die, right? Mimi's hand passed through her hair, in a soothing massage. You have nothing to fear from my power, said Harry, who was starting to fall asleep. I found my place here, in the middle of a bunch of pirates. They are my family now, and I always fight to protect my family. The young man closed his eyes and sank into sleep. Once he was asleep, Mimi put the pirates outside. These groaned for the shape but came out to let Harry rest. The young duration then joined the captain's cabin where she knew that Harlock was waiting for her to have a last drink. She entered Harlock's cabin with her lyre. The man was sitting near the bay window. He had already served a glass in Mimi. The young woman in turn sat down and glanced at her old friend. He had the look immersed in her bourbon. Reassured? Harlock asked. Mimi did not answer, but began a melody on her lyre, making the corsair smile. Mimi would probably always be a little frightened by Harry's powers, but now she trusted him a little more. It delighted the corsair, he did not know why, but he felt close to the young man. He had felt his concern skyrocketed when the blood had sprung up from the young man's body during the attack. And thereafter, he had regularly took news from their young savior. Harlock took over a new sip of his glass when he received a call from the main bridge. They arrived in view of the deadly Shadow Island. Harlock put his glass and got up to reach the bridge. He himself had the Arcadia and relaxed once in the hangar. Arcadia was going to be able to be repaired and his men were going to be able to relax. Harry especially, despite the acceptance of his crew, he suspected that he had to be tense. A little rest away from the permanent danger of space would do him good. Harry was landed first, supported by two pirates who wanted to show the new their secret base. He was gently placed on the beach, where he was able to admire the sea for the first time. The pirates around him stood their UPS and threw themselves into the water in big laughs. Harry watched them do with a slight smile. He would have liked to have so much carelessness. A hand placed on his shoulder drew Harry's attention. The captain sat down on a rock by his side. How do you feel? Better, Captain, thank you, smiles Harry. His gaze referred to the water where Kay was surfing. This is the first time that I have seen the sea, Harry blew. It is not real, nothing here is really. Where are we? And it is not real. In one of our secret bases, this place is called the Island of the Dead Shadow. And the sea was artificially created. It is more a large lake with waves created by machines. It was Tokiro who built it? Harry asked curiosity. Harlock nodded with an end smile. Then he took his attention to his men. Kay came out of the water and immediately advanced towards Harry. She hesitated when she saw him in the company of the captain, but finally approached the young man. Captain greeted the young woman. Are you coming, Harry? I am not sure that it is a good idea. I have not yet recovered all my might and I do not know how to swim. Kay hesitated then that at the same time two pirates advanced to their small group. Before Harry had time to do anything, the two men raised him to take him near the water. "Don't worry, my guy, we won't let you go," made one of the pirates. Harry was placed on his legs and supported. He knew what the pirates expected him. He had to undress to be able to enter the water, but he hesitated because of his scars. Of course, he had already put himself shirtless in front of the pirates, but it was during a battle. They did not really pay attention to him. While there, the young sorcerer hesitated for a moment. Then he raised his arms to remove his top. If nobody says anything, the pirates thought about it. They too had a lot of scars, but they had them in fighting for freedom. The young man's scars were obviously for the most part linked to mistreatment. Two pirates advanced towards him and supported him until he arrived in the water. Arrived there, Harry was easier to stand up. At the beginning, he did not know what he had to do, but quickly the other pirates showed him how to have fun in the water, and Harry quickly got into the game. He had fun throughout the morning. Then Ms. Masu called them to eat. Harry approached the edge of the water, but to stop, the aches remembering him. Two hackers then advanced to help him get out of the water and join the tablecloth where a meal was organized. Then Harry spent the afternoon enjoying the sun under a palm tree, drowning on the warm sand. It took 2 more days for Harry to recover from the use of the powers of the dragon. He woke up this morning, perfectly rested and without a stiff. He got up and took advantage of a good shower. Then he seized his sabers and went out on the beach. He was still early, and the majority of pirates were still sleeping. Harry put his sabers near the rocks and made a few stretches before starting his training. He began to run on the beach. He went around the island of the Dead Shadow in 2 short hours, and when he returned to his starting point, he had to face the fact that he had to get back to training as quickly as possible. He went to his sabers to see that another person was already waiting. "Captain, do you train?" asked the corsair, twisted with his brown eye. "I lost during my forced stay in the crystal, and the use of the power of the dragon does not arrange anything. I have to get back to level." The captain nodded and stretched a bottle of water to the young man. He took her, thanking him with a whisper. He targeted a few sips of water, then seized his sabers and took them out of his sheaths. He started with a few base movements to warm up. Then once heated well, he used a little of his magic, combined with a zest of power of the dragon to model enemies in sand. He turned his sabers and the fight began, his enemies of sand disappearing as soon as Harry was wearing a deadly blow, others taking their places. The captain watched the young man with a slight smile, impressed by his capacities to the sabers. He was gifted, very gifted even. After an hour, Harry stopped breathlessly. He joined the place where his belongings were placed. Then he stretched and dropped on the ground, taking up his bottle of water and emptying it in a few sips. "You are doing well," noted the captain.
"I'm rusty," sighed Harry.
He stayed for a few more minutes. Then he got up and headed for the water to refresh himself a little. Despite the fact that the water extent was called a sea, the liquid that composed it was not salty. Harry knelt and let the waves lick his legs. Then he plunged his hands into fresh water and brought water to his face and sprinkled, under the strangely protective gaze of the captain. The Arcadia remained 2 weeks in the island of the Dead Shadow, and everyone took advantage of this moment of respite because they knew that once in space, they could not relax like that. Harry took advantage of this moment to get back in shape. He trained every morning, still under the supervision of the captain. Little by little the two men had come closer. It was not uncommon to see Harry in the company of the captain to have a drink, which did not prevent the young man from continuing to party with the crew. The last evening spent on the Deadly Shadow Island, a giant party was organized. All members of the Arcadia crew understood the captain participated. Masu had put the double bites and a king's feast had been prepared. Harry was sitting near the captain when the crew approached him and put him a package in front of him. "What is this?" Harry asked with surprise. "A little welcome gift. Open it." Harry unpacked the gift and released a long coat of black leather. The sleeves were cut in the elbows and Harry found leather and metal forearm protégés below the coat. He returned the latter and froze when he saw the skull drawn in white at the back of the coat. The young man then got up and put on the coat over his green sweater under the delightful exclamations of the pirates. Then he put on the protective protectors and adjusted the coat above his sabers. His gaze arose. So on the metal plates fixed on its bracelets, a Chinese dragon was engraved there. "Now you're really one of ours," laughs one of the pirates. Harry had a smile and let the pirates serve another glass. When Harry looked up, he was crossing the captain's gaze where a glow of pride shone. Seeing this, Harry felt a heat born at the bottom of him. After an hour, the captain retired to his cabin. Later that evening, Harry traversed the empty beam of the ship. The whole crew had settled in the bedrooms of the island. Harry entered the main deck. The latter was empty of any human presence. Harry advanced to the bar and took it in hand. The wood was soft to the touch, worn by repeated contact with the captain's gloves. He grabbed the bar with both hands and observed around him, as he had seen the captain do so often. From the raised platform we could see everything. He turned to the captain's armchair, which was empty. He walked towards it and handed his hand towards one of the skulls at the end of the armrests. He touched this one with a slight smile. Then he hesitated, uncertain to have the right to do what he wanted to do. Finally, he slowly sat down on the chair, remaining tense for a few moments. From here he had a good view of the room, and he knew that the darkness which surrounded the armchair prevented those who were at the bottom of seeing him. With a slight smile, he rushed a little more in the chair and closed his eyes. His smile faded quickly when he thought back to the captain. The corsair was a man of honor, who had imposed himself a line of conduct and who stood there. It was why the men of the Arcadia crew devoted to him such confidence, such respect and such loyalty. But Harry saw the shadow in the gaze of man. He had to go through terrible trials in the past so that this shadow appears in his gaze. The young man then straightened up and got up. He walked towards the bar and resumed it in hand before focusing to get in touch with Tokiro. "You shouldn't sleep at this time," noticed the computer. "The captain." "Yes, who does he have with the captain? Does he go well?" Harry asked. "Of course he is fine," replied Tokiro without understanding. "Physically, I know that is the case, but it looks a little sad sometimes. And it's like carrying a weight on the shoulders. I know what it does, and when the weight becomes too heavy, it can break even the strongest of men. He will be fine," then reassured Tokiro, touched that we care about Harlock in this way. "He is not alone, the crew is there and I am there, so everything will be fine. And then you are there too, right?" "Yes, I'm here," said Harry. "I'm still here for my family." "Oh, so Harlock is a family member. And what place is it located?" Wanted to know the main computer. Harry blushed slightly and opened his eyes, cutting the link with Tokiro, not without hearing it let go of an amused laugh. The young man returned to sit in the chair. For some time he saw the members of the crew like his big brothers or big sisters. Ms. Masu was the grandmother and the grandfather of this family like no other. The crew knew perfectly well what place he occupied, and he accepted this without animosity. But the captain, his place was simple and at the same time complicated to define. He was the head of this family, and at the same time, he could not be seen as a father, not by most of the men of the Arcadia anyway. Yet it was this place that he slowly started to take in Harry's heart. The man was still there in the shadows, to watch over him and on the rest of the crew. He collapsed a little more in the chair and huddled there, reassured. He ends up falling asleep. So he did not live the captain enter and cover him with his cape, before letting him rest. When Harry opened his eyes the next morning, he straightened slightly, sliding the cape. Surprised, the young man, still half asleep, grabbed the cape in one hand and glanced at it. A slight laughter drew his attention to the entrance to the bridge. The captain was there. He walked towards the platform and went up to reach the chair. Harry, still half asleep, got up when he saw Harlock approaching. He adjusted the cape on his body. The Arcadia was rather cold without the running engine. "Slept well?" asked the captain. "Yes, thank you." Your cape made Harry wanting to extend the garment to him. "You can keep it time to wake up and warm up. Come, let's eat." Harry rubbed his eyes while following the captain to the elevator, under the amused gaze of it. They went down to the hangar, and from there, they left the Arcadia. They then entered the building which served as places of life for the crew and joined the mess. "Here you are both," let go of Masu, seeing them enter. Harry looked at the clock and was surprised to see that it was so late. "I kept you what to eat," said the stove by putting 2 trays on the counter containing a full breakfast. The young man and the captain sit at the counter and began to eat with appetite. Masu returned to the kitchen to make the dishes, letting the 2 men eat alone. A croak resonated in the room and Taki landed on the captain's shoulder, while me rode on Harry's lap. The young man had a smile, then seized a grilled fish which he held out to the cat. He seized it, delighted, and ate it under the indignant cries of Taki. Amused, Harry took the other fish and stretched him with the bird. Taki let go of a joyful cry and, with a leap, went from the shoulder of the captain to that of the young man before seizing the fish. After breakfast, the captain ordered his men to return to the Arcadia. Then, once everyone was at his post, the captain ordered takeoff. The Arcadia then left the island of the dead shadow. Once in space, the captain rose from his armchair and approached the bar. "Harry?" The young man was installed in front of one of the consoles when the captain called him. "Yes, Captain? Come here," he ordered. Harry got up and joined the man on the platform. The captain then placed him in front of the bar and placed his hands on it. He then explained to him how to maneuver the Arcadia and let Harry practice in a part of the space where there was little passage. The young man took a little time to get used to the bar, but he took the helping hand, and as for the flight, he realized that he was getting very well there. He will maneuver throughout the day under the satisfied gaze of the captain, taking more and more risk, going more and more close to asteroids and other meteorites. The teenager had fun zigzag in an asteroid belt when an alarm started. The young Holmes stretched immediately, thinking he had a false maneuver, but quickly Yatterin explained the reason for this alarms. "A military squad approaching, Captain," announced the first lieutenant. "How many vessels?" "5, Captain." The captain nodded, showing that he had understood. Then he looked at Harry. The young man was turned towards him, awaiting a directive on the part of the corsair. The captain then signaled him to take matters into his own hands. Harry then turned to cope with the main bridge and he strengthened his socket on the bar. It was a test that occurred a little too quickly for his taste, but he had to show the captain that the confidence he had placed in him was not in vain. When he was shot from the squad, it fired. Harry took a deep inspiration by closing his eyes, then he reopened them. With a movement of the bar, the Arcadia dodged a new shot and immediately attacked. The fight then raged. Little by little, the Arcadia was pushed by 4 of the vessels towards the 5th, and that Harry had understood this. It was obvious that the 5th should be the most dangerous in the squad. A new alarm then started. On one of the screens, the image of the 5th vessel appeared. Then a close-up was made on the front of the vessel where a giant cannon took a good part of the bridge. Harry then had the bar slightly turned to completely facing the 5th enemy vessel. He concentrated, he was close, and if he continued to move forward, he was likely to be too close to dodge opposing shots. Harry bit his lip. He knew he could protect the ship, but the captain asked him not to use his powers no longer if he asked him. Harry's catch closed on the bar and he glanced at the bay window of the main bridge. He had to find a way to be able to escape enemy shots. His gaze landed on the scanner, or the image of the other 4 vessels was visible. "They are gifted, those," grommeled Yatterin. "What do we do, Captain?" asked Kay. "Be careful, he will shoot," warned one of the pirates. Harry waited until the last second, then turned the bar with a large movement, dodging the shot. "Full gas right in front," ordered Harry. Tokiro immediately obeys and launched the engines of the Arcadia at full power towards the 5th vessel. A cannon of such power would surely put time before you can be able to shoot again. "He's gonna shoot again, let go of the pirate again." "What?" Kay is frightened. Harry froze when he saw the cannon load faster than he had imagined. He could not dodge this shot. He had led the Arcadia and his crew to death. The young man already saw the flames invading Arcadia's passageways, while the beats of his heart accelerated. He immediately imagined the burned bodies of the crew. Harry stretched as a wave of anger seized him, replacing the panic that was starting to settle. No, it wouldn't happen. Harry concentrated and left a bit of the dragon power mixing with his. As long as he did not use the whole power, he would run no risk. "Harry, worries Kay. Everything is fine," reassured the young man. "Hang on." The cannon drew again. Harry then concentrated his power on the front of the vessel and created a shield there. The vessel then rushed straight on the laser shot, the latter hitting the shield head-on. Harry stretched by feeling the pressure on the shield he had set up. It wouldn't be enough. He had thought that protecting only the front would take less energy and would be effective, but obviously it would not work. While Harry was about to wake up the dragon, he was dazzled. The young man's gaze then landed on the weapon whose reflection had dazzled him, and he froze. The light had reflected on the weapon, it had been deflected. He concentrated again and changed his shield. Instead of collecting the power of the shot, he would deviate it on both sides of the ship. The Arcadia therefore continued to move forward. When the gunshot stopped, the pirate ship gained speed. At the last moment, Tokiro took out the bow blade and the Arcadia pierced the enemy ship. Immediately, Harry had the Arcadia turned around. "The fight is not over," everyone at their post ordered Harry, furious. In a cry of common war, the pirates of the Arcadia obeyed, returning to their post, while Harry approached the Arcadia of one of the remaining 4 vessels. "Yatarin, can you send them a message?" Harry asked. "Yes, what message?" "Arcadia will not fall." A new war cry echoed on the main deck. Harry maneuvered the bar to dodge an enemy shot and the Arcadia immediately attacked, destroying him. It didn't take more than a quarter of an hour so that the other vessels were destroyed. This squadron was based only on its 5th vessel apparently. Exclamations of joy resounded on the main deck, and quickly the pirates approached the platform to congratulate the young man for his successful first crusade. Harry then turned to the captain and felt a great warmth infiltrated in him when he noticed the slight smile that bent the lips of the corsair. The pirates quickly wanted to organize a party to celebrate this victory. Everything was good for drinking on this ship. With a slight laugh, Harry allowed himself to be trained by the pirates to the mess. Before entering the elevator, Harry cast a last look at the platform, where the captain had remained. The latter had risen and approached the bar, which he held in one hand, observing the immensity of the space in front of him. While Harry and the crew celebrated their victory, the captain had returned to his cabin with Mimi. He served 2 glasses of bourbon and sat down in the chair in front of the bay window. Mimi his glass and joined him in the armchair opposite. "I haven't seen you smile so since you stopped visiting Mayu on Earth. You seem to appreciate it a lot. Does that bother you?" asked the captain, turning his bourbon in his glass. "No, it's good to see you smile again," replied the Duration. "Yet at first you didn't really seem to appreciate our young friend," Harlock noted. "His power is powerful, too much even for him." "Yes, I agree on this point," approved the captain before taking a sip. "This is why I forbid him to use it without my authorization." "He almost used it today," noted Mimi. "It is true, but he also knows how to use his head, and he found another way to get us out of this bad step." The captain brought his glass to his lips and drank again. Mimi watched her friend and put her own glass before taking her harp and starting a sweet melody. Harlock sank into the bottom of his seat, thinking of their young friend. The boy was intelligent and inventive, and he did not allow himself to be won by panic. He had not abandoned, he had led the fight to the end. The captain felt a new impetus of pride in this memory of what had happened just a few hours ago. That surprised him. Mimi was right. He had not felt so peaceful since the time he visited Mayu, the daughter of Tokiro. And strangely, this situation pleased him enough. With a slight smile, he again bore his glass to his lips by contemplating the stars through the bay window. Harry advanced to the end of the ramp and stopped. His gaze traveled the surroundings. They had just landed on a small planet to refuel in water and food. 2 weeks had passed since the last discount, and a little distraction would not hurt anyone. It would be the first time since his birth in this time that he could set foot on firm land. If we put aside the island of the Dead Shadow, which was not a planet but an asteroid. "Harry!" Kay's call drew the young man's attention to other pirates. The latter were already on the ground and waiting for him to visit the small village that could be seen in the distance. The young wizard made sure to have his sabers with him and descended from the ramp. He joined the pirates who set off. "The captain doesn't come?" Harry asked Yatarin. "No, if people tolerate us, the presence of the captain would risk sowing panic, and we prefer to avoid it during our supplies." Harry then cast a sad look towards the Arcadia. He then wondered when the captain had dated the last time. The young man followed the pirates to a small village. Harry immediately noticed the frightened or hateful looks of the inhabitants, as well as their disapproving murmurs. The young man reflexed his hands on the handful of his sabers. Quickly, the small group separated, each taking a different direction. Harry walked in the merchant aisle. With their various stalls, they did not lack food, just water. Nevertheless, the Arcadia could take care of it alone. This allowed them to stretch their legs while the tank-filling operations end. Harry observed the storefront of a store when he clearly heard the sound of an object flying towards him. He leaned and let the stone pass over his head and break the store's window. The manager of the store immediately released Red with anger. "No, but it's not going to the head," moaning the man. "You hacked them. You are all the same to take everything to the honest people." "I did not do that," replied Harry, in a calm voice. "If it's you, we saw you." Let go of a man behind them. Harry turned to face them. They were a small group of 10 men, and Harry knew that one of them was responsible. The young man drove slowly when he saw them approaching. He did not want boredom. "I did nothing wrong," said Harry by putting his hands on his sabers. "Aye." One of the men with a stone in his hand argued his arm in order to storm the young pirate. But before he could finish his gesture, a gloved hand stopped him. The furious man turned to the one who had arrested him and froze himself with fear by recognizing him. "Captain," let go of Harry, relieved. "Do you have a problem with one of my men?" Harlock asked. "No, none," replied man, letting go of the stone and backing back. Harry, "Yes, Captain? Let's go and let these gentlemen pay for the glass they broke." Harry followed the corsair as he walked away from Merchant Street to reach a small park. The young wizard remaining behind the captain. Harry quickly saw several families having fun in the park. He walked to live up to the captain, while remaining hidden in the shadow of a tree. The young man stretched himself by seeing the members of the same family interact with each other. He had not had this chance when he was a child. "You seem sad," noticed the captain. "Just old memories," replied the young man. "You also seem nostalgic," noted Harry. The latter hesitated for a moment on the next question. He did not know if the captain would appreciate that he is talking about such an intimate subject. "Speak," interrupted the captain. "Don't be afraid to ask questions." Harry looked up and crossed the captain's dark gaze. He saw curiosity in it. "Have you ever had children, Captain?" "No," replied the corsair, "but Tokiro had a daughter of whom I was appointed godfather." "Are you thinking about her now? And you? What are you thinking about?" Harry's face closed as he landed on a couple playing with their son. He could feel the captain's worried look at him and was too much for him. He turned around and under the sad gaze of the corsair, he sank into the streets. Seeing these happy families when he had never been able to know this feeling was painful to him. He finally stopped at the exit of the village and glanced around him, ignoring what he should do and hoping that the captain would not. He wouldn't be too long to have gone. Deciding to walk a little in the surrounding countryside, he advanced on a dirt road which left the village. He walked without really paying attention to his environment, although his dragon still remains alert. This is probably why he did not notice the presence of Taki flying above him. The bird had been sent by Tokiro when he had felt his young friend's trouble. The young man continued his way for a few more minutes when a cry drew his attention. He knew this voice, K. Harry rushed towards a small grove where the cry came from. He pushed the low branches and led to a small clearing. Kay was there with 2 members of the crew and a dozen villagers, the same villagers who had tried to harm him a little earlier. Kay was held by 2 men when a third had his hand placed on his nose. Obviously Kay had sought to defend himself. The other 2 pirates were each held by 2 other men. Harry froze when he saw the first one, who had a bloody nose, straightening up and slapping the young woman. He insulted the young pirate, and under the insults and threats of other pirates, he began to undress the young woman. Kay struggled a little more. Exasperated, man raised his hand again, but could not finish his gesture. He cast a look surprised at his bloody stump and collapsed while holding his arm and screaming in pain. Everyone then turned to the newcomer. Harry, understanding what was going to happen to Kay, had intervened. The young man advanced, his 2 sabers in his hand. One of them was covered with blood. You started one of the men. If you keep life, I advise you to leave them alone and leave. Who are you taking yourself, dirty pirate? Dirty pirate? Yes, I may be one, but I prefer to be a hacker than a man like you. Harry turned one of his sabers and recovered in a combat position. Kay was put on the side and the 5 men who did not hold the 2 pirates advanced to Harry. The fight then undertook. Harry succeeded in neutralizing 4 of the men and staring them with the handful of his sabers, but the last posed him more problems. He had a knife in his hand and did not let himself have by his feints. The young man stretched himself by taking a look at those he had neutralized. If the fight was eliminating, his attacker risked receiving reinforcements soon. He was not going to have the choice, he was going to have to kill him. Harry grimaced. Of course he had already killed during the Arcadia fights and also during the Hogwarts War. But that didn't mean he liked to do this. The aggressor then rushed towards the youngest, the weapon pointed at him. Harry hesitated for a second too much. He froze when he saw a shadow intervened between him and the aggressor. "Kay!" exclaimed the pirates. Harry froze by catching up with the young woman. He knelt down, causing the young woman. Kay blowed. Harry worried when he saw the young woman's outfit covered herself little by little blood. He lengthened the young woman in herb and gently spread the torn clothing. "Everything will be fine, don't worry," reassured Harry. He put his hand on the wound and immediately a green glow surrounded the wound and covered it. When Harry spread his hand, which disappeared, leaving a thin scar still a little red. Harry relaxed when he saw that Kay was out of danger. Then he got up slowly and cast a black look at the man who had injured Kay. This one had a reversing movement. He had perfectly seen the magic used by Harry. He whispered a word again and again. This word only made it more furious. In a cry of rage, he threw himself against the man and pushed his sabers into the chest before removing them from a lively movement and slicing the carotid of a rapid movement. The man collapsed. Harry then turned to the remaining men who still kept the 2 pirates. They retrained, frightened, then fled. Harry let go of a sigh of relief. He would not have to kill other people today. The young man wiped his sabers on the clothes of the man he had killed. Then he put them away and joined the 2 pirates who were near Kay. "Is it going to go?" asked one of them. "It will go. The power of the dragon can heal almost everything," reassured Harry. He leaned gently and took the young woman in his arms before getting up. "Let's go back to the Arcadia," made Harry. "It is better that Kay saw the doctor. I treated his injury, but she lost a lot of blood. And then she will be safe in the ship." The pirates nodded and surrounded the young man as they took the road to the Arcadia. None of them noticed the presence of the captain, hidden by the shadows of the trees. The latter watched the small group with a slight smile as he put his Cosmodragon in his holster. An hour later, the Arcadia took off, moving away from the planet. The pirates were furious when he learned what had almost arrived in Kay. But a few words from the young sorcerer were enough to calm, and in a few hours the atmosphere of the Arcadia became that of usual. The captain listened to the intoxicated songs of his men with an end smile, sitting in his chair on the main bridge. He opened his eyes and looked at the young man who was sitting against the bar. Harry was contemplating one of his blades with a pensing air. "Do you regret?" asked the captain. "He had injured Kay," replied Harry. "I did what I had to do." Harlock nodded slowly, approving Harry's choice. Yes, the child had made the right choice. Sometimes the only way to save one life is to take another. It was a difficult choice to make, but that was how we became a real man. Harlock roamed the empty players in his ship. At this hour and in this calm part of the universe, many of his men had gone to bed. He himself had planned to go and rest after his little recognition tour. He advanced in one of the hangars to ensure that everything was in place and froze when there was movement. He advanced until he arrived at a small workbench, installed in one of the corners. The captain had a smile when he saw Harry installed on this workbench, tinkering with something. "Harry, what are you doing?" asked the corsair. The young man looked up with his work and went away to show him. "A board?" Harlock surprised. The corsair observed the long metal board placed on the workbench. "It's just a project I started. Finally, I thought I could do it. The foreman gave me the equipment for. But if it is problematic, no, if the foreman has given his agreement, then everything is fine. But I am curious, what will it be used for?" "To fly," replied Harry. returning to his work. I talked about it with Tokiro, the foreman, and Yadarin, and they think they could build an engine small enough to be attached to the board and powerful enough to fly in space. The problem is that such an engine would require a lot of energy. How do you plan to do then? I will do the impossible. Or at least what the wizards thought of impossible. I will try to merge my magic with technology. And how are you going to do that? Asked the captain, crossing his arms. Well, I think that best would be to use the magic of the runes. I would just have to engrave them in the metal of the board and cover them with a little of my blood to bind them to me, explained Harry. You don't seem convinced. Well, I learned a little runic magic at school, but it was more out of curiosity than anything else. He then designated a large sheet of paper hung on the wall next to the workbench. The latter was partly filled by Harry's writing. I tried to remember everything I knew about runic magic, but I still miss some information. It will come back to me over time. It will not be easy to maneuver with a combination, noticed the captain. I will not put it, replied Harry by catching an object posed next to the board. Yadarin gave me this oxygen mask. I think that if I can remember other runes, I could make a kind of having an unlimited oxygen reserve. The mask in question covered the lower face, and on each side 2 small bottles of compressed air were placed. The young man then restored the device on the workbench. And how do you plan to hold on the board in space and without gravity? That, I have already found it. Let go of Harry with a big smile. He took a notebook in which was scribbled all kinds of runes and showed him a particular page. Runic magic is extremely precise. The slightest rune error could explode the reactor. This is why I do not go to the practical part before being on me and my formulas. A sound snoring drew the captain's attention. Taki, his bird, was installed on a box a little further and he fell asleep. The captain had a slight smile before taking a look towards Harry. He observed the bird with a sad look before covering the board with a sheet. Harry, what's wrong? Nothing, just memories. I had a bird too before. A white owl by the name of Hedwige. It was my best friend. But she died now. Taki reminds me of her sometimes. Do you miss your family sometimes? Asked the captain. I never had the chance to know my father and mother. They both died when I was a child. They gave their lives to protect me. I have never known them. The captain said nothing, but he watched the young man put away his workbench. Then Harry headed for Taki and, gently, he took the black bird in his arms without waking him up. It's late, Harry gently said. I'm going to bed, and if you allow it, I take Taki with me. Isn't he going to bother you in your sleep? Asked the corsair, taking a look at the bird that snores like a bell ringer. Harry had a slightly amused laughter, and he let out the bird with one hand before touching the beak of the black bird with your fingertips. Immediately, Taki's snoring ceased under the midsurf, half-amused the captain. He still snores, Harry said gently, but he is put under a spell of silence, so we no longer hear him. The captain gave gently and both left the hangar. The captain followed the young man to accompany him to his cabin. Harry entered and installed the black bird at the end of his bed, before approaching his office by removing his green sweater. He put it on the file of his chair over his long black coat also placed there. The captain observed the young man for a few moments. He had stayed at the entrance to the room, leaning against the door chambran. But he walked into the room as Harry turned his back on him. The young man froze by feeling him so close to him. Captain, those who made you paid dearly, I hope, blowed the captain by touching the scars in the young man's back. I ignore it, blowed Harry. When I was locked up in the crystal, they were still alive and in freedom. No importance, now they are dead. Harry turned to the corsair, and the captain could see the sadness in the eyes of his youngest. Harlock then advanced and attracted the young man in a paternal embrace. Harry was surprised by such a gesture, but he relaxed quickly. He trusted the captain. He knew he would not run any danger with him. Harlock was also surprised by such a gesture. He had to believe that he had certain reflexes of the period when he took care of Mayu, the daughter of Tokiro. But he did not let go of the young man. According to the little he knew, the boy had rarely known this kind of embrace, so he could offer him one. When he moved slowly, he had a slight smile when he saw that the young man fell asleep against him. He really had to feel confident with him. Cautiously the captain laying the young man in his bed. taking off his boots and covering him from the blanket. Then he glanced at the black bird that had woken up. "Watch over him, okay?" The bird nodded gently and lengthened before closed their eyes. The captain came out of the room to head towards his own cabin. Once there, he closed the door behind him and took off his cape, which he threw on his bed. Then he headed for his office. He sat down in his chair and after a hesitation, he opened the second drawer from his office. Inside, there was a photo of him, Tokiro and Esmeralda's, and another of him and Mayu. And under the photos, he removed an ocarina. It was the one he had done in Mayu. She had returned it to her when she made the decision to leave the Earth to travel the space in turn. He then brought the instrument to his lips and drew a sad melody. He remembered perfectly the moments when Mayu played this instrument. After an hour to play the ocarina, the captain stopped. He got up and joined his bed, also needed rest. The next day, the captain joined the bridge after preparing. When he entered, he had a slight smile when he saw that Harry was at the helm. Taki wisely placed on his shoulder. He advanced and took place in his chair, without attracting attention to him. He observed the young man maneuvering the bar of the Arcadia as if he had always done that, while joking with Kay and Yatarin. He saw the first stretch of tender to the young man, his last model. Harry raised his hand and directed it to the miniature boat, and to the surprise of Yatarin, water appeared under the hull of the boat and Levita causing the model with him, far too high for Yatarin to catch him. "Returned," then shouted the lieutenant, "but returns." The rest of the crew laughs while watching the lieutenant run and gesticulate from one end of the bridge to the other. "Harry!" The young man jumped, still not having noticed the captain. He then turned to the corsair. He obviously observed him. "Do not tease the lieutenant." "Yes, captain." Let go of Harry with a slight pout. The boat found the hands of its manufacturer and the water around disappeared, while the little joke played, attracted many comments from the pirates present on the bridge. Suddenly an alarm retained on the deck, attracting the attention of the pirate installed to radars. "A ship approaching, captain." "What type of ship?" Harlock asked. The man pianoed on his keyboard and quickly an image appeared on the central screen. "It is a cargo ship." "Who carries what?" wanted to know Yatarin. "People," replied another. "I hacked their system. Apparently it is a cruise ship." To this news, the pirates allowed their joy to burst. Who says cruise says wealthy people. And who says wealthy people necessarily says good food and even better alcohol. It is true that our food and alcohol reserves were starting to decrease dangerously, noticed Yatarin. "What are the captain orders?" Harry asked. The captain watched his men and he could see the excitement in each of them. With a slight smile, he got up. Everyone at their fighting post. The cries of war responded to his order and all rushed to their place. Harry maneuvered the Arcadia so that it remains concealed as long as possible from the cruise ship. When finally the cargo ship became aware of their presence, it was too late. With a well-placed shot, the Arcadia destroyed the engines and a bar turn the pirate ship entered collision with the yacht, creating a breach that allowed the pirates to go to the approach. Immediately several pirates attacked the vessel, without difficulty neutralizing their adversaries. The captain entered the ship in turn. He traveled the richly decorated corridors and entered the main room. Many people were seated there. Harlock advanced in the room and observed the surroundings. There was a lot of wealth here, jewelry, tailor-made costumes, and evening dresses. The captain looked at one of his men, and the latter nodded, including the order of the corsair. "That everyone keeps their calm and remains in their place and no harm will be done to you," announced one of the pirates. Harlock advanced between the tables while taking a look around him. He watched these powerful men give up in front of him for fear. No one dared to challenge it, and that was so much the better. He did not appreciate that an approach is going wrong. He walked towards the scene, passing in front of a man who seized his knife, in the obvious goal of injuring the captain. But before he had time to get up, a blade landed against the throat of the assailant. "Loose that," scolded Harry. The man turns dangerously and let go of the knife. Harry took him and removed him from the hand of this fool. The captain, who had turned to observe the scene, had a slight smile and resumed its progress until reaching the main table, which brought together one of the senators of the current government and its advisors. "You do not miss a cheek." "Let go of the senator. How do you dare?" "This is exactly the question I was asking myself. There are many beautiful people here. corrupt politicians, pedophiles, tyrants. Doesn't a pirate have its place here? Not you, Captain, noticed one of the pirates. You are better than that. Harry observed around him, so these people were despicable and corrupt beings. Man is easily corruptible. The young wizard stretched himself by feeling his rage increase suddenly. He hated politicians. Harry, the young man jumped and turned to Harlock. Yes, Captain? Calm down. It was an order, and despite his anger he had to obey him. Harlock was more aware of the issues that was playing today than him. Harry got back his saber and got closer to the corsair. Captain, we finished loading, announced one of the pirates. Well, in this case we leave, announced the captain. Harlock then turned around, turning his back to the main table. One of the advisors handed out to a hidden weapon, but he froze, feeling a look at him. He then crossed the green look, Harlock's young protégé. He froze with terror when he saw such hatred and such a rage in the young man's eyes. Harry called the captain. The young sorcerer looked down to put him on the corsair, releasing the politician from the grip of his gaze. The advisor fell into his seat, trembling like a sheet and unable to issue the slightest sound. Harry cast a last look and followed the crew of the Arcadia, which returned to the ship. Once entered in the hangar, they returned to their post to keep the Arcadia away from the place of approval. Harry stayed alone in the hangar. He was furious, embraced a rage that he did not remember having known before. His fists were tight and he was shaking from head to toe. He had to calm down, and quickly. His anger only rekindled his powers. If he did not master his powers, the Arcadia could suffer from it. A glow drew Harry's attention to his hands. He froze when he saw the latter surrounded by green flames. The young man closed his eyes and curled up above his hands, taking great inspirations to calm down. Without result. Seeing these crooked politicians had reminded him of his own politicians who had locked him in the crystal. His rage increases again, spreading the flames of the dragon on his arms. Harry held out, surprised by this phenomenon. The flames did not burn it, but it was the first time that flames appeared, and Harry was frightened at the idea of setting fire to the Arcadia. Harry, the young man froze and straightened slowly, looking at the captain. The man advanced towards him by observing the green flames. No, blowing Harry, slowly backing. Don't approach, Captain. The flames may not hurt him, but he didn't know if they could hurt others. He didn't want to take any risks. But Harlock did not seem frightened. He approached slowly, backing the young wizard. No, but before he had time to retreat again, the captain attracted him to an embrace. Calm down, gently ordered the captain. Harry was stretched in the captain's arms, frightened at the idea of injuring him. He froze, feeling the man catch his forearm, before relaxing slightly by seeing that the flames licked the captain's hand without burning it. The captain, feeling him, relaxed him, while Harry observed his arms. The flames, which previously seemed aggressive, were now quieter, undulating lazily and wrapping around his arms, before finally going out. You have to learn to control your anger, said the captain. I can't do anything about it, blowed Harry. I see these crooked politicians, see these corrupt men, reminded me of those who locked me up. The dragon in me was contaminated by anger and his power to escape my control. I'm sorry, Captain, the man just replied with a slight smile, before turning around. Harry watched him go, then he looked at his intact hands. He had to speak to the dragon. Harry joined his room and settled on his bed in the lotus position before going into meditation. When he opened his eyes, he was sitting on the green grass in front of a lake. He immediately felt a warm breath behind his back. So, he returned to fell nose to muzzle with the dragon. You seem calmer, noted the dragon. This man has a lot of influence on you. Is it a bad thing? Harry asked gently. It's up to you to know. Harry leaned against the massive body of the dragon and observed for a few moments the reflection of the sun on the lake. What was his flames? Finally asked the young man. The proof that our link is strengthened, replied the dragon, and that your soul merges more and more with mine. What does that mean? Nothing worrying, just that you can more easily have access to my powers and my particularity. But be careful despite everything. Even if your body is strengthened thanks to our link, it will always be vulnerable to my power. Okay, sighed Harry. If our links are strengthened, do that mean that I will know your name soon? Soon, yes, reassured the dragon, and once it is done you can invoke me for short periods. But and the flames then, why didn't they burnt me, and especially why did they not burnt the captain? Because my green flames are not created to burn, replied the dragon, but to heal. Unlike my black flames, which could burn or melt anything. So the healing power that I used on the men of the Arcadia the last time. It was my flames, but with less power. The reptile handed her head to put it in front of the young man's body. Harry had a smile and stretched his hand, slowly scraping the scales above the dragon's muzzle, purring it. Harry had a slight smile when he saw that this sound created waves on the lake. Are you going to disappear one day? Suddenly asked the young man. The dragon held out his head until he put it gently on the young man's legs. I would not leave, reassured the dragon. Now that I found you, I would not leave. Our link is eternal. Harry had a smile and settled again against the dragon. Taking advantage of the present moment, he fell asleep. It was a weight on his belly which forced him to open his eyes again. He had returned to the ship and me was quietly installed on his belly. A fish stuck in his mouth. Harry had a smile by stretching his hand towards the cat and caressing it slowly. If Mrs. Masu see you with that in the mouth, you are going to be in trouble. The cat let go of a muffled meow and jumped on the floor before finding refuge in a corner of the room to eat its loot quietly. Harry had a slight laugh before getting up and stretching. Then he came out of his room, leaving the door open to let go out when he would like it. He later returned to the bridge while reflecting on what the dragon had taught him. The captain was right, he had to learn to control his anger. But he knew it would be difficult for him. He had always been very close to his emotions. The door of the elevator opened, allowing Harry to enter the deck. Oh, Harry! Kay exclaimed when he saw him enter. Where were you going? I had to talk to an old friend. Harry replied with a slight smile. Then the young man looked at the captain, who in turn offered him a smile. Talking to an old friend, Kay repeated without understanding. Harry offered a smile to the young woman before joining her post at the helm of the Arcadia. Kay exchanged a look with Yadarin, who just raised his shoulders and returned to his model. But the lieutenant of the Arcadia could not help thinking that the young man was starting to look like the captain. He also had a slight amused smile at this thought, without that it surprises him. The captain was the kind of man that many young recruits took as a model. It did not seem to hinder the captain, noticed Yadarin, and looking at him making his smile grow a little more. A month had passed since Harry had discovered the flames of his dragon, since he had constantly trained to master them. At least to master his green flames, he did not dare to try to use the blacks on board the Arcadia. Harry leaned forward, placing his hands on his lap after putting down his sabers. He praised when he had just finished his daily training. It was a little water which Harry goal in one go. Arcadia pirates used to come and see him train when they were not in service. Another good training today, Kay noticed, stretching a towel to the young man. I don't understand why you train like that, observed another pirate. If I want to be able to properly use the powers of the dragon, my body must be as strong as possible, and then as I only fight with my sabers, I have to stay at level. You are right, approved Kay, and then doing a little sport can only do good, she noted, taking a corner look at certain pirates who let themselves go a little too much. Immediately, several pirates groaned for the form and began to sulk, attracting an amused laugh from Harry and Kay. The latter came out, then from the hangar converted into a training room for the occasion, and Kay trapped the young sorcerer to her cabin. She left him on the doorstep, letting the young man take his shower. Once her shower was taken, Harry left the room by putting his coat back and readjusting his sabers. He passed a towel in his hair, rubbing it with energy, and then returned it to his bathroom with an informulated spell. Harry, the young wizard turned to face the foreman. Yes, Maki? The captain wanna see you. He's waiting for you in the main computer room. I go right away, thank you. The foreman agreed and then returned to his post. Harry then took the direction of the computer room. When he entered it, he saw the captain chatting with Tokiro, so he was waiting on the doorstep that Harlock finished. The captain did not take long to turn to Harry, inviting him with a look to advance. Captain, how is your training going? I regained my usual level, replied Harry with a slight shift in shoulders. Do my training poses a captain problem? No. I have to visit someone and I know that the crew will not let me go alone. And you don't want them to come with you, guessed the young man. No one should know that this person is linked to me, replied Harlock. So you want me to accompany you because you know that I would be more discreet than the whole crew, understood Harry. Then he had a slight smile. You are the captain. If you want to go alone, the crew will not prevent you. But they will surely follow me, noted Harlock. Harry agreed slowly, understanding the captain's thought. It is true that the crew could be protective towards one of their own and even more with the captain. He still remembered the time when the captain had jumped 2 meals in a row. Masu had gone to get him in his cabin and refused to go out without the captain. Subsequently, she had not left her eyes before he finished eating his tray. Will you come with me? Harlock asked. Of course. Some day later, the Arcadia landed on the moon of a small green planet, hidden at the sight of all. The crew and the captain then went to the hangar. You will watch out for him, Harry? We're counting on you. I would do my best, agreed the young man. The captain and the young man then embarked on one of the Space Wolf of the Arcadia. They flew for another hour and landed in a wood near a small village. Once there, the captain took off his cape and his jacket sporting the skull. He put on a simple black coat. Understanding that they had to be discreet, Harry masked his own skull and sabers with a spell. Then he followed the captain. They walked into the main street without attracting attention, to a small school. There, Harlock stopped and observed the children out of building, followed by a young woman barely 20 years old. She had long blue hair and smiled at the children who came out. Captain? Harry asked hesitation. Who is it? Mayu, the daughter of Tokiro. Harry froze as a surprise and again glanced at the young woman. So it was Tokiro's daughter? She was rather beautiful. He looked at the captain and couldn't help but have a slight smile when he saw Harlock's tender gaze. Once the children left, the young woman turned to enter school, but she froze before turning to them, as if she had felt Harlock's gaze on her. An expression of surprise was painted on his face, quickly replaced by a slight smile. Then she returned to the building, leaving the door open. Harlock then advanced toward school. Harry has his side. The latter remained on the doorstep, leaving the captain alone with his goddaughter. You grew up well, Harlock noted in a soft voice. It was a long time, retorted Mayu. She guided the captain in a small room behind the classroom and invited him to sit at the table there was. Harlock settled on the wooden bench and observed the young woman to boil for tea. Then she took out a drink as well as a bottle she put on the table. Do you still love red bourbon? Asked Mayu. Harlock gained slowly and let the young woman serve him a drink. He gulped a sip and resting her glass, observing the young woman finishing preparing her tea. Do you like it here? Harlock then asked. You have no trouble. I am no longer a little girl who lets herself annoy by her classmate. Harlock, your well-being and your safety matters to me. Blowing the captain, it is normal for me to worry. Everything is fine. It's a small village, you know, here everyone knows everyone. There has never been a problem. But I think about it and the young home who accompanied you. Harry is the last member of my crew. He is also the most gifted with sabers. He seems to be nice, noted the young woman. Appearances are misleading. Harry is probably the most dangerous man in Arcadia. They discussed for several hours, Mayu taking news from his father and telling Harlock all the little adventures of his students. The Corsair had fun with the stories of his goddaughter and observed it with a tender look. The little girl to visit had become a beautiful young woman. You have become beautiful, your father would be proud of you, blowed Harlock. Mayu blushes slowly, touched by the compliment of this man who had always watched over her. I imagine you must have a lot of pretender, noted Harlock. Mine. Stop, replied the young woman embarrassed. Harlock had a fine smile and picked up a sip of bourbon. He noted that redness had not left the young woman's cheeks. You see someone? The captain asked gently. Yes, his name is Daisuke. He works on a small farm at the exit of the village. He treats you well, I hope. The threat was obvious in the tone of the captain's voice. It made the young woman blush again. Yes, he treats me very well, reassured the young woman. Harlock relaxed slowly, until the front door opens and closes suddenly. Harry then entered the room. Armed men are approaching. Captain, announced Harry as early. Harlock got up immediately. He finished his glass. Then he approached Mayu. You have to leave, Harlock. I remember that very young already. You told me that. Noticed the corsair with a slight smile. You don't come to see me often, but that doesn't mean I'm not worried about you. You know? She approached Harlock and slowly hugged him. The captain returned her embrace. Go, blowed the young woman. Harlock nodded, and with Harry, they came out through the back door and managed to flee by the small alleys adjacent to school. They advanced quietly so as not to attract attention, but a detonation was heard. They had been spotted. A new detonation. Retained. Harry jostled the captain behind a box. Harlock, you are surrounded. Go without resistance. The captain's gaze crossed the alleys around. He knew he was surrounded, even if he saw no one. He had a grin. If men had not come to arrest him, he would have been disappointed. He looked over his shoulder to see where Harry was. He saw it a meter from him and froze when he saw the blood dripping on the ground floor. The young wizard was watching around him, no doubt trying to find an outing. Harry didn't even seem to have noticed that he was injured. We are surrounded. There is no way out, blowed Harry. Sometimes you have to know how to rush into the heap without taking care of the consequences and damage that could be caused. Or there may be another way, blowed Harry. How? I would need a diversion. Harlock nodded gently and looked around before putting his eyes on a barrel of alcohol placed near the rear door of a small bar. He took out a small pistol from a holster attached to his ankle, vised the barrel and drew. A blast then retained, forcing the soldiers to briefly look away. Harry then took the opportunity to grab the captain's arm and he transplanted, far from the eyes of the soldiers. When Harlock's feet hit the ground again, he was destabilized to the point of falling. Sorry, Captain, it was the safest way to get us out of this bad step, apologized Harry. What did you do? Asked him the captain. Transplaning, that's how this travel technique is called, Harry replied. This is similar to what non-sorcerers call teleportation. I am not sure to love this means of transport, blowed the captain by getting up. I don't like him so much, said Harry, but for once he was very useful to us. Harlock nodded, and then his gaze posed on the village he could see in the distance. Will Mademoiselle Mayu have problems? Suddenly asked Harry. Harlock's face tensed himself at this thought. Harry then made a decision that would not appeal to the captain. He transplaged again, but this time near the school. He approached discreetly and froze when he saw Mayu surrounded by many soldiers. Harry was too far to hear what they said, but the weapon pointed at the young woman is enough for him to understand that she was in an unfortunate situation. Stop! Harry roared when he saw the man start to press the relaxation of his weapon. The officer lowered his weapon and immediately several soldiers surrounded Harry. Mayu froze while all the attention was turned on the young man. Before Harry was able to sketch the slightest gesture, he felt something reaching him in the back and a violent electric discharge crossed him. The young pirate did not cry. Harry observed Mayu's terrified face when he gradually sank into unconsciousness. The last thought he had was for the captain, who had to be furious against him. Let him take him to one of our vehicles, ordered the officer. And what do we do with the girl, my lieutenant? One of his men asked. She stays here, we no longer need her and I don't want to cling to a woman, he retorted. Mayu then observed without knowing what to do, the young pirate being taken. Once the cars are out of sight, she headed for the mountains outside the village. As she had felt the presence of Harlock very close to her, she had also felt the presence of her father when the Arcadia had landed on the planet. She had barely left the village, which Harlock attracted her to a thicket. Harlock, blowing Mayu relieved to see him and at the same time worried. I'm sorry, I couldn't do anything. They took it. Where? I don't know, there is no military base here. Harlock, he just wanted to save me. I know and I will save him in my turn, don't worry. You have to come with me, it's dangerous for you now to be here. No, Mayu immediately replied, backing up a step. My life is here now, I wouldn't flee. Harlock watched him with surprise, then he had a tender smile. As fiery as your mother, blowed the corsair. Very well, anyway if you are really in danger, Tokiro would quickly know and the Arcadia would come back here. Mayu nodded and Harlock recommended that he be careful. He then watched the young woman take the direction of a small farm a little away from the village, probably that of his pretender. During his next visit, a visit would be necessary. Harlock then turned around and left towards the Arcadia. His space wolf was already to be in the hands of the soldiers. He hoped that Tokiro was already locating their young friend. He arrived at the Arcadia a short half-hour later. When he entered the hangar, was welcomed by K. "We are preparing to take off," ordered Harlock, barely the foot placed inside the hangar. "Where is Harry, Captain?" "He was caught," replied the Corsair simply. Immediately it was the general battle of combat aboard the Arcadia. They were perhaps pirates, but no one aboard the Arcadia would give up one of their particular people if he had been captured by wanting to protect the captain. Harlock had immediately visited his friend in the main computer room. "You have to find it, Tokiro." "I do what I can. It's not easy." They try to blur their traces. The captain's fist fell on the machine, surprising Tokiro and Mimi, who had come to the news. Harlock's shoulders were shaking when he was taken from rage access. He had lost a certain number of men in combat, but that did not mean that every life that was in this ship was not precious to him. Quite the contrary. He was furious every time one of his men died. Furious not to have been able to protect him as it should be. This time did not change anything, on the contrary. He was furious against himself for not having been able to protect Harry. Furious against Harry for having disappeared alone, without saying anything, and above all he was furious against the soldiers who had attacked Mayu and who had taken Harry to him. Harlock quickly went to the main deck. He sat down in his chair and watched his men put the double bites to hope to catch up with the ship. They sought again and again for days. Yadarin had even stopped making his models to hack the government's computer system in place. But he found no trace of Harry, nowhere. Finally, they had to face the facts. They had lost the ship and Harry too. Harlock was so furious that his men did not dare approaching him for days. Only Mimi still managed to make Harlock hear reason and make him sleep and eat a little. Despite everything, the captain still did not resign himself to abandon. As long as he would not have proof of Harry's death, he would not give up. A month after Harry's disappearance, the captain was sitting in his chair, a glass in hand. He observed, without really seeing him, the alcohol that shone in it, when the Arcadia alarm started. "He is a military vessel, Captain," announced one of the pirates, "and he is heavily armed." Everyone at his combat post immediately ordered the captain. The pirates were again motivated and deaf anger filled their hearts, so it was not necessary to tell them twice, attacking the enemy ship. He was easily approached despite his armament, his size not offering him the same maneuverability as the Arcadia. Quickly the pirates entered the enemy ship's control room, and the soldiers who were there were mastered without difficulty. The captain then advanced in turn in the room and approached the captain of this vessel. The latter stretched out by seeing anger in the gaze of the Corsair. "Yadarin, see if you can find information in their database," ordered Harlock. The lieutenant nodded and took the place of one of the soldiers to find the information they all were looking for. The captain toured him the command room, observing each of the soldiers who were there. He saw them all give up in front of him. "There is nothing, Captain," finally announced Yadarin. Harlock then released his gravity saber and approached the highest ranking. He then pointed out his saber against his throat. "You have captured one of my men. I want to know where he is," demanded the Corsair. I don't know what you're talking about," muddled the officer. "Bad answer," replied Harlock, before pulling in the left shoulder of the man in front of him. The man held his shoulder in his right hand and froze when the saber of the Corsair was again pointed at him. He planted his gaze in that of the pirate and swallowed loudly. Captain Harlock was generally scary, by his legend and his appearance, but when he was furious, as he seemed to be now, it was impression of being in front of the devil himself. The officer looked away, unable to support him, then closing his eyes and shaking his teeth, he admitted, knowing that if the captain did not kill him, he would probably be condemned to the work forced by the martial course. The kid was taken to the 0 zone, at least the rumors circulate among the high officers. I do not know more. Harlock knocked out the officer with a well-placed punch, then put his gravity saber. "Destroy the engines and take all that you can find," ordered the captain. "And if one of them pretends to intervene, kill it." "At your orders," replied the pirates. Harlock then left the room in a large cape movement and returned to Arcadia. He was worried. He had heard rumors in the 0 area like everyone else. It was a difficult place to access, where the most dangerous and most precious prisoners were locked up. There were rumors about what happened to prisoners. If Harry was there, then Harlock ignored what state they were going to recover it. The Arcadia quickly took the direction of the Zero Zone, all having found this desire to go and rescue one of their own. It took them a short week to reach the area. Many vessels were waiting for them firmly, but the Arcadia was more swift than usual, the pirates being seconded by the main computer. The vessel ends up landing near a series of white buildings. Harlock and his men descended. A soldiers' battalion came out of one of the buildings to welcome them. The fight lasted a good hour, but ultimately the enemy battalion was destroyed. Harlock was the first to enter the building. He found several nurses who watched him with fear. Yatterin advanced towards them and described them the young man whom they were looking for. The captain frowned by seeing them pale. They then told them a corridor and a room number. Immediately the pirates engaged in the indicated corridor, ensuring that there were no guards who could take them backwards. The captain stopped in front of a closed door, and with a look he ordered that he was opened. The chief nurse advanced and with a trembling hand opened the door, before rushing. The corsair advanced in the small room. It was entirely white and had only one bed and a chair. He stopped and watched around him, looking for the young man. He found it hidden behind the bed, curled up. He was totally naked. With a sign of his hand, Harlock ordered his men to stay outside the room. He advanced closer, taking off his cape, but he froze when he noticed the slight movement of decline of the young man with his approach. Harry was covered with blues and estafilades, and was probably the worst, he had marks of bites with arms, wrists and ankles to the point that his places were black because of the blues caused by the latter. The corsair approached a little more and gently put his cape on Harry's shoulders. "Harry," gently called the captain. The young man strengthened his catch on the cape and buried his face in it. Then, of a lively movement, he threw himself on the corsair and nestled against him. Harlock surrounded him with his arms and got up. To his surprise, the young man, despite his injuries, seemed to be in good shape. He left the room and immediately Kay walked towards him. She wanted to touch Harry to reassure him, but he curled up a little more against the captain, stopping the young woman net. "What are you doing with my patient?" asked a voice behind them. Harlock turned slightly. Paying attention to Harry was out of sight, having perfectly felt the thread of the young man's fear. He watched over his shoulder and noticed a lean man, carefully styled white hair, who observed it with an air of madness in the gaze. "Are you responsible for his state?" Harlock asked in a threatening murmur. "I am his doctor indeed." Kay, hearing this, took out his furious weapon and pulled on the man, but the ball crossed him without causing damage. A hologram understood the young woman. "I would find you," promised Harlock, "and I would kill you." Then he turned around and joined his ship. The young man nestled against him and trembling as soon as one of the pirates was approaching too close. The Arcadia took off a few moments later, while the captain led the young home to the infirmary. When he regained consciousness, it was to see the darkness. It took him a little time to understand that he was gagged and made blind thanks to a headband. Trying to move a little, he discovered that he was also attached. Blind and unable to know where he was, he couldn't transplane. On the other hand, he felt weird and unwittingly, and despite everything his efforts to stay awake, he sank again in sleep. When he woke up again, he was lying in a wrought iron bed, himself installed in a white room. He tried to straighten up but did not get there. Damn! But what happened to him? The door opened to let a doctor and a nurse pass. "Do our young patient woke up?" The doctor advanced and stopped at the end of the bed. "I am Dr. Yamoto. I would be the doctor who will follow you during your stay here." "What did you do to me?" Harry asked in a groggy voice. "The soldiers who brought you told us that you had the power to disappear, so we drugged you to prevent you from leaving again. But don't worry, we're going to take care of you." The next day, a nurse came to get him to take her to a special room entirely covered with white tile. He was removed from him with the exception of his pants, and he was attached to a strange machine and electrodes were connected to his body. The questions began to rain. They asked him weaknesses of the Arcadia and information on the men of the Arcadia, as well as on the captain. For each refusal to cooperate, a powerful discharge traversed him. At the end of the session, he was detached and he collapsed. Yamato approached him and stopped just in front of him. He watched her by placing his hands in his back for a few minutes. You don't really seem talkative, right? Noticed the doctor. But don't worry, you will talk. They all end up talking. Never, whispered Harry before sinking into unconsciousness. This little game lasted a whole week. At the end of the second session, he could not help crying, but he still did not speak. Half unconscious, he was dragged into his room and thrown without sweetness on the bed. He is stubborn, this kid, grumbled one of the men. Yes, indeed, noticed Yamato. It doesn't seem to be bothering you. There are other ways to crack an opponent. We will try another method tomorrow. Harry couldn't hear it anymore. He sank into unconsciousness. When he opened his eyes the next morning, it was not a nurse who came to get him but a big arm. He was taken to the showers. He was then forcibly washed with cold water, and he was held out of clothes other than his family. Harry dressed and was taken to another room than the usual, then was forcibly seated on a chair on which he was attached. Hello, my boy, said Dr. Yamato when entering the room. I wouldn't say anything, blowed Harry. It will not be necessary, said the man with a slight crazy smile. He approached Harry with a syringe and injecting the content into the arm. Harry stretched out and was surprised not to feel any pain. He then lost the notion of time, and when he reopened his eyes, which he did not remember having closed, he was in the Arcadia infirmary. How do you feel? Asked Dr. Zero. What happened? Harry asked. We finally found you, you are safe now. He closed his eyes, reassured, before reopening them suddenly, feeling a strong hand catch it by the throat. It was the captain, who watched him with hatred and anger. Harry sought to struggle and escape the corsair's grip. He did not understand why the captain wanted to kill him. He had done nothing wrong. Captain, blowed Harry, Captain. He suddenly straightened up, before looking at the side of his bed to vomit. When he was able to pay attention to his environment again, he realized that he was again in the small room that served as a cell. After several days of treatment, Harry could no longer really differentiate what was real from what was not. Permanently drugged, Harry was then taken to a gymnasium where he was trained again and again, without taking care to the injuries he would have been able to have. Do you think this plan will work? Asked an officer, observing Harry fighting against some of his men. Of course, this method has already proven itself. Thanks to the drugs that he is injected daily, he will think that the captain and the Arcadia crew will seek to kill him. He will then want to defend himself and kill Harlock. It's as simple as that. And how will he kill Harlock when he is a prisoner here? It will be enough for us to ensure that the captain of the Arcadia finds his trace. I have read all the reports on Harlock, and if my deductions are correct, he will not give up one of his men. The officer watched his men ended up putting the young man on the ground and switching him to tobacco. Then once they got tired, they immediately moved away. Several nurses advanced towards the young man. Why do they take off his clothes? Surprised the officer when he saw the nurses do. To make it vulnerable and thus better control it, explained Dr. Yamato. Well, I hope your plan will succeed. If Harlock is killed, I would finally have my promotion and I would make you two rewarded. The doctor bowed to the officer and watched him leave the room. Then he took his attention to his young patient. He was probably the best challenge he has had so far. The boy showed a foolproof will, but he had still managed to take over his mind. He followed the nurses who dragged the young Harry in his room. Once he was installed on the bed, he took out the syringe containing his daily drug dose. It took him several tests before finding the right dose. The boy had good drug resistance to such an extent that the dose he injected him daily was 10 times higher than that injected with a normal patient over a month. Then he left the room and observed through a small window next to the door his patient sink into his nightmares. What Dr. Yamato was unaware was that Harry managed to make the difference between Captain Harlock real and the virtual. When he had in front of him the virtual something deep inside him, his instinct probably told him that everything was wrong. He curled up on his small bed, trying to grab a little heat by rolling in a ball, because he had no clothes or blankets. In addition, the small heating of the room was desperately frozen. He still remembered this time when he fell asleep on the Arcadia bridge and the captain had covered him with his cape. She was so hot. Harry tried again to resort to the power of the dragon so that he could warm up, but it was again a failure. The drugs that had been injected with him prevented him from concentrating and thus calling the dragon. He opened his eyes again on the Arcadia ceilings, and again he underwent the pirate attack. If he managed to differentiate the false from the real when it concerned the captain, he could not do it when it concerned the crew. Dr. Yamato was warned a few hours before the arrival of the Arcadia, so he could leave the planet before, not without leaving a message for the captain. That day, Harry was not taken to the training room as usual. He knew that something was going to happen because he didn't live anyone from the day. Around noon, a Ryazana alarm in the corridors. A good hour after the start of the alert, Harry heard a key turning in the lock of the door of his room. He easily recognized the captain's steps. Was it an illusion or reality? He curled up a little more on himself by reflex before feeling a garment being placed on his shoulders. A gentle warmth invades him then. Harry relaxed gently by grabbing the sides of the cape that covered him. It was that of the captain, it could only be that of the captain. He looked up and crossed the man's gaze. He knew this time that he was dealing with the real Captain Harlock. Relieved to be saved, Harry threw himself into the captain's arms without thinking about it. His mind always confused by the drugs that had been given to him very early this morning. Harry felt the arms of the captain surround him, and he was lifted from the ground. By reflex, he crossed his legs in the back of the captain, surprised that man wears him and at the same time relieved that he did not let go. He was out of the room and Harry felt another person approaching him. Frightened by that, he nestled a little more against the captain, backing up the person who had wanted to touch him. It was good, being taken in someone's arms, who had only rarely known that when he was a child. He stretched again when he heard the voice of Dr. Yamato. A shot was fired and the young man felt Harlock turning around. Harry held his face carefully hidden in the corsair's coat. He heard the captain's threat and was reassured. He knew he was safe with Harlock. He was then worn outside and could feel the sun on his skin. He had almost forgotten the effect it was, and for a while he wondered how long he had been locked up. For him, he felt like it had lasted eternity. Harlock then entered the Arcadia and immediately led the young man to the infirmary so that the doc examined him. He entered the territory of Dr. Zero. Immediately MI came to rub against his legs. He advanced towards one of the beds and put it on it. The doc then advanced and wanted to remove the hairy cape, but he refused to let go while backing against the doctor. "Captain," slowly moaned Harry, frightened. "Captain." Harlock walked again and came to put his hand on Harry's shoulder. The young man approached the captain and relaxed slowly. The captain sat down gently on the edge of the bed and motioned for the DOC to advance. He approached. Harry stretched himself by feeling him approaching, but he could not go back because he was already nestled against the captain. The doc examined him and treated him as he could. Then he carefully observed the attitude of the young man. "You should keep it as much as possible with you, Captain," noticed the doctor. "I don't know what he has been injected with. I would only know it once the blood tests finished. But if it only feels safe with you, it is better to keep it as much as possible by your side." Harlock nodded before looking at Harry again. The young man was exhausted, it saw himself, but he did not seem to want to sleep. Harlock then asked if Harry could get out of the infirmary. The doc nodded, letting the captain take the young wizard again in his arms. Anyway, it was obvious to him that Harry would not have rested in a place that was to remind him of the one where he had been tortured. The captain then took the direction of his own cabin. Mimi was waiting for her there. She moved away by seeing Harry in Harlock's arms and headed for the bed to pull the blankets. Then she left the cabin, leaving the captain alone with her protégé. Harlock then placed the young man in his bed and covered him again. "Captain," called the young man in a very small voice. "I'm here, Rashura Harlock." Harry nodded, calmed. Then he tried to fight sleep, but the presence of the captain made him feel so safe that he ends up falling asleep. The captain watched him for a while with some concern. Physically, Harry was fine, but mentally he was going to take a little time to recover. Whatever Harry had returned to the Arcadia, and he was going to take care of what he took the time to get better. Harlock then used a glass of red bourbon while contemplating the stars through the window of his cabin. Harry woke up without opening his eyes. He was not in a hurry to wake up in the small white room that had been his for a little over a month. Well, since when could we hear the wood working in your concrete room? Harry then stretched himself, worried about being back in this world where everything was only chimera and illusion. A world so similar to the Arcadia where, yet all wanted only his death. A hot hand placed on his shoulder immediately reassured him. He opened his eyes and looked in that of Captain Harlock. "How do you feel?" asked the Corsair in a calm voice. "Lost?" blowed Harry. "I find it difficult to distinguish this true from the false." Harry firmed his catch on the cape that had not left her since yesterday. "I'm real," said Harlock, "and we really came to get you in the zero area yesterday." "I know," blowed Harry. "I know that you are real. I do not know how, but I have always been able to make the difference, but not for the rest of the crew. They probably hoped that you end up attacking us to defend you," noted Harlock. "The crew and myself." Harry nodded gently, shivering to the simple thought of really injuring the members of the Arcadia crew. "I had a report from Dr. Zero. According to him, it will take you for a few more weeks to be completely weaned. By then, it is possible that you are still subject to hallucinations. I would better not get out of my cabin." So Harry blew. He wanted to get up, but the captain's hand placed on his shoulder prevented him. Surprised, Harry looked up again to put them on Harlock. "You said you knew when I was real or not." Harry blushes while gently nodding. The captain saw this, had a slight smile, amused, then resumed his explanations. "Since you know you can trust me, so it's better to stay near me." I don't want to become a weight," blowed Harry. "You have something else to do than take care of me." "You are one of my men," replied Harlock with aplomb, "so I would watch over you as I watch over them." Harry blushes a little more before burying a little more under the covers. "I doubt that another member of the crew was one day sleeping in this bed," mounted the young man. Harry then felt his eyes close by herself. He tried to stay awake, but the hand of the captain who caressed his hair soothed him more than he could have imagined, and he fell asleep. Once assured that the young man fell asleep, the captain left his cabin to reach the main computer room. When it entered the diving room in the dark, the computer lit. "How is he?" asked Tokiro. "Physically, well. Mentally, that's another story," sighed Harlock. "But it will be fine." Tokiro remained silent for a few minutes, then they resumed their silent conversation, discussing the various problems of the ship. A reasoned alert message in the computer room. "Captain, come quickly," called Kay. "It's Harry." The Corsair did not ask himself more questions. He left the room of the main computer and joined Kay in the passageway leading to the machine room. As he entered, he saw why the young woman called him. Several of his men were slightly injured, and Harry stood there, with a kitchen knife in hand. He agitated him in front of him and trembled like a hunted beast. Harlock approached then and noticed Harry's troubled look. He had to be under a hallucination. The captain stepped forward, dodging the awkward stabs of the young man. "Calm down," ordered the captain. "You are safe here, so calm down. No one will hurt you." He saw Harry hesitate before gently lowering his weapon. The young man was shaking slowly while relaxing his grip on his weapon, when he gradually resumed foot with reality. He released his weapon and collapsed, narrowly caught up by the captain. The latter felt him slowly tremble in his arms when he was caught. "I'm sorry," blowing Harry, repeating it again and again. Harlock firmed his grip on the child. Then he looked around. "Kay, we have been injured, but nothing serious." "That they go to the infirmary," ordered the captain. Kay nodded, and several men advanced to help the wounded. Yadarin observed the young wizard trembling in the arms of the captain. Everyone was aware of the young man's state of health, but no one expected that it was so violent. The boy had arrived like crazy in the room and attacked them without warning. All knew why the young man was on board the Arcadia. He had stayed to fight for his family, to protect them. Yadarin dared not imagine what the young man had endured to come to attack them. The Lieutenant de Arcadia watched his captain reassured the young man who was crying in his arms, his face tense by remorse and guilt. The captain then got up, causing Harry with him, and he took the young man to his own cabin. Yadarin joined the infirmary to see the state of men. Most injuries were superficial injuries to the arm or face. They were defensive injuries. "What took Harry to attack us like that?" one of the men asked when the doc finished doing his bandage. "It must be the filth that they injected into the zero zone," noted the foreman. "How long will it last, Doc?" "Several weeks," sighed the doctor from the Arcadia. It should be entered while waiting for the effects to cease, noted one of the men. Several pirates approved this proposal, and quickly several of them went to the bridge in the hope of seeing the captain. But he was not there, only Mimi was at his post. The foreman then advanced towards her. "Where is the captain? We have to talk to him." "In his cabin." The pirates exchanged a look, and it was decided that the foreman would go alone to speak to the captain. The latter then took a deep inspiration to give himself courage and left the main bridge. He crossed several marsons and found himself too quickly to his liking in front of the double wooden door of the cabin of his captain. He knew that man was not going to appreciate his request, but it was the most reasonable. 2 shots were struck against the wooden door. "Enter," allowed a voice behind. The foreman opened the door and entered the cabin of his captain. "How are your men, foreman?" Harlock then asked. Maki advanced hesitantly. He had never come to the cabin of the corsair. Then his gaze was attracted by a trembling shape installed in the bed of his superior. "Could I tell you privately, Captain? If it concerns him, I think he is entitled to know," noted Harlock, designating the young man. "Very well," blew up the foreman. "My men and I know that the little one wants us no harm and that he acted only because of the poisons he received. But knowing that does not change the fact that he attacked us without warning. So we told ourselves that we might be locked up while drugs. Stop acting. It should go fast, since he is normally immune to this kind of thing usually, right? According to the doc, the doses administered to him should have killed him. So important," replied Harlock. "His organization is saturated with this, which is why it will take time to get rid of it. We could install it in a cabin and make sure that it lacks nothing without having contact with the rest of the crew," attempt Maki. I do not say that of gaiety of heart. I realize that the little guy is not responsible, but it is also necessary that I think of the security of my men." The captain nodded while observing the trembling shape a few meters from him. "Very well," blowed the captain. Harry, hearing this, froze, surprised and feeling a little betrayed by his captain. Of course he knew that Maki was right, that was the best thing to do. But the young wizard relaxed when he heard the rest. "He will be confined in my neighborhoods, since I am the only one that can approach it without risk." "Very good, Captain." "Thank you," whispered Maki. The foreman was relieved by this decision. He would have to tell his guys about it, that they stand away from the captain's cabin for a while. The man left the play and joined his men on the bridge. Then, thanks to the intercom, he warned everyone of the captain's decision. The hackers were sad to reach such extremities. Certain were even furious against those who had poisoned their young friend. But everyone could resume their work, relieved not to have to fear for their lives. Meanwhile, Harlock had a discussion with the young man. "Are you angry with me?" asked the captain. "No, never," Harry gently died. "You did what you had to do. I am in fact relieved." "Really? What?" "That you confined me here," admitted Harry, blushing slowly. "I have already seen the Arcadia cells, and I prefer this piece by far." Harlock had a smile to this answer. Then he got up and approached the bed. Harry, when he saw him, straightened slowly. "From now on, and until the doc did not tell me that all traces of drugs left your organization, I formally prohibit you from leaving my neighborhoods," ordered the captain of the Arcadia. "At your orders," Harry replied in a loud voice. The captain nodded and joined his chair while Harry, calmed, stood up in turn. He hesitated on the procedure to follow, before finally taking place in the sofa near the bay window, from where he was able to observe the stars. Harry pushed a slight sigh while observing the stars by the bait windows of the captain. It had been a good week that he was confined to it, and he was already bored. Nevertheless, it was better, and he knew it. He had 3 other hallucination crises since he was locked up. He didn't dare imagine what would have been past if he had been able to circulate freely at that time. Already that he had the blood of 3 of the Arcadia men on his hands. The crew members he had injured had come to see him, and Harry had a long time through the wooden door. The pirates had of course forgiven him. Then they had returned to their cabins, the captain who put them to forced rest. The young sorcerer got up and looked at the captain's cabin. There was a library in a corner, but Harry didn't really want to read. Paw noises attracted the young man's attention on the wooden door. He saw it surrounding and a fine hand, probably that of Kay, to place something inside. Harry blinked, surprised to see that the young woman had braved the captain's ban. Then he heard them go away. He advanced and seized the package placed on the ground. It was a simple canvas bag. Harry opened it and took out a drawing notebook and pencils. He raised an eyebrow against the gift of his friend. He had never really drawn, but he could get started anyway. He had only that to do. He settled on the ground, opened his notebook on the first page, took a pen and began to think about what he was going to draw. His gaze traveled the cabin and landed on Taki, the black bird of the captain who was sleeping his head under his wing, installed on the file of the office chair. He observed it carefully and began to draw. First the body, then the long neck and head. He was so focused on what he did that he did not notice the captain's entrance. Harlock had come, followed by Masu, who brought his lunch to the young man. He had an end smile when he saw the young man so immersed in his drawing that he had not even noticed their entry. Masu placed the tray on the captain's office. Then she left the room quickly, leaving the two men alone. The captain then approached Harry and glanced over his shoulder. "There is still progress to be made," noted the captain. Harry had a slight pout contemplating his drawing. Taki's neck was too long, his head too big, and the details of his feathers were too simplistic. "I know," Harry replied, "but it should take care of me for a while. I don't remember having such things in my cabin," Harlock noted. "Who brought them to you?" Harry hesitated for a moment. He did not want to cause boredom to anyone, and at the same time it was a request from the captain. He could not answer him. "I imagine that to estimate that it was safe for her to come here," sighed the captain. "Don't punish her, please," breathed Harry. He closed his notebook and got up to approach the office at which the captain was seated. "It was not my intention," reassured Harlock. "I suspected that she would come to make sure that you were well." "Isn't that annoying you?" Harry gently asked, sitting in turn. "What then?" "That she disobeyed a direct instruction on your part." "Everyone here is free to obey or not my orders," replied Harlock, using a glass of bourbon, "and everyone is free to assume the consequences. If I had to intervene to save her, I would have punished her. But since there was no problem." "I see," blowed Harry. He attracted the tray to him and began to eat. "How are your hallucinations?" Harlock finally asked. Harry grimacted to this question. He had still had one just a few hours ago. Maki had entered the cabin and tried to kill him with a keystone. "Not terrible," admitted the young man. "Even if, at the moment, I have less and less hallucination concerning you." "It's a good thing," approved the captain. "Your mind knows that I wouldn't hurt you and that you can trust me." Harry nodded slowly. The young man's meal continued in silence. Only the noise of covers or a drink that we pour could be heard in the captain's cabin. Taki, who had woken up in the meantime, had come on the young man's shoulder and had slowly smoothed his hair in his beak. Harry had a smile at this attention and, once the bird had finished, he gently held out one of his fish. The black bird seized it and ate it without making any noise, respecting the silence of the two humans. Then once Harry's meal was finished, the captain rushed, taking the empty tray and leaving the young man again alone. Harry sighed and settled again on the bench to spend the rest of the day. The captain returned to the main deck after dropping the set to the mess. Once arrived, he went up on the platform and settled in his chair before carefully observing his men present in the room. He immediately spotted his second lieutenant installed in the radar. "Captain," replied the young woman. She got up and joined the platform where the captain was waiting for her. "Why, Captain? You know very well why. But in the future I would like you to avoid approaching my cabin as long as Harry is recorded. I know that you wanted to do, but if you came to be attacked by Harry, you would not be the only one injured. Harry would also be." "I know, Captain. It will not happen again," assured Kay. Harlock nodded slowly and observed the young woman returning to her post at the radar. "What did you do?" Kay's neighbor slowly asked. "I brought Harry to take care of," replied the young woman. "What did you do? What if he attacked you?" "I stayed outside the room, blowing Kay. And then, Harry may be locked in there for several weeks. He's gonna go crazy if he doesn't have something to keep him busy." His neighbor granted slowly and both resumed their work. The captain observed them for a while. Then he closed his eyes and let himself go to a soft torpor. They were in a game. Calm of the universe, and his men watched over the grain so he could relax a little. He then thought back to everything that had happened since the arrival of Harry. The boy had immediately seemed vulnerable to his eyes, despite the 2 sabers he had brandished at the time. He had seen this break that men who lived too much lived. This same break that he knew how to have since the death of Tokiro. But when he looked at the young man, he left him that he saw when he was his age. Did Tokiro felt like that when he had Mayu? Was this to be a father? Be proud when his child did things well? Be worried when he took risks? Would he be up to it? It was one thing to order a ship and it was another to be a father. After a few hours, the captain finally got up. He had to speak to Tokiro. He joined the room of the main computer under the gaze of the pirates of the Arcadia. Do you know what's going on? Asked one of the quarter men. I think it has a connection with the little guy, underlined another. When Harry gets used to our time, the captain offered to leave Arcadia, explained Kay. Yes, but Harry refused, contrasts Yatterin immediately. So the captain asked him why he intended to stay on the Arcadia, for what reasons he intended to fight. And you know what Harry answered? No, replied the quarter pirates with one voice. He replied that he was fighting for his family. Kay replied, his family? She must have been dead for a long time, one of the pirates noted. She talks about us, fool, replied another pirate. Several laughs could be heard on the main deck. So for the little one, are we his family? We are like uncles or big brothers and Kay would be the big sister. And what role does the captain play? Kay asked in an innocent voice. There was then a stunned silence as the crew became aware of the fact that their youngest member saw the captain as a father. When Harlock entered the main computer room, the latter was asleep, rocked by the calm that reigned in the surrounding space. The captain advanced to the console, this one lighting by feeling the presence of his friend. You seem disturbed, noted Tokiro. Do you think I could be a good father? Harlock slowly asked. You proved to me yes when you took care of Mayu. It was different. What? You are no more Harry's father than you were that of Mayu, replied Tokiro, who had guessed who his friend spoke. And then why you take the lead? Harry requires nothing of you. You just have to act as usual and everything will be fine. Harlock pushed a slight sigh and easily perceived the fun of his friend. It must be said that it was not often that he came to see him to anyone as trivial as the ties he had with a member of his crew. But the soul of the Arcadia had well felt Harlock's troubled vis-a-vis the young Harry. He himself as a father could not help keeping an eye on Harry, especially when he had discovered the marks of abuse which were visible on his body. Keep an eye on him, Harlock. Protects it, he deserves it, asked for the soul of the Arcadia. The captain looked up on the main computer and he nodded gently before leaving the room in a large movement of the cape. He had to join the mess to accompany Misu when she would bring Harry's meal. When Harry opened his eyes, he looked at the clock in a corner of the room. With a sigh, he straightened up on the bench in which he was relaxed. It had already been 2 weeks since he was recorded in the captain's cabin. A rumble that reasoned in him awakened him a little more. With a large smile, Harry put herself in a suit and entered his mind. He appeared in front of the lake as every time he came to visit the dragon. Turning, he saw the extended reptile with all his long. With a slight smile, he joined him. What happened? Don't you remember? Harry asked gently. I remember that you returned to save the young woman. But after nothing. As normal, I was drugged. I thought you did not fear drugs and poisons, grumbled the dragon. I am not completely immune. I am just more resistant. At the end of a certain dose, any product can take effect. I see it is because of one of these products that you could not contact me. Yes, one of these products prevented me from coming here. I ignore which one. And so I no longer had access to your powers. And another product kept me in a permanent fog, preventing me from having access to my own powers. And now I'm back on the Arcadia. The captain came to pick me up. And why are you in his cabin? Asked the dragon. Because I am recorded, sighed Harry. It's been 2 weeks now. One of the drugs that I was injected by gave me hallucinations. Hallucinations? Yeah, I saw the members of the Arcadia crew trying to kill me. Apparently the plan of this crazy scientist, the one who injected me all these filths, was that I kill the whole crew. I do not understand then why you are recorded in the captain's cabin, noted the dragon, stretching on muzzle towards the young man. Because I can differentiate the real captain from the false. I don't know how I do it, however, because it only works with him. The dragon had a slight enigmatic smile that Harry did not live. He knew why. Harry was able to see the true of the false captain. And so, resumed Harry, I am recorded in the captain's cabin until the doc tells me that I no longer have any trace of these drug dirt in the body. Couldn't you use your flames to make the drugs disappear? Suddenly asked Harry with hope. Maybe, replied the dragon, but the captain should be warned, because you will be entirely surrounded by flame. Yes, slowly grim acted the young man, it should be warned indeed. The young man then settled against the dragon, taking advantage of the feeling of security that he brought to him. He let himself go, enjoying the warmth of the dragon. The latter surrounded him with all his body and observed it with a tender and protective look. He had never told Harry why he chose him. Each dragon was different and had different selections criteria. But only those who deserved it could become a soul grow. Its selection criterion was only due, but rare were those capable of filling it. His carrier had to be, despite the darkness of his life, kept a glimmer of hope at the bottom of his heart. And Harry corresponded to this description, in addition to his greatness of soul. It was a hand placed on his shoulder which pushed the young man to open his eyes again. He was back in the cabin and the captain faced him. Captain? Harry asked in partly asleep. Is there a problem? No, just that I have been calling you several times. Ah? Sorry for that, I was with my dragon. When I chat with him, I generally need a physical stimulus for me to wake up. He rubbed his eyes and straightened up a little. From the corner of his eye, he noticed the tray placed on the desk. Is it time to eat? Yes, replied the captain with a slight smile. Harry got up and joined the captain's office, sitting in an armchair in front of it. He brought the tray closer to him and started to eat. The captain took his place in front of him and used a drink before setting up more comfortably in the bottom of his chair. So what did your dragon tell you? Harlock asked. It is furious, the drugs they injected me with scrambled our link. That's why I could not use its powers. What about yours? I was too much in the fog to use them. This will no longer happen, assured the captain in a resolute voice. Harry looked up and looked into his gaze in that of the captain. He saw anger and unfailing determination. The young man relaxed under the protective gaze of the corsair. Anyone would be frightened to have such a look at him, but he felt reassured by such a look. I asked my dragon if he could destroy the drugs still present in my body with his healing fire. Can he do it? Yes, but he told me that so that it can work, I would have to be entirely surrounded by flames. We preferred to warn you. Yes, it's wiser indeed. When do you plan to use these flames? After eating? Proposed Harry. It may take several hours, and it is better that I do not do it here. Fire and wood have never mixed well, and you are never too careful. Harlock nodded, as long as he also preferred not to take the risk of seeing his cabin finish in ashes. Once it is finished, the DOC will make sure that there is no trace of drugs in your organization, prevalent Harlock. It was Harry's turn to acquiesce. Then he resumed his meal with more enthusiasm, delighted with the idea of going out faster. Not that he did not like the captain's cabin, on the contrary, she was spacious, very comfortable, and the noise of the wood that worked was strangely comforting. But it was tired of doing nothing of his days, even if he had improved in drawing. He finished his tray, then he stretched, satisfied. The captain then got up and guided the young man towards a completely empty room. Here there is no risk. The room could resist a high-intensity explosion, announced Harlock. Harry walked into the room while observing around him. He was not sure that she was resistant to the black fire of his dragon. But since only the green flames would be used here, it should go. The doc and I will wait for you at the exit, and if everything is going well by tomorrow, you should be able to circulate freely in the ship. Harry nodded with a big smile, then walked towards the center of the play, while the captain came out. Harlock then locked the door and observed the young man through her porthole. He saw Harry settle in a tailor and take deep inspiration. Then nothing for 1 or 2 minutes until a column of emerald fire surrounds him. The captain was tense, worried about the idea that something wrong happens during the healing process. But quickly Tokiro reassured him. He had sensors in the room which told him that Harry's pulse was stable. Harlock then walked away from the room with a few steps and used the intercom to warn Dr. Zero. He arrived a few moments later with his medical equipment, a bottle of sake and mi. Then the two men began to wait, the dock installed cross-legged on the ground and the corsair supported against the wall that faced at the door so he could always see what was going on in the room. You seem to have become close to the little one, noted the dock using a sake cup. Is it a reproach? Asked the captain, taking a look at the doctor on board. No, not at all. On the contrary, I find you, like, calm. Something you haven't been since you have stopped visiting Mayu. The little fact of good to everyone here. His youth and his naivety bring a wind of novelty which makes us good to all. The captain had a slight smile, amused, and transferred his attention to the window in front of him. He straightened up when he saw the green flames lose in intensity. When they were extinguished, Harlock reopened the door and entered the room, followed by the dock. How did it go? Asked the captain. Harry stretched and got up. It was, replied the young man. Then he glanced at the dock who had carefully left. With a sign of the captain's hand, the dock advanced and made his blood samples. Then he left to join the infirmary to carry out tests. Do I have to go back to your cabin? Harry then hesitated. At least until you are sure that the flames of your dragon have purified your blood, replied the captain. Harry had a pout, but he nodded and followed the corsair when he accompanied him to his cabin. Slight bites on one of his legs gave Harry's attention to the ground. Me had followed her and tried to climb on his pants leg. With a slight laugh, he leaned and grabbed the cat before snuggling it in his arms. Me purred under his caresses and rubbed his head against his arm and his hand. Quickly Taki came to land on the captain's shoulder and held out his head towards the young man. Harry and the captain exchanged an amused look and Harry crushed his shoulder, inviting the bird to come on it. With a wing beat, the black bird changed shoulder and started to smooth the young man's hair with his beak. The captain watched him have fun with the two animals. The dock was right, his carelessness was refreshing. He watched her play with a slight smile and a certain tenderness. Then he accompanied him in his cabin and left the young man with the two animals before joining the bridge. The captain came to warn him early this morning that the dock's results were conclusive and therefore that he could go out after several weeks of isolation. He first went to the mess to have a good breakfast and was warmly welcomed. That's it? Are you weaned, my guy? The captain released you, had another pirate. Harry had joined the bar where Masu had served him a solid breakfast under the friendly mockery of the pirates present. He had finished lunch and had left the mess to be immediately apostrophed by Maki, the foreman. He then spent most of the day go from one end of the ship to the other to help in various repairs and maintenance, taking only the time to swallow a sandwich provided by a kitchen clerk. Then, at the request of the captain, he had joined the bridge to take the night quarter. When he entered the deck, he was pleasantly delighted to see that he was alone. The previous team had already gone rest and the next team, he and two other pirates, had not yet arrived as a whole. Harry took the time to enjoy silence, rare aboard the ship which often reasoned with laughter and songs of pirates. In a few steps, he joined the platform and approached the bar he stroked with his fingertips, respectfully. Then he went around it and settled on the ground, his legs during the vacuum and his back pressed against the bar. He thus remained for a quarter of an hour, his eyes closed, listening to the groans of the ship. Pa noises reopen his eyes. Yadarin had arrived accompanied by Maki. Both wore various objects. Need a helping hand? Harry asked, straightening up. No, it's okay, reassured Maki. What is this? Wanted to know the young wizard. Maki put what he was wearing and took off the sheet that covered him. Harry blinked with surprised eyes when he saw his board. His gaze then landed on Yadarin, which came out various tools and other objects from his cardboard and of course a model. We thought that since we were stuck here in a calm corner of the universe, as much to take advantage. Harry had a smile and he approached the metal board which he stroked with his fingertips. He looked at Maki and Yadarin. Then with an accomplice look, they set to work. Quickly, the bridge was transformed into a real workshop, various tools trained everywhere, as well as plans and leaves filled with runes. Harry had settled on the platform and scribbled several runes, when suddenly he exclaimed with enthusiasm, I found, let go of the young man with excitement. He seized the sheet and joined the lieutenant and the foreman and showed them the rest of runes. Could you engrave this on the mask? Harry asked, designating the respiratory system in Maki's hands. Maki looked at the suite of symbols and the mask. Yes, it should be possible, replied the foreman. Are you sure it will work? We will make tests. The problem is that the runes will only activate at my contact, unless what? Yadarin asked. Maybe with my blood. I can perhaps activate the runes with my blood, since it is in my blood that my magic circulates, thinks Harry. We will try, made Maki, grabbing a laser pen to engrave on the metal of the respiratory mask. Harry then returned to the platform to return to his other runes. He still had several to finish, one to allow the batteries to hold indefinitely, another protective, another to allow him to hold on the board. He also thought of another set which would allow the board to transform into bracelet which he could carry in the ankle. A slight rustle drew the young man from his concentration. Me was playing with one of his leaves. Harry, who was lying on my stomach, straightened up. Not that, said the young sorcerer by grabbing the cat. He sat down in a suit and stroked the cat with a slight smile. He then made a ball of woolen appear and tickled the cat with it before launching it. The wool ball bounces on the edge of the platform and rolled a little further on the bridge, stopping near the lieutenant's model. The cat, seeing it, went down and rushed to the ball. Yadarin had just time to remove his model before the cat jumps on it. Harry had a slight laugh when he saw the lieutenant's offended air. Yadarin pushed the ball further, and for a few moments the three men observed the cat running after his ball. Then Maki approached the platform. I finished, announced Maki. Look if it suits you. He threw the mask at Harry. He watched the engraving carefully and had a smile of appreciation in the face of Maki's work. And for the engine, where is it? Asked the foreman by taking a look at Yadarin. I'm almost finished, said the lieutenant by drawing a new line on the engine plan. 2 more improvements and you can go to the assembly. But you will leave my model quiet you. Harry looked up with his runes and had a slight laugh when I saw that Me was trying to catch the aircraft model held out of the cat. Me, called Harry. The cat lifted their heads and saw the human out of a sandwich wrapped in a paper. He rushed on the platform, feeling the smell of ham. He threw himself on the young man, making him laugh. They bicked himself off for a few moments, and finally Harry cut a piece of ham and stretched him to the cat. Me then threw himself on Harry's hand, grabbing him with her claws before catching the piece of ham. The young sorcerer feeds the cat with all of his ham. Then he pushed it slowly. Me went to settle on the captain's chair, where he rolled in a ball and fell asleep. It took several quarters of night before finishing the board. That evening, Harry and Yadarin were popular, observing Maki finishing the last set of runes. He then went away to let the metal cool while Harry approached to take a look at the various runes, before deviating satisfied. The board was made of silver metal. A circle of rune went around and another went around the board. The circle above was to hold on the board and the one below was for protection. There was also another circle placed on the engine battery, and the last set was engraved in the middle of the board, on the top, inscribed so as to form a dragon. Are we going to tests? Maki asked, impatient. We still have 2 hours before the end of our quarter, deplored Yadarin. The other two pushed a disappointed sigh. Then Maki suddenly turned to Harry. Did you say that you could do whatever you wanted with your powers? Could you accelerate time? I imagine that I have the means, yes, but it would be a bad idea to do it, thinks the young sorcerer. For what? It is obvious, replied Yadarin. If we get attacked while time is accelerating, we can't do anything. Ah yes, I had not thought of that, mumbled the foreman. 2 hours waiting for it is not so long, tried to comfort the young man. The two men exchanged a hurt look and Maki went to rummage in his toolbox to take out a bottle of sake. Harry had a smile when he saw this and returned to the platform. Now that he remembered almost all the runes, he had the plan to use his magic to make improvements to the vessel. Harlock entered the deck and was surprised to find him so calm. Yadarin was sitting on the ground next to Maki. Several empty bottles were placed next to them. The captain walked and could quickly see the third man, who was a quarter. Harry was lying on the platform, curled up in a fetal position. The corsair had a slight smile and went on the platform before approaching the young man. He squatted and noticed with a slight amused smile that Harry had fallen asleep. He put his hand on the shoulder of the young man and shook her gently. Harry mounted some things that the captain could not understand. Then he saw him fluttering with eyes. Captain, get up, you will be better in your bed. Harry straightened up in a sitting position and looked around. The quarter attempted Harry. You need to sleep and the next team will arrive in 5 minutes. Harry stood up, helped by the captain, and headed for the elevator that would lead him to his cabin. Harlock joined him when he noticed that the young man had trouble holding on his legs. He approached and held his arm around Harry's shoulders, guiding him when the elevator doors opened. I saw that you worked on your board, noted Harlock. We finished it. We were waiting for the end of our quarter to go and test. Not before you all took a little rest, gently ordered the corsair. Harry nodded and leaning himself a little more against man without realizing it. Harlock guided him through the passageways, attracting the amused looks of some of his men. They finally arrived in front of the young man's cabin. The captain rushed inside and pushed Harry on the bed. The young man, half asleep, and sat on his bed before leaning dangerously forward to remove your shoes. Seeing that he tilted, Harlock put his hand on the young man's shoulder to hold him back. Harry blinked and managed to remove his shoes before lengthening. Harlock let him do it and covered him with the blanket. Then he got up to leave the cabin. Captain? Yes? Harlock asked, turning to the young sorcerer. What? To have offered me this new life and a new family. Harlock just smiled gently and wished him a good night. Then he left the young man's room and headed again to the bridge. A new family. Yes, that was also what Arcadia offered. A new house and a new family. A celebration breath was circulating in the Arcadia passageways. Christmas was fast approaching and the pirates had already started to bring certain decorations according to everyone's tastes and desires. The captain intended to put the Arcadia on a neutral planet for the holidays. The Arcadia approached the planet chosen by Harlock. The pirates had become untenable. All waited to be able to set ground. The Arcadia finally landed on a plain covered with snow. With exclamations of joy, the crew members released and quickly a snowball battle began. Harry, who was installed on the bridge, got up from his chair. Unlike his comrades, he had not jumped from his chair to rush outside. He took the time to set up the radar which would prevent them in the event of an unexpected visit. Then he got up and looked at the platform. The captain was still installed there. You don't go out, Captain? Harry asked. Taking a little air does not hurt. The man looked at Harry and watched him for a few seconds. Then he got up. You're right, I haven't left the Arcadia for a long time. Harry was joined by the captain and both took the elevator. They quickly joined the hangar and descended the ramp. Harry had a smile when he saw the snow and he rushed outside, listening with pleasure the noise of the snow under his steps. The sound of a flying object for him forced Harry to bend down, dodging a snowball. The young wizard watched the pirate who had tried to reach him. He quickly noticed that many of them with snowballs in his hands and aimed. The young sorcerer had a grin and he made a movement of his hand in front of him, with a broad smile. And under the surprised gaze of the crew of the Arcadia, a dozen snowwolves appeared. The pirates hesitated for a moment until Harry pronounces a word. At that time, those who had thought that to tackle the young man friendly was a good idea to dissect and fled pursued by the wolves. All under the amused gaze of the other men of Captain Harlock. Harry walked over to Yatterin who was modeling a snow Arcadia, while Kay made a snowman, all punctuated by the cries of the pirates caught up in snow wolves. What do you think? Yatterin asked with a broad smile by designating his creation. Harry had a smile then with a slight hesitation. He raised his hands, handling his magic the snow surrounding with his magic. Once it was finished, he went away and all could see a magnificent castle. What is this? Asked Kay, impressed. Hogwarts, Harry replied with a slight smile. The school where you studied magic. Harry nodded gently and observed his work with a sad look. Until a snowball reaches him. The young man turned to his attacker, ready to use his powers. But he froze when he only saw the captain. Man observed him with a glow amused in the gaze. Harry had a pout before leaning heavily, catching a handful of snow and launching it towards the captain. The man dodged with one step on the side. Quickly 2 teams were formed and a giant snowball battle began. It was not until several hours later that everyone came back warm. The pirates laughed, delighted with their day and even more by the presence of the captain. Man rarely sharing their moments of fun. They all headed for the mess where Masu was waiting for them firmly with hot goods. Harry glanced around him. During the meal, he was surprised not to see the captain. He thought that man would eat with them after the afternoon they had spent together. The young man quickly finished his meal and asked Masu to prepare a tray for the captain. The old woman was delighted with this initiative. She entrusted him with a well-stocked tray and Harry left the mess. He reached the captain's cabin a few minutes later. He clumsily wedged the tray on one arm and struck at the door. This one opened on Mimi. The Duration looked at Harry and deviated when he saw the plateau he wore. The young sorcerer entered the cabin and immediately headed for the captain's office to put it there. Then he looked around. The captain was not seen, but the door ajar of the bathroom told him that the man should be changing. The captain finally came out. Then he had a slight smile when he saw the young man. He approached and sat down at his office, taking a look at the young man hesitating in front of him. "Can I do something for you?" asked the captain. Harry hesitated and looked at Mimi. The young woman comprising took leave and left the room. "What is it?" Timaganda Harlock gently. Harry approached and then put a package on the captain's desk before backing up while blushing. Harlock, surprised, hesitated for a moment before taking the package and observing him carefully. "I did not know too much if... well, as it is Christmas, and it is to thank you for welcoming me on board," shuffled the young man by blushing more and more. The captain had a tender smile and opened the package he had in his hands. He took out a small pendant in the shape of a silver dragon skeleton. Harlock's smile grows when he understood that to make him the young man in front of him had merged their two symbols, the skeleton of the pirate and the dragon of the Soulgrow. "He is full of protective spells," informed Harry, "and also a spell that will allow Tokiro to find you anywhere, just in case. Do you think I could need it?" gently asked the corsair. "I don't know," replied Harry, "but I don't want to take a risk. I have already lost too much to allow that." "Everything will be fine," reassured the captain. "The ship protects me, the crew, and you too." Harry nodded slowly. The captain put the pendant on the desk before removing his gloves. Then he took the chain in his hands and tied him around his neck before sliding it gently under his jacket. Then he paid his attention to the young man, who observed him with a delighted air. "Unfortunately, I have nothing for you," deplored Harlock. Harry gently shook his head. "I was not expecting anything," said Harry with a slight blushing. "You have already given me so much, a house of family. It's more than what I hoped. I'm going to leave you. Masu want you to finish your tray, and I still have lots of work." Harlock watched him out with fun. It was a leak, pure and simple. But that only had fun the corsair. The boy should not be used to offering gifts. Or at least, he should not know how to face the thanks aroused his gifts. The captain looked at the meal set and with a slight sigh, he attracted him to him. Not that he does not like to eat, but not in as large quantities, and Masu had not gone there with a dead hand with the proportions. The cabin door opened again and Mimi entered with a bottle of red bourbon in the hands. She took place in front of the captain and watched her eat while serving him a drink. "What did you want?" Mimi asked gently. "Offer me a Christmas present," replied Harlock. He slipped his hand under his jacket and out of Harry's pendant. Mimi got up and approached, slowly taking the jewel in his hand and examining him. "I feel a powerful power," noticed Mimi. "Apparently Harry has placed several protective spells on it. It is true that you do not always pay attention to your own security, Harlock." The Duration released the pendant while the captain looked down to the sky at the last sentence of her friend. He was not as a daredevil as Mimi could claim, even if it was true that he was not intimidated by nothing and anyone. The corsair then resumed his meal under the amused gaze of Mimi, the Duration contenting herself with a glass of wine to accompany her. The next day Harry went to the hangar early. He had planned to fly a little with his board to adjust the last details. He put on his long coat, which he closed carefully, as well as gloves. "Are you going out?" asked a voice behind him. Harry turned to his voice and had a smile when he saw Maki. "Yes, I'm going to fly a little. I asked the ship to keep an eye on me. It will record all the variables and all the parameters of my flight. Like that, you and Yadarin can take a look at it later." "Okay, or careful," recommended the foreman. Harry nodded. Then he bordered on the tip of his finger at the bracelet he wore at the right ankle, and as soon as his board appeared in a golden light, He climbed on it and waited for Tokiro to finish opening the hangar door. Pa noise then gained his attention. I would be careful, Maki, gently laughed the young man. But when he turned around it was not the foreman behind him but the captain. He then threw something from him. Harry caught up with him and observed the object in question. It was a pair of aviator glasses. The young sorcerer cast a surprised look at the captain, but he just had a little smirk and turn around. Harry had a smile in turn by putting the glasses. Then he activated the engines with a simple magic impulse before riding outside the Arcadia. He quickly took altitude, felt the cold winds whip him without being affected. The advantage of being the carrier of a fire dragon, the cold could not reach it. He made a few figures to ensure that the board was sticking, as well as accelerations. With a perfectly executed dive, Harry stabilized a meter from the ground and moved away from the Arcadia. He wanted to take the opportunity to explore a little. The young man rushed into a small forest, dodging trees and branches. He traveled a fairly long distance at a higher altitude and finally found a large village. After a certain hesitation, he landed at the exit and advanced in the main street. Apparently, the inhabitants used to foreigners because they did not pay attention to him. Harry took off his aviator glasses and observed the different shops. But it was his smell that attracted him to a particular shop. It was a chocolate and confectionery store. Harry searched his pockets and found some money he had kept since the last covered Arcadia. He entered the shop to come out a quarter of an hour later, hands full of packages. When he returned to Arcadia, an hour later, he was greeted by Maki and Yadarin. "How did it go?" asked the lieutenant. "Very well for me," replied Harry. "It's what?" wanted to know the lieutenant, curious. Harry had a large smile and released 2 packages which he held out to the 2 men. "There is a small village an hour from here. I found a nice little shop. Candies and chocolates." Maki surprised. "If you don't want it, I take them," noticed Yadarin. "No, these are mine," replied the foreman by sliding the package in one of his pockets. Harry had an amused smile and quickly went around the ship to distribute what he bought, before the ship took off. The vessel had captured a distress signal from a small planet largely covered with volcanoes. The ship entered the atmosphere and approached the origin of the signal. It was a lengthy building surrounded by volcanoes that spat black smoke. "Could contact be established?" asked the captain. "No, Captain. Send a drone in recognition," ordered Harlock. The captain was installed in his chair and observed the advance of the drone on the screens of the Arcadia. "Survivors," brutally announced one of the pirates. "We have survivors." Harlock and a dozen men entered the building. Quickly they separated, the crew taking the survivors to the eruption aboard the Arcadia and Harlock traveling the place. He quickly arrived at a room which at first seemed empty, until a movement attracted his attention. The corsair released its saber and advanced towards the noise. He froze when he saw a man coming out of the shadows. He was tall and wore a white coat. The brilliant anger in the gaze of the corsair when he saw the face of the man. It was Dr. Yamato. "You," raged the captain. "It's a good surprise," announced the scientist. "I did not expect to see you again so quickly. How is you? What's the name is already?" "Oh yes, Harry." The captain stepped forward. Before freezing, his opponent was too calm. It was not normal. Either it was a hologram or the room was trapped or both. "I must admit that I am not surprised to see you still alive, even if I had hoped that the kid would kill you. He at least killed some of your men." "No," Harlock replied in a threatening voice. "He is really good for nothing," regretted the doctor. Finally, "No importance, it will be useful to me in time." "I would not let you approach it," promised the corsair. "You may not see it," noted the doctor, advancing towards a door. "But I have already won." An earthquake drew the attention of the 2 men. Yamato then went to the exit, before being stopped by a shot from Gravity Saber. "I would not let you get out of it so easily." "Captain," called Kay's voice to the other end of the corridor, "you have to evacuate immediately." A new earthquake more violent than the previous one destabilized the 2 men. Then a cracking was heard, followed by Kay's cry. The captain hesitated for a moment, but a new cry of Kay pushed him to make a choice. With a roar of rage, he left the room and joined Kay. There had been a collapse and the young woman had fallen, clinging to the edge. Harlock joined her in time and went back it without difficulty before dragging her towards the exit. They joined the Arcadia and once returned, the captain ordered take off. Harlock glanced in the direction of Kay. The young woman had not gone away from death this time. With gentleness, he led her to the infirmary despite the young woman's protests and left her to the good care of Dr. Zero before joining the main bridge. He went up on the platform and settled in his chair. "What are the orders, Captain?" asked one of the men. "Manage the Laputa planet," ordered Harlock. "We will drop our guests there." The captain watched his men maneuvering the Arcadia to obey his orders. But he saw them anymore. He saw Dr. Yamato who narrated him. He had promised that he would kill this man, and tonight, he had failed. In a rage, his fist fell on the armrest of his chair, attracting the attention of many of his men. "Captain," gently called Harry. The young man advanced on the platform and observed it with concern. The captain got up strongly and looked at the young man and motioned to follow him. Then he took the direction of his cabin. Once arrived, he used a drink, took off his cape and settled in the office of his office. "Captain, did I do something wrong?" "He was there," announced Harlock. "Dr. Yamato was in the building." Harry handed this announcement, frightened by the news. "He managed to escape," whispered Harlock. "I had to let him go, otherwise Kay would probably be dead." "The Kay was in danger." "Then you made the right choice," Harry gently noticed. "You seem troubled." Harlock noticed Mimi from the door. The duration completely entered the cabin and approached Harlock. Gently she held out her hand and stroked the man's face in front of her. "What happened?" asked the young woman. "Dr. Yamato, this man said he had won." "Why would he have said that?" "Probably to provoke you. He undoubtedly hoped that you would stay too long to safely evacuate the laboratory," proposed Mimi. Harlock frowned with Mimi's response before taking a look at Harry. The young man had frowning. "What do you think?" asked the Corsair. "I was addicted to my stay in the Zero area for the most part, so I don't remember much. But the green light of my dragon purified my body of the drugs which they had injected me. So there is nothing more to fear on that side." "What about hypnosis?" asked Mimi. "I am not subject to hypnosis, I have too much will for that." "Yet you attacked several of our men," noted the young woman. "It was different, I was drugged, very strongly drugged. But hypnosis is a mental control." Mimi nodded gently before putting his gaze on the captain. The latter always seemed to be thoughtful, the tight fist supported against his cheek. He observed without really seeing him the young sorcerer, reflecting on the words of Dr. Yamato. Why is he had won, and what could he not see? Harlock finally shook his head. "Let's not worry about it for the moment," Harlock announced. "We will see when the weather has come. You can go back to your post, Harry." "At your orders, Captain." The young man left the captain's cabin and joined Maki, who needed him for maintenance. Later in the day, he had his body plunged to the waist in one of the reactors to tighten some bolts and make some settings, while reflecting on what the captain had taught him. Dr. Yamato's plan, which consisted in pushing him to kill the crew, had been a total failure. He had been able to purify himself of drugs, and therefore no longer risked attacking the Arcadia crew. He finished the maintenance of this part of the generator and came out. Maki joined him immediately. He quickly verified the settings and made sure that there were no others to do. "It's perfect, it's over for today," announced the foreman. Harry nodded and returned to his cabin. Once he took his sub-pull and dropped him to the floor, then he headed for his bathroom to take a shower. He stayed underwater for a while taking advantage of relaxing a little. The captain was right. Taking the lead with this man was useless, but he would remain cautious. He finally left the shower. He surrounded his hips with a towel and returned to his cabin before freezing when the room was not empty. "Kay? Shouldn't you be at the infirmary?" Harry asked. The young woman glanced at her before turning slowly. "Yes, but I went out, I couldn't stay without doing anything." "So you came to see me?" Harry asked. The young man headed for his wardrobe and took out his clothes. He put on a boxer and pants. "You can turn around," said Harry. Kay gave him a careful look, while Harry settled with a sigh of ease on his bed. "So," resumed Harry, "you fled and you are looking for a place to hide. Do you mind if I stay a little?" asked the young woman. "No, made like at home," invited the young sorcerer, designating him the chair of a movement of the hand. Harry moved more comfortably on his bed. The day had been long and he was tired. so he quickly set out to sleep. Kay watched her do with a slight amused smile. There had been certain rumors at first on her and Harry, because she spent a lot of time with him to help her get used to their time. Some of the men of the Arcadia naturally thought that they had an affair, when the only thing that bound them was a fraternal affection. Kay walked slowly and hesitated for a moment before lengthening alongside Harry, where she was still tired of her injuries. Was a hand that woke her up later. She opened her eyes and fell on Harlock's brown look. "Captain," mumbled the young woman, straightening slowly. "Monsieur warned me that you missed the dinner," gently whispered the corsair. Kay looked at Harry, who was still sleeping. She put her hand on Harry's shirt and exerted a slight pressure. The young wizard opened his eyes in turn. He glanced around him and frowned when he saw the captain in his cabin. Then he turned to Kay, still lying near him. "What's going on?" Harry asked without understanding. "We missed the dinner," replied Kay. Harry pushed aside and let go of a juron before straightening up and getting up. "We should hurry. With a little luck, Monsieur will still have enough to eat." Kay stood up in turn and adjusted his outfit, while Harry finished dressing. Then they came out of the cabin. Harlock accompanied them for a while. Then, at the time for him to leave them, he turned to Harry and Kay. From a whisper, he ordered Kay to go see the doc regularly to make sure that she has no sequelae. Then the corsair put a hand on Harry's shoulder and looked into the emerald of his younger. Harry had a slight smile by understanding that the captain promised him to watch over him, whatever happens. Then Harlock removed his hand and headed for the main bridge, leaving Harry and Kay to join the mess in speed. Harlock watched the excitement on the Arcadia deck while the vessel and the crew were preparing to pass to the approach of a cargo. The attack on the ship was short-lived, and quickly the crew of the cargo hissed the white flag. The approval team was then able to attack. Harry followed Kay's orders as she led their team towards the opposing ship. They easily found the storage areas of the vessel and organized themselves to transport everything to the Arcadia holds. Harry advanced in the bottom of the hangar, observing around him to see what he could take in priority. He did not know if he had heard something or if it was his instinct that had warned him, but he turned around, in time to dodge an attack. Man, at least he imagined that he was a man, was covered with full armor. He attacks again. Harry dodged and took out his sabers. It took him shortly to neutralize his opponent. Today's soldiers really thought they were protected with their armor, a big mistake in particular when facing the Arcadia pirates. He finished Ty the soldier when he felt deep pain in his back. Harry turned around and stretched that there was no one. In a few seconds, he understood that the soldier had to be invisible. It didn't surprise him more than that with technological advance. He leaned against the box behind him, ignoring the pain. "Camouflaged soldiers," Harry roared, warning the other pirates. Immediately, he heard a fight-in-law while steps approached him. Kay arrived with a small group of men. "Harry, there is at least one camouflage soldier. I couldn't see him or feel him, but he had me." "Are you injured?" "Just a scratch," replied Harry. "We switched to infrared," ordered Kay. Immediately, everyone put on special glasses. They then searched the whole ship to find these camouflaged men. They found only one, but he died before they could question him. Kay let go of a series of laws that surprised a lot of people, then returned to Harry and supported him to bring him back to the Arcadia. She then led him to the infirmary. Harlock traveled the Arcadia's lives in a lively step. He had just received the report of the average and had been warned that Harry had been injured. So he quickly headed for the infirmary to hear from the young man. He entered the infirmary in gale, drawing to him the attention of the people present in the infirmary. Kay stretched slightly when he saw the concern in the captain's gaze. She knew he was holding more and more to the young man, and she was responsible for his security during the approach. "Captain," made the young woman when he arrived at her height. "I am sorry." "It's nothing," replied Harry from the auscultation table. That is nothing, Doc. The injury is not deep enough to be dangerous, even if it is nonetheless impressive too, by its size," announced the doctor on board. "You see," then let go of Harry with a slight smile, "that is nothing, so you don't have to feel guilty or responsible for what happened to me. Okay?" Kay nodded slowly, and after welcoming the captain, she returned to her post. The latter approached and observed the young man's injury. She started from her right shoulder blade and went to her left hip. The doc finished disinfecting the wound and surrounded the young man's back and chest of a bandage. You will have to be careful in your movements. You will have to come and see me every day and more fight. Why should I come? Harry asked, slightly sulky. Don't you like to see me? The doctor was offended. The problem is not the person. It is the place, grumbled the young wizard. I do not ask you to spend your days there. Just the time that I change your bandage and that I check that everything is fine. Harry was about to protest. After all, with his powers, he could change his bandages on his own, and with the flames of the dragon he did not risk infection. But a hand placed on his hair stopped him. He glanced over his shoulder and met the captain's gaze. Do what he asked for, gently ordered Harlock. At your orders, Captain, replied Harry in the same tone. The doc brought him a clean sweater and the long coat of the young man. Harry grimaced gently, putting on the green sweater. Then he took his coat and watched it. He was cut in the back and covered with blood. Harry passed his hand over the clothing, doing appear a red light. When he withdrew his hand, the blood and the cut had disappeared. This is practical, commented on the doc by observing the garment again became intact. Harlock and the young man then left the infirmary. You should go to rest, advised the corsair. Can I go to the main deck? If I stay away, I could rest. All right. Harry relaxed slowly and let the captain lead him to the elevator. Then they came to the main deck. The captain went to take his place in his chair, while Harry settled in his usual place against the bar and facing the large bay window of the bridge. How are you? Yatterin asked without looking up with her model. It's okay, reassured Harry. He pressed his shoulder against the bar so as not to injure his back. He observed the stars through the portholes and quickly, the fatigue took the upper hand, making him sleep. Kay, who kept an eye on Harry, had a slight smile when he saw him asleep against the bar. Then she looked at the captain, before designating Harry with a head movement. The captain, seeing it, got up and approached the bar. A simple look made him smile. He squatted near the young man and slipped his arms around the young man before lifting him. Then he went to install him in the chair. Once deposited, Harry rolled up his ball closer to his body. Seeing that, Harlock took off his cape and posed it on the body of the youngest. Kay and Yatterin observed him doing. Then, when the captain approached the bar, they looked away with a slight smile. When Harry opened his eyes, he was dark on the main deck. The latter was almost empty apart from the quartermen. The young wizard straightened slowly and looked at the cape that still covered him. He had to fall asleep, and the captain had installed him before covering him with his cape. He stretched while yawning and then got up, attracting the attention of the pirates to him. Finally awakened the groundhog? One of them had fun. Where is the captain? Elected Harry. In his cabin or in the main computer room, replied another pirate. You should quickly go back to her cape. Without, he is no longer really himself. A general approval to this remark made the young man's eyes raised on the heavens. Then Harry headed for the elevator. He concentrated momentarily and contacted Tokiro to find out where Harlock was. The computer told him the captain's cabin, and even if Harry couldn't see him, he was sure that the genius had told him that with a big, amused smile. The sorcerer therefore went to the captain's cabin. He was surprised to see that the door was not completely closed. One of the men was little being reported. He walked slowly and was surprised to hear Mimi's voice. You have changed, Harlock. He changed you, really? Asked the corsair. In good or bad? He makes you feel good, you seem more serene, more open. And what do my men think of my affection for Harry? Well, you can imagine that it created tensions in the beginnings, even if Harry did not have to be aware of it. And now, since the kidnapping of Harry, they have calmed down, reassured Mimi. Well, approved the corsair. It has become important to me, it's true. For what? Wanted to know Mimi. When I look at him, I see the same passion as the one I had being younger. I see this desire to control your life, to be free to choose your future, and the will to fight if you try to imprison it. It is a free spirit, gently approved the duration. And I had affection for him, gently admitted the corsair. Harry, who was on the other side of the door and who listened everything, could not prevent a tear from sink. He who had always been rejected, hated, humiliated. Here in just a few months he had found his place aboard this vessel, a family among the crew, and now the captain himself admitted to affection for him. He dried his cheek with one hand and walked towards the door before giving 2 dried shots on it. Enter, invited Harlock. Harry walked, the captain's cape in his hands. I came to bring it back to you, announced the young sorcerer, advancing to the captain's office. Thank you for lending it to me. He put the habit on the desk and turned around to go out, being he could not prevent a smile from training on his lips any longer. He left the cabin, being careful to close the doors behind him well. Harlock had observed the young man going out and he exchanged an amused look with Mimed. He was behind the door, noted the duration. Yes, this is also the impression I had, replied the corsair. With a fine smile, he took the glass that Mimi handed him and a sip. Converting his feelings through a closed door was the best he could do, and obviously, it had touched the young man. The Arcadia landed near a small lake surrounded by snow. The water reserves of the Arcadia being at the bottom, the capital had to find a planet, and the only one he had found was a small frozen planet. With a cannon shot, he had broken the ice covering the lake and had landed right next to it. The pirates were quickly descended and had the pumping pipes unrolled. Several hackers kept the pipes underwater while others pushed the large pieces of ice to prevent them from being sucked. Yatterin was also by the lake, playing with one of his models, when he slid on a plate of ice and fell into the snow, dropping his reduced plane model. The latter then slid on the ice under the almost tearful gaze of the lieutenant. Then he got up and advanced on the ice, despite the worried calls for the pirates near the pumps. The lieutenant walked a little more, before freezing when he heard the ice crack. Harlock was checking the advancement in filling the tanks when he heard a cry from outside. He went out and froze when he saw his first lieutenant on the ice in a precarious situation. He quickly advanced near the ice and took off his cape as well as his belt where his weapons hung. The ice in which Yatterin was began to crack, and he would be more likely to reach it without the additional weight of his cape and his weapons. Do not come, Captain, begged the lieutenant who was stuck on the ice. But the corsair had promised himself at the very beginning when he had taken the bar of the Arcadia for the first time, which he would never give up. One of his men, Harlock, advanced on the ice with caution. He heard her fall in love under his steps, but kept his calm. Captain, moans Yatterin. Harlock paid and handed his hand towards the lieutenant. The ice was cracked more and more, he had to do quickly. Understanding that the latter would soon give in, Harlock quickly grabbed the hand of his lieutenant and with all his might, he sent the little man towards the bank where the ice was more solid. He just had time to see Yatterin's relief air before the ice on which he was yielded. On the shore was panic when they saw their captain sink into the freezing waters of the lake. Immediately several of them wanted to get him in turn, but Kay stopped them. She ordered that the lightest of them attached a rope to her size. One of the men of the foreman obeys and then walked over the ice, while the others held the rope to pull it towards them at the slightest problem. The pirate reached out and slipped it into the dark water near the hole where the captain had disappeared under the anxious gaze of her comrades. He plunged his arm more deeply and hated when he felt a hand catch his. In a cry, he ordered the pirates to shoot, while he was plunging his second arm into the water to catch the captain's arm. After extirpating the water captain, the 2 men were fired on the bank. The pirates surrounded the 2 men and the captain was worn inside. You have to take off his clothes before he died. Let go of Kay. I will call the doc. Yatterin, make yourself useful and we'll look for blankets. All activated then, the foreman taking the jacket as well as the captain's sweater. Another pirate removing his boots. Yatterin arrived with blankets. The pirates used it to dry the corsair and to warm it up. The doctor entered the hangar and rushed immediately near Harlock. He quickly took the temperature of his superior and alarmed to feel so low. Let him take him immediately to the infirmary, ordered the doc. Immediately several men approached and lifted him, while the doc grabbed Kay's arm when she passed by him. Harry must be warned. Kay nodded gently and walked away in the depths of the Arcadia, while Yatterin ordered the pirates remaining to finish the filling of the tanks. Harry would run through the vessel's passageways, the following one. He was with Maki at the front of the vessel controlling the proper functioning of the sonar cosmos, when Kay announced him the captain's accident. He then started in the passageways of the vessel to reach the infirmary as soon as possible. He rushed there and saw the captain, shirtless, lying in one of the infirmary's beds. He was very pale, bordering on blue. What happened? Harry asked, approaching the bed. He immediately activated his power surrounding the body of the captain with a green flame setting. It's my fault, gently admitted Yatterin. I lost one of my models on the ice and I wanted to go get it. I found myself blocked and the captain wanted to. He saved me but the ice gave in. I'm sorry. Next time, leave your damn model where she is, said Harry in a dry tone. Yatterin stretched himself, surprised by the tone that the young man had taken when he was always nice to them. But looking more closely, there was no anger in Harry's gaze, just concern. Harry maintained his power for an hour, then finally the flames died out. Immediately the dock approached and relaxed by taking the temperature of the captain. She had returned to a normal level. I was able to go up its temperature, but it can nevertheless be low for a while, Harry explained. The dock approached and put a new cover on the captain's body before heading to the thermostat to increase the temperature of the infirmary a little. That everyone return to his post, ordered Kay. We take off? Asked one of the pirates. Yes, we will take refuge in the island of the Shadow Dead while the captain recovers. Immediately the pirates came out, leaving the captain in the custody of the dock and Harry. The young man settled on a chair near the captain's bed while the dock returned to his office. Harlock did not open his eyes for several hours. The ship was calm when he regained consciousness. He frowned, trying to remember what had happened. He remembered the lake and Yatterin. Harlock tried to remember if he had been able to save him. Yes, he had launched it near the bank. The corsair then wanted to get up. He had felt the movements of his ship. He had to go on the bridge. But a weight on his arm stopped him. He turned his head and froze, seeing Harry sitting on a chair, the upper body lying on the bed. Delighted to see you awake, Captain, made the dock from his office. How long did I have been unconscious? Wanted to know the captain and where the Arcadia goes. You remained unconscious for several hours and Kay ordered that the Arcadia joins the island of the Dead Shadow. We did not know how long you would remain unconscious. How is Yatterin? The corsair is then worried. He is fine. Finally he feels guilty, especially after Harry's admonition. Harry reprimanded him? Harlock surprised. Yes, it surprised us all, but I think he was more worried than really angry. I will get you enough to eat, finally announced the doctor. Harlock nodded and observed the dock leaving the infirmary. Then he tried to get up again, moving gently so as not to wake the young man. He managed to sit down, but freezed when Harry woke up. The young man straightened up and stretched. He jumped when he saw that the captain was awake. Captain, how do you feel? Worried the young man immediately. It's okay, Rashura Harlock. And you? I learned that you were severe with Yatterin. I was just worried, admitted Harry. He hesitated to say that he had already lost too much, but the hand of the captain posed on his head and disrupting his hair reassured him. The corsair understood. At that time, the dock returned to the mess with a tray he put on the captain's knees. You eat it all and I let you go back to your cabin, announced the dock. Your cabin, not the main bridge, you still need rest, he said. The captain granted slowly. Not that he liked him, but he knew that the dock and the rest of his crew would not leave him quiet if he was on the bridge. He finished his tray, then put it on the bedside table before turning his legs out of bed. He tried to get up, but his legs betrayed him. He was narrowly caught by Harry. Gently, Captain, recommended Harry. I will bring you back to your cabin. Harlock gained slowly and let Harry support him when they left the infirmary. Kay joined them a little further. She then reported to the captain, pretending not to have noticed the passing weakness of the captain. She listened to the captain's recommendations and then returned to her post, letting Harry and the corsair continue their journey. Harry opened the wooden door of the captain's cabin and led this one inside. He took him to the double bed and helped the captain sit. You have to sleep a little more, Captain, whispered Harry gently. Yes, you are probably right, approved the privateer when he felt his forces leave him. Harry knelt in front of him and began to undo the captain's boots. He took them slowly and put them aside. Then he straightened up and helped Harlock to lie down before covering him with a blanket. Once Harlock falls asleep, the young sorcerer hesitated on the driving to be held, and then he settled on the bench near the window. He preferred to be there in case the captain needs help. Mimi joined him a few moments later and settled near him, after having served a glass of red bourbon whom she had left on the desk. "How is he?" whispered Mimi. "A good night's sleep and it will go," said Harry. "My flames saved him from catching the burst, but his body still received a shock, hence his fatigue. But tomorrow he will be in great shape." The duration observed the sleeping captain with a certain concern. Then she turned to Harry again. "I have known Harlock for a long time now," said Mimi. "I owe her life and I decided to devote it entirely. And despite all the time spent with him, I rarely saw him so weakened." "It is only temporary," reassured Harry. "Glass. That's for what once the whole crew was." Harlock had been poisoned by the pollen of a flower there. Only me and Dr. Zero had been spared. "Why both of you?" "Stone Harry. We had drunk," replied Mimi, "and alcohol was the remedy. The doctor had to make sake injections to everyone." "Alcohol injections?" Harry surprised before laughing gently. He spent the rest of the night listening to the stories that Mimi told him about the Arcadia and his crew. Harlock was sleeping quietly, recovering from the last clumsiness of Yatterin, when he heard sobs cross the mists of his sleep. He ended up opening his eyes by understanding that it was not his imagination, but that there was someone who was crying in his cabin. He looked around and finally fell on Harry. The young man had refused to leave the cabin, not wanting to leave the captain alone for this first night. Mimi had left him a few hours earlier and the young man had ended up falling asleep. He had known from the first moments that he was in a nightmare, and yet he could not help but be afraid. He was back in the ministry and they were going to lock him up in the crystal again, promising him that no one could get him out. He then began to struggle and unconsciously to call the captain for help. He struggled so much and so well that when he felt a hand griping his shoulder, he defended himself by reflex, and when he left his nightmare completely he was at a califorcan on the captain's chest, one hand placed on his throat and the other lifted and ready to give a blow. He dropped out and began to tremble before leaning, downloading his fist and placing his forehead against the captain's shoulder. In a second state, he felt Harlock's hand landing on his neck, starving him gently. Harry was nestled against the man under him and thus remained, trembling without being able to stop. "You don't risk anything here," whispered Harlock. "Come, it is better not to stay on the ground." Harry got up and handed his hand to the captain, who took her without hesitation. Then the young man renewed the captain to his bed. Harry then resumed place in the chair near the bed. "Take my cape," invited Harlock, lengthening under his covers. "Otherwise you will catch cold." "What was your nightmare?" spoke. "They had found me and they were trying to get me back in the crystal," explained Harry after a moment of hesitation. "And they said that this time you couldn't free me." "Who do they?" wanted to know the corsair. "I don't know," replied Harry, putting on his legs against his chest before covering them with the cape. "I couldn't distinguish their faces." "I'm afraid," finally admitted Harry. "What?" "To lose my family, which I am taken from the Arcadia, and that I can never find the way again." "It will not happen," assured the captain. "I promise you that I would not let anyone hurt you." Harry had a slight laugh, amused, bitter. "This is a promise that you will not be able to hold, Captain." "Why that?" stunned Harlock. "Because—" "What formulation used Remus already?" "Ah yes, I have a certain talent for what is to get into trouble. I hold it from my father." "Remus?" "He was a friend of my father when he was at school, and later he also became one of my teachers. He was very nice, very soft. Which is quite paradoxical with the fact that he was a wolf." "Like legends?" questioned the captain with curiosity. "Yes, he turned 3 nights a month into a bloodthirsty wolf. He had become like an uncle for me." "What happened to him?" "He died during the last big battle," Harry replied, putting his chin on his lap. "Everyone who had importance for me and who really loved me are dead. To believe that I cannot keep a family, either they die or they betray me." "This will not happen, not on this ship," immediately replied the corsair. Harry nodded, reassured at least for a game, but they were on a war vessel, it should not be forgotten. "And those who made these scars for you?" Harlock asked gently. Harry reached this question. He knew what scars the captain was talking about. The young man looked up to delve his gaze into that of his captain. The man lying in front of him observed him carefully and concerned. Harry looked back again, not daring to look at the captain when he spoke. "My parents died when I was a child," They gave their lives for me. After their death, I was entrusted to my mother's sister and her husband. They already had a child and were not the type to accept the difference, so me with my magic. Harry was slowly not sure of wanting to continue talking about this. He had a silence when the young man was plunged into his memories. I was 7 years old, murmured Harry. I was still naive or stupid at that time. I thought I could still like my uncle and aunt. That if I did things right, they would end up loving me. Whenever I came home with a better note than their son, my uncle was fighting me, accusing me of having cheated. So that day I came back with the worst class note bulletin, worse than that of Dudley, my cousin. Harry trembled gently and curled up a little more to this memory. I got home. I did my chores and went back to my room. At the time I still slept in the closet under the staircase. The closet under the stairs. The captain was offended. They had estimated that it was there that was the place of a monster like me, replied Harry, shrugging his shoulders. Finally, my uncle returned from work. He asked to see our bulletins. He said nothing to Dudley, my cousin, yet his bulletin was far from brilliant. He had probably had a bad day, because when he saw mine he entered black anger. He grabbed me by the hair and pulled me towards the entrance, and there he beat me. I was only a child. I did not understand why he was angry when I had done what was expected of me. I asked him, begged to stop. I told him that he hurt me, but he continued again and again. And when he had enough of his fists, he used his belt. Harry was silent, immersed in this painful memory, so he does not live the rage in the captain's gaze. The pirate only dreamed of one thing, having the power to go back in time to go and say 2 words to this man. I don't remember when I lost consciousness, said Harry, but when I woke up, I was again in my closet. I couldn't get out until 3 days later. You are aware, isn't it, that you had done nothing wrong, blowed the captain, that you are not a monster? Started Harry. Harlock straightened up and attracted the young man to him, gently forced him to lie down by his side under the surprised gaze of the young sorcerer. You are not a monster, gently whispered Harlock, hugging the young man. You are someone remarkable, courageous, generous, loyal, a little naive on the edges. And above all, you are a member of the Arcadia crew. You are not a monster. Harry buried his face in Harlock's shoulder, while tears flowed along his face. He felt the captain's hand pet his hair and offer him comfort that he did not remember having had one day in his life. He had been the survivor after all. He had to be strong, because that was what was expected of him. But not here, not aboard the Arcadia. Here everything we expected from him was that he was himself. We did not judge him, we did not criticize him, and above all we did not wait for the slightest error on his part to put him lower than earth. Expected to have cried, and because of his lack of sleep, he fell asleep against the captain, who watched him do with an end smile, before sinking in turn, in the arms of Morpheus. When Harry woke up a few hours later, he did not move and did not open his eyes at first. He felt good and safe. He looked for a time in his memories the last time he had felt as well, but he did not find. He huged a little more against the heat source that was next to him and began to sleep gently. Harlock had been awake for a good hour when the young sorcerer woke up. He had a slight smile by feeling him nestled against him. He watched her for a few minutes and surprised himself to sleep too. It was the noise of the door of his cabin that we opened which awakened him. He opened his eyes and noticed Kay on the doorstep. She watched them with a slight amused smile, before entering a sign of the captain. Kay approached the bed with a certain hesitation, and she held out a tablet to the captain. Harlock took his left arm out under the blanket and took it. The captain looked at the report. Keep the course, ordered the corsair in a whisper. Kay nodded gently. Then after a hesitation, she asked a question that had been upset for some time. You hunt it, isn't it? The man who drugged Harry. I promised Harry that he would be safe with us, replied Harlock gently, taking a look at the young man. Asleep against him. He will only be completely so once this man died. Kay nodded slowly, then she took leave. Closing the cabin door, she found Yatterin waiting behind, an airplane model in her hand. So? Asked the first lieutenant. He is hunting, replied the young woman. Well, approved Yatterin, finally a little action. I thought the action you didn't like that, noted Kay, malicious that you preferred your models. Harlock had extended himself and listened with a slight smile to his two lieutenants gently arguing. It looks like an old couple, gleams a sleeping voice. Do not say that in front of them, noted the corsair amused. Harry looked up and they exchanged an amused look. Then the young man seemed to realize his position and he blushed gently. Sorry, mounted the young sorcerer. What? To fall asleep when I had to watch over you. You needed to rest, reassured Harlock gently. Harry then straightened up and sat on the edge of the bed, allowing Harlock to sit in turn. Harry was slightly tense, probably not knowing how to react. The corsair had a fine smile, then he held out his hand and rocked the young man's hair before getting up and heading for the bathroom. Harry watched him do it. Then once the captain could no longer see him, he slipped a hand into his hair with a slight smile. He was still surprised to receive gestures of affection, especially from the captain. But he loved it and he was looking forward to each of them, as when he was a child and that he hoped that his next action would appeal to his uncle or aunt. Aside from this time, he knew that he would obtain the affection of the captain and the members of the Arcadia crew. He had finally found a real family. A month later, Harry was in the hangar, his two sabers in hand. He trained under the gaze of Kay and other pirates. He had created several metal clones and applied to cut them. The young man began another movement to complete one of his clones, when he collapsed, dropping his arms and grabbing his left leg. Harry, Kay exclaimed, worried. She approached the young man and straightened him slowly. How are you? Asked the young woman while other hackers were approaching. Yes, replied Harry. He felt the pain that had struck him to reflect little by little. Just a cramp. It's nothing, assured the young wizard. He got up gently and Boida to a box on which he sat down. Let me see, ordered Kay, kneeling in front of the young man. She gently climbed the leg of Harry pants and glanced at her leg before putting herself slowly massaging her, under the mocking whistles of other pirates. Why don't we have the right to massages too? Asked one of the pirates. For that you would already have to get into sport, replied the young woman. There were hoots on the part of the pirates while Harry was laughing, forgetting the pain of his leg. 2 days later, the young man went to Kay's cabin. He and the young woman were a quarter and he had decided to go and get her. He struck at the door of the room of the second lieutenant and waited for it to open. Kay appeared 10 minutes later, winning a comment on the women and the time they spent in the bathroom. Kay sent him a punch in the shoulder and Harry then seemed to have very bad. In a burst of laughter, the two young people then took the direction of the main bridge. They were in the elevator when Harry felt his legs shy away under him. He collapsed against the wall of the elevator while Kay rushed alongside him. Harry? Called Kay, worried. At that time, the elevator doors opened on Yadarin, who rushed alongside Harry when he saw him on the ground. Hey, are you okay? Asked the lieutenant. Yes, It's okay, replied Harry. He felt his strength come back to him in his legs. I don't know what happened, but it's better now. He got up, helped by Kay and Yadarin. He wanted to leave the elevator, but the two lieutenants retained him. No, let go of Kay in an authoritarian way. We take you to the infirmary. Harry wanted to protest, but Kay did not leave her the opportunity. She pressed the button down the elevator. Harry allowed himself to be dragged in the field of dock. What's going on? Asked Dr. Zero when he saw Kay guide Harry on one of the beds. He collapsed in the elevator before we took our quarter, explained Kay. Let's see this. The doc approached the young man. Kay hesitated for a moment before going out to go take his quarter, not without making sure that Yadarin would keep an eye on the young man. Harry allowed himself to be done when the doc ausculta and made him samples. Then he got dressed and got up. The doc wanted to protest, but Harry refused to stay longer, as much as he was a quarter with Kay. He nevertheless accepted that Yadarin accompanies him to the main bridge. The quarter went without problem. Although Kay had an eye on his friend, there was nothing notable to deplore. The doc entered the main deck at the end of their quarter. Immediately the young woman approached him, followed by Harry. So Doc, what did you find? Harry asked. Nothing, sighed the Arcadia doctor. Nothing. How does that nothing? Kay protested. There is nothing abnormal at Harry. His analyses are perfect. It is impossible, raged the young lieutenant. I redid the tests 3 times, Kay, and I found nothing. It was probably nothing but a little discomfort, Kay. It happens, tried to reassure Harry. Kay had a pout, but she trusted Dr. Zero, and if he hadn't found anything then Harry may have been right. But she would still keep an eye on him. Unfortunately for Harry, his state of health did not improve. In the days that followed he weakened more and more. At first it was nothing, just a loss of appetite that won no more than that Harry, he used to eat little. Then he realized that he became more and more difficult for him to finish his training. So much so that he stopped only content with basic warm-ups so as not to force his body too much. At the end of one of his warm-ups, worried by his excessive shortness of breath, Harry returned to his cabin and settled in his bed before going into meditation. When he opened his eyes the next second, he was in front of the lake and the dragon was lying behind him. He too seemed tired. "What happens to us?" Harry asked, approaching his friend. "I ignore it," replied the dragon of his deep voice. "I do not detect anything abnormal in your home, and yet your body seems to weaken day by day. It may be a simple cold, attempt Harry. No, I would have detected and destroyed it. I can find anything from foreign to your body and destroy it without difficulty with my flames. But there I can't find anything." Strange, blowing Harry, frowning. He settled against the dragon and thought about what he had just learned. "Do you think I have been through up?" finally asked the young man. "Impossible, you are the only sorcerer still alive in the universe," replied the dragon immediately. "So could that be a side effect of my pass in the crystal?" "Maybe," conceded the dragon. "You don't seem convinced," noted the young sorcerer. "It's just that if this is the case then the effects are a little late. It's been almost 6 months now that you have been released from the crystal. Do you find that, if it is because of the crystal, the effects appeared too long after?" The dragon contented himself with emitting a rumble by closing the eyes. Harry watched him for a moment. Then he opened his eyes to his cabin. Harry ran into his hair while a wave of concern overwhelmed him. Neither the doc nor his dragon knew this, that he had. The young man got up gently but had to get away when he was dizzy. Harry let go of a sigh before trying another test. He managed to get up and left his cabin. He needed a larger space. Harlock had been warned for Harry's discomfort, as well as his loss of appetite. Worried he had gone to see the doc, but he had not been able to inform him. Harry's analyses were perfect. Then Masu came to see him and announced that Harry had not come to eat. Worried, Harlock had gone to the young man's cabin but did not find him. He then headed for the main computer room. If he was not there, Tokiro could help him. "Harry is here?" Harlock asked when he entered the room plunged into the dark. "No," replied Tokiro, "but I know where he is. I too keep an eye on him. He is in the main hangar, but I do not see him on the cameras. He must be in a blind spot." He therefore headed for the hangar and searched him with the eyes. He advanced and walked towards a pile of a road in one of the corners. He was about 10 meters away when he noticed a pair of foot that exceeded boxes. Worried, he rushed and froze when he saw Harry unconscious. "Tokiro, warns Doc," ordered Harlock, rushing next to the young man. Harry, wake up." The captain felt panic starting to win it, but he managed to put it aside to focus on the young man. The doc arrived a few minutes later. Quickly Harry was taken to the infirmary and the doc refiddled exams, but once again he found nothing abnormal. Harlock stayed alongside the young man until he woke up. When Harry opened his eyes, he did not remember the reason for his presence in the infirmary. A hand placed on his forehead pushed him to turn his head towards the person sitting next to the bed. "Captain, what happened? I found you in the hangar. What were you doing there?" Harlock asked gently. "I was choking in my cabin and I couldn't go out to get some fresh air," joked the young man half. "So the hangar was the best thing I had at my disposal, but after I don't remember anything." "And how do you feel?" "Tired," replied Harry. "Then rest," gently ordered the captain. "At your orders," martyred the young wizard. He fell asleep quickly. The captain got up and left the room. Kay was waiting for her outside with a tablet in hand which she immediately held out at Harlock. He looked at it. "We found him," announced Kay. "So hunting. May everyone be at their post." "At your orders," Kay replied. Immediately the alarms of the Arcadia were triggered while the captain led to the main deck and went up to the platform before seizing the bar. Now he knew where the man who had injured Harry hid, and he would not lose anything to wait. Professor Yamato had an amused smile when he announced the capture of Captain Harlock near his lab. He got up from his office and followed the soldier who had come to pick him up. He knew that after their last meeting, Harlock would not stay there. He followed the man even in a secure room. Inside, Harlock was handcuffed and held on his knees by two other soldiers. He was removed from his cape and belt that had been placed on the desk present in the room. Yamato approached but remained at a good distance from the corsair, while the soldier who had accompanied him standing near the door. "Captain Harlock, I'm happy to see you again. How is Harry?" Yamato asked by relying against the office. "What did you do with him?" "So he already has symptoms," concludes the man with a slight satisfied smile. Harlock stretched out as his gaze was darker. Anger wins slowly. "What did you do with him?" "Remedanda Harlock. It is an organic compound, it took me time to develop it. The kid has a hell of resistance to all kinds of products. However, I finally found something that works on him. It was not easy, it's true. But you have left it in my hands long enough so that I can take samples. I have to thank you for that elsewhere." Harlock stretched out gently with rage. The two soldiers who held him exchanged a worried look. "Angry Captain Harlock was suicide. According to the report I received," resumed Yamato, "you were captured after having shot down 22 of our men. It's a beautiful score, not the best, but a beautiful score." "What do you know?" The captain replied. "I have read each of the reports that mentioned you, each of your fights, each of your decisions. I analyzed them. I knew you wouldn't give up one of your men. The drugs you injected with him are no longer in his body, your plan has failed," spat the corsair. "I have studied your past enough to know that you have not been captured by chance or luckily. You are here because you wanted to be." The tension in the three soldiers present in the room then increased. "I also know that at present you have already opened the handcuffs." The soldiers then moved away by taking out their weapons from their holster and putting the captain into play. Harlock took off his arms from behind and got up, handcuffs in his left hand. The pirate then approached the office and put them on it before placing himself in front of the doctor, twisted with his brown gaze. "What did you do with him?" "The question is not to know what I did to this kid, but what I did to you," replied Yamato. "I'm taking you, your son." The captain's fist reached the scientist's face before Harlock had time to really think about it. The three soldiers lifted their weapons, but Harlock seized his Cosmodragon on the desk and injured the three men. The one near the door was undoubtedly to be a suicide bomber because, even injured, he pointed his weapon again on Harlock. The second ball he received reached him between the two eyes. The other two soldiers were wisely on the ground. Harlock approached Yamato, the man stood his jaw. He let go of a slightly crazy laugh before looking up on Harlock. "It was my plan, let go of Yamato. Getting up, drugs and hallucinations was just a bonus. As soon as I knew he was one of your men, a newcomer, I knew what I had to do." Harlock approached and grabbed him by the collar of his blouse. "You will not come out of this living room," promised Harlock in a whisper. "It doesn't matter. I know your past, the losses you have undergone. The only woman you've ever loved, your best friend and his wife. Such losses weaken a man, as strong as it is, but there is nothing worse for a man than losing a son." Harlock froze when he understood what Yamato wanted to do. "I removed it and made it vulnerable," continued the scientist. "I knew you would take it under your wing more than you already did. Hallucinations and drugs were also used to make it vulnerable to your eyes. He threatened my crew. I could have cut him off," replied Harlock. "Of course no, it was one of your men. I told you, I studied your file, and you are not the kind of captain to shoot one of his own men. I knew you would find another way so that it does not threaten your crew. And I knew that in doing so, there would be great luck for you to get closer to him." Yamato then moved from Harlock and supported the office. "The first phase of my plan was in place, I only had to set up the second phase. Find out how to reach the boy. I could have killed him, it would have been difficult but despite everything possible. But I wanted him to die slowly under your helpless gaze." The fist of the corsair fell again on him, dropping him on the ground. Then Harlock grabbed him by the pass and put a second from him. "What did you do to him?" roared the captain, furious. "I poisoned him," replied Yamato. "I created an undetectable poison." "How?" "It is an organic compound with the same DNA as it. It is scheduled to take the place of original cells. One by one its organs will eventually let go." "Does he already have aches? Or is his condition more advanced?" "What is the remedy?" Harlock demanded. There is none. You do not understand. Having the doctor, it is his own body which is killing him, his own DNA, and there is nothing that you can do. He was a suspended death, from the moment when the compound entered his organism. Professor Yamato then laughed at laughing. A crazy laugh. He knew he was going to die, as soon as he had been warned of the presence of Harlock in the lab premises. So he had nothing to lose. He got up and again facing the captain. The hardest part will have been able to inoculate the compound. I then placed a man with a combination of camouflage in several vessels, each of them having the compound and a cyanide capsule. The soldier who injured Harry, whispered Harlock, remembering that. The young man had returned aboard the Arcadia after an approach, injured on the back. Once the serum was inoculated, I only had to wait, Yamato said with a denied smile. Some say that feelings are the greatest strength of men. I know they are the best weapons that man has to defeat his fellow men. You have linked to this boy, and your affection for him will wound you more surely than a blow. I won you. In a rage access, Harlock struck the professor, before seizing his gravity saber and driving it into the torso of the man, piercing the stomach of man. Then he walked away, recovering his cape and his belts. He died and readjusted the cape on his shoulders. He knew that Yamato was going to die and that he was going to die in atrocious suffering, the gastric juices of his stomach gnawing at his viscera. The captain watched him, and during all the time that his agony lasted, the doctor did not stop his smile. Harlock does not let go of the eyes looking at life to leave him to be on his death. Then he straightened up and went out without giving the slightest look to the two wounded soldiers still in the room. He traveled the corridors of the building without meeting resistance and joined the shuttle placed in front of the building. Kay was waiting for him inside. He went up and the shuttle joined the Arcadia. Captain? Gently asked the young woman. He died, replied Harlock. It's over. Kay nodded and they joined the Arcadia. Kay put the Space Wolf in the hangar. Harlock went out quickly. His face was unexpressive when he passed between his men. He joined the infirmary. Harry was still good that he was sitting on the edge of the bed instead of being lying. Shouldn't you be lying? Harlock asked gently. I'm better, and then I don't like infirmaries. The doc taught me that you had gone to face Yamato. He died, said the captain. He can never touch you again. No, replied the captain. Still be careful not to force too much. Harry nodded slowly and he left the infirmary cautiously. Outside, Kay and several pirates awaited him. Harlock in turn released and watched his crew celebrated Harry. Then he won and joined his cabin, followed by Mimi. Once entered the room, Harlock sat down in his chair while Mimi served him a glass of red bourbon. It was a risky plan, noted the duration. Did you manage to see Yamato? Yes, I could see him, talk to him, replied Harlock, and kill him. Did he teach you something about Harry? Yamato poisoned him. How could you tell you Harry? Wanted to know Mimi. Harry is condemned. There is no remedy. Yamato made sure that his poison has the same DNA as Harry. We cannot detect it and therefore we cannot fight it. He's going to die and I can't do anything to prevent that. The captain will be his fist around his glass while his helplessness overwhelmed him. In a break, the glass exploded in his hand, spreading its contents on the desk. Harlock, when I took the Arcadia command, I promised to always protect my men and I failed. Mimi approached the captain and put his hand on it. It was a noise near the door that drew the captain's attention to the entrance to the cabin. The door was between open and Harry was in the branch, observing them, tears in their eyes. Harry advanced in the cabin with a trembling approach, tears freely flowing on his cheeks. Harry, Harlock whispered when he got up. Did you go and tell me? Did you want to tell me that I was condemned? Harry, whispered Mimi. The captain approached, then joining the young man. Did you go and tell me? Roared the young man. Harlock looked away. Harry then understood. Before he could not think about it or the captain was able to make the slightest gesture, the young sorcerer gave him a powerful punch. Harlock found himself on the ground. It took him a few seconds before resuming his senses, and when he looked up again, had to meet Harry's furious gaze. He also saw fear and a feeling of betrayal, and it was above all the latter who injured him. Harry shook his head, a part of him refusing to understand. The young wizard then turned around and left the cabin. Harry called the captain while getting up, but it was too late. The young sorcerer had already left. Harlock's shoulders sank while he returned to sit down. Mimi immediately came alongside him and gently placed his hand on the arm of the corsair. With gentleness, she touched the captain's split lip with her fingers. Harry had found refuge in the main computer room. He had settled behind the machine. Sitting on the ground, he had picked up his knees against his chest and had buried his face in it. Tokiro tried somehow to comfort him, but it was difficult. The young man stretched himself when he heard the sound of boots approaching. He curled up a little more.
I'm sorry, whispered Harlock.
The most ironic in all of this, replied Harry, is that my life has never had value. I mean, before all that, before Arcadia, I would have given my life without blinking. But now I am afraid. I am terrorized at the idea of dying and losing everything. This is normal, replied the captain. He went around the computer and found Harry on the ground. He then joined him, settling down next to him. He watched her and then he put an arm around his shoulders. I don't want to die, whispered Harry before bursting into a sob against the captain's shoulder. The corsair caressed the young man's hair, soothing it by this simple contact. It still took good 15 minutes before Harry resumed capacity. He sniffed and moved time to dry his tears using a handkerchief he had just invoked. Then he reinstalled against the captain. What are we going to say to the rest of the crew? Harry then asked. Harlock watched him, surprised to see him had resumed so quickly. Harry, nothing, can we do it right? Gently asked the young man.
No, replied Harlock.
How are you? Yes, I'm just going to die. Yes, forgive me. I imagine that I am as disturbed as you by this news. I have rarely lost men. I would like to return to Earth, whispered Harry. Once, I want to go back to Earth. Harlock strengthens his grip on him. They remained silent for a while, then finally Harry broke the silence, refusing to let himself be put down and already thinking of what they had to do. The crew must be warned, announced Harry gently. I refuse to hide the truth for them longer than necessary. The corsair gained gently and the two men remained side by side without saying anything. Then, Harry eventually fell asleep, supported against the captain's flank. He had a half-tender, mid-sad smile. Then he got up and took the young man in his arms, before joining his cabin. He lengthened Harry in his bed. Then he returned to the main deck. Arrived there, he advanced at the center of the play. His serious face worried Kay, who approached him. Captain, summons the entire crew. Kay, I want everyone here now. He saw the young woman pale as she joined the intercom. Then he climbed on the platform and took his place in his chair. He knew what he was going to say would be difficult to hear for the crew. Harry was a bit like everyone's little brother. Took a good quarter of an hour before the entire crew met. Harlock watched them come together and try to guess what their captain wanted to talk to them. Harlock finally got up and joined the edge of the platform. Much has happened here and I hope it will happen a lot of others, the captain began. Unfortunately, today, I have bad news to share with you. Harlock then marked a slight pause. He put his hand on the bar and fixed his gaze on Kay. He knew that the young woman would be the most affected by the news. Harry was poisoned and there is nothing that we can do to treat him. He is condemned, announced Harlock. A serious silence was made in the room and Kay was the first to crack. She broke into sob. Immediately several pirates surrounded him. It's impossible, sanglota Kay. It cannot be. I'm sorry, whispered the captain. Everyone then turned to him and all could see the bear in the brown look of the corsair. You lie, then shouted Kay, surprising the crew. Harlock descended from the platform and joined his men. With gently, he put his hand on the shoulders of some of them until reaching Kay. As soon as he touched her, the young woman threw herself against her chest and struck him. You lie, whispered Kay. He said the truth, announced a voice since the entrance to the room. Everyone turned while Harry advanced towards them. He seemed so calm, so peaceful that it was angry with the men of the Arcadia. It is because of this new government, raged one of them. They will pay us, add another. The anger replaced the shock of the announcement and all began to promise the new government with the worse suffering than hell. Harry did not have any case and joined Kay. The young woman was still in the arms of the captain. You can be treated. I'm sure that we will find a way. Just you rest. Huh? Kay whispered. It's not fair. Harry offered her a sad smile and attracted the young woman in her arms. Kay rushed there and grabbed her with all his strength. "There is nothing we can do," whispered Harry. "And the only man responsible for this already died of the captain's hands." "How do you do?" Yatterin asked, also on the verge of tears. "How can you be so bitch? In the past, death did not scare me because I had nothing to lose. Today, when I learned the news, I was terrified. I realized that for the first time in my life, I had something to lose. A house, a family, a happiness. I was happy here with you, and it is more than what I ever dreamed. I was finally able to live before I die, and it is to you that I owe it." So could be heard on the main deck, while Kay was crying in silence. The pirates then approached Harry and surrounded him, each wishing to touch him. After a quarter of an hour, everyone went away and Kay was supported by another pirate while Harry approached the captain.
"I'm sorry," whispered Harlock.
"Do not be," replied Harry. "I owe you a lot, so much But Harry could not say the throat tied by emotion anymore. Harlock then attracted him against him and hugged him with all his might, letting the young Harry cry in silence in his cape. Then he moved slowly, placing his hand on the captain's chest when he had left his forehead against his shoulder. "I am not dead," whispered Harry, attracting everyone's attention to him. "Even if there is nothing more to do. I am not yet dead, and I intend to take advantage of every second that I would have on board this ship." He then moved away and faced the pirates. All had wet cheeks and all watched him. With a round, Harry dries his tears. "Going up in this ship, all of us accepted the fact that we could die one day. So if I have to die, I want to leave with the happy moments that I would have spent on this ship with you. I want to remember your laughs and your songs, not your sobs and your tears. I want to see Masu run after Taki and me because they will have shot in the kitchen again. I want to see Yatterin run from one end of the bridge to one of his models in my hands. I want to see one last time the Arcadia fight and come out victorious from the battle. Death is nothing more than a great more adventure. An adventure in which I hope you take part as late as possible. The death knell will soon sound for me. While waiting for this moment, I would like to live as I have never lived." The crew gave slowly, sniffing and wiping its tears. Harry was right, they would have time to cry once he died. Wanting to hide their disorder, some left the bridge claiming to go and seek sake. Masu returning to the kitchen declaring that she was going to prepare the best dinner that Harry is never eaten. But while the doors of the elevator closed on her, Harry could perfectly see the tears flowing on his face. "Harry," Kay whispered. "I am not sad," blowed the young man, surprising the rest of the crew, "because I know that one day, as late as possible, we will meet again." Kay sniffed slowly and accepted the handkerchief that Harry handed him. She observed it carefully, worried that he did not go as well as he said, but she saw her shine gently at the bottom of her gaze, this glimmer of hope which made men live and who made them die in peace. Basically, Harry heard a deaf rumble and a word, a name that made him smile sadly. Fëanor, the spirit of fire. In the days following the announcement of Harry's next death, the Arcadia became gloomy, and it was not uncommon to cross pirates with red eyes. But as a promise they would have made, and paradoxically to the situation, the Arcadia was never so noisy. Inside, reasoned with laughter and songs, more intoxicated than each other. Harry wanted to take advantage of his last days, so the crew made sure they were unforgettable for the young man. Another change had also been made within the Arcadia. Kay now spent his nights with Harry, as frightened at the idea that he disappears at any time. As according to Harry's will, there were a lot of holidays, and the Arcadia even experienced his greatest victory against no less than 3 enemy armadas. Each of the hackers fought hard that even the captain had never known his life. The only one who did not share the laughter and songs of other pirates was Yatterin. The lieutenant spent most of his time in one of the hangars, far from the bustle and noise. This did not prevent him from spending the rest of the time on the main deck to play with his models. But the heart was not there. A week had passed since the captain's announcement, and Harry weakened more and more, so that at the end of it, a pirate had to do so that he could move. Harlock watched the young man divest with sadness and a spark of rage. He too had decided to do everything to make the last days of Harry as pleasant as possible, so when Harry came to the main deck, He installed him in the chair on the platform. He took care of the adolescent, watching over him, under the sad looks of the crew who knew the importance that the young man had for their captain. One evening, Yadarin came to the captain's cabin and entered it without even hitting. But all in his sadness, Harlock did not rigor him. "What is there, Yadarin?" asked the captain in a neutral voice, almost extinct. I refused to lose it, so I built a cryogenization capsule. It won't change his state, don't it?" gently whispered the captain. Yadarin wiped a tender that had managed to sink along his face. "For the moment we can't do anything, but maybe later we can find a remedy. He is one of ours, Captain, we cannot give up. We don't have the right." "Harry demanded to be buried on Earth after his death," murmured Harlock. "He will not be safe on Earth," protested Yadarin. "He must stay aboard the Arcadia. We can protect it like that, we can—" A slap stopped him, and he watched the captain, who still had his arm raised, his hand placed on his painful cheek. The captain had his head down, and the first lieutenant of the Arcadia understood why when seeing drops of water falling on the ground. Harlock then collapsed, falling on his knees, his shoulders trembling because of the sobs. Immediately, Mimi was by her side to support him. She gently forced him to get up and installed him in his bed. Harlock allowed himself to be done, amorphous, broken by the announcement of this next death, which he could not avoid. Yamato was right, he had found the only weapon capable of reaching it. Yadarin crossed the Arcadia passageways, his mind refusing to forget this great man that was the captain. He could not put the image of this knee man defeated. He returned to the hangar, but froze when he saw the object of his sorrows in front of his capsule. "Harry, you work on a new project, Yadarin?" Harry asked. "What is this?" It's a cryogenization capsule." "And what is it for?" "It allows you to keep a body," replied Yadarin. "In general, this process is used on sick people. Time to find a remedy." Harry had a sad smile, understanding what the first lieutenant was trying to do. "The captain told me that you wanted to go back to Earth, Marta Yadarin. Do you think it's a mistake? On board the Arcadia you will be protected. Once dead, I would not be in danger," replied Harry gently. Yadarin looked away by clearing his fists. Harry observed him with sadness. Then he postponed his gaze to the box. He understood what this box represented for Yadarin, and probably for all those who would learn its existence. It was a promise and a source of hope. Could he let the crew keep hope at the bottom of the heart that may be in vain? Harry observed the lieutenant, who kept his head down, and he knew what he had to do. Of course he could let this hope shine in the heart of the crew, he even had it. Was it not for that Fëanor, his dragon, had chosen him? Because he knew how to keep hope in all situations, and because he knew how to restore hope when necessary. This was his greatest power. "Very well," murmured Harry, attracting the attention of Yadarin. "You are right, you have to believe it." The lieutenant nodded and quickly recovered to work to perfect his work. He had to make the capsule more comfortable for Harry. Even if he was in cryogenization and would not realize anything, he was probably going to stay there for it. The young man came out of the hangar and crossed the captain, who was supported against the bedside wall. "Do you think it was the right decision to make?" Harlock asked. "Every man needs to keep hope to move forward and have faith," replied Harry. "The Arcadia crew has faith in you, Captain. Besides, if the hope of seeing me one day waking up allows them to move forward, then I would offer them this hope." "Is this hope real?" asked the captain, facing Harry. "Is it important?" questioned the young sorcerer, tilting his head on the side. Harlock gently shook his head, unable to find an answer. They then took the leadership of the main bridge, walking side by side. "If you enter this capsule, then you will stay aboard the Arcadia," finally announced the captain. "Very good," Harry replied gently. They entered the elevator, which would lead them to the bridge, and Harry leaned against the wall, under the sad gaze of Harlock. The captain could not help thinking of Tokiro. His friend also died slowly, weakening gradually because of the disease. There too he had not been able to do anything. The elevator doors opened up, and the corsair passed an arm around the young man's shoulders to help him win an armchair where he helped Harry sit. The days passed gently aboard the Arcadia, and finally the ship arrived near the Earth. The captain wanted to offer this last view to Harry. They spent the day orbit around the Earth, ignoring other vessels. And finally the hour happened. All had gathered in the hangar, and all made efforts not to cry, but that did not prevent them from having red eyes. Harry passed between the pirates, gathering the whispered farewells and the friendly slaps in the back. He joined the capsule where Kay, Yatterin and the captain were waiting for him. Kay came to hug him gently when he was within arms. Harry whispered words of comfort and asked him to watch over everyone and especially on the captain. Kay nodded slowly and moved away, giving way to Yatterin. The lieutenant observed him with tears full of his eyes while Harry advanced to hug him gently. He then whispered to him not to lose hope. Yatterin gained gently while his tears slid down gently along his cheeks. Then he went away to give way to the captain. Harlock watched the young man in front of him with gravity before attracting him into his arms. Harry gave him his embrace, burying his face for the last time in the captain's cape. "Don't give up," whispered Harry. "Whatever happens, never abandons." Harlock nodded slowly and went away, holding the young man at arm's length. He observed it one last time and finally let go. Harry then turned to the crew and offered them a sad smile. "Here we are there," started Harry. The voice nodded. I wanted to tell you that it was an honor for me to know you, to live and to fight by your side. Thank you, and above all do not change anything." Then he turned to the captain. "I was happy to know you, Captain. I did not one day thought to meet a man such as you." "Such as me?" Harlock asked. Harry nodded gently, and with a slight smile he revealed the bottom of his thought. "A being imbued with darkness and darkness, but whose soul and heart shines with 1,000 bursts." Harry observed with a tender smile a gratitude of gratitude pour along the captain's cheek. He approached and gently the rejected. Then he moved away and headed for the box. He went up in it and lengthened there. He then turned his face to the captain and for the last time expressed what his heart told him. "I was happy here, Father. Forgive me for not having been able to protect yourself, son," replied Harlock, the knotted throat. "I have forgiven you for a long time." On a sign of the captain, Yatterin closed the capsule, and the last thing that Harry lives was the tears of the captain and the crew. It warmed his heart because he knew he was liked. Then the darkness carried his mind. When the ship spread from the earth, its flag was at half-mast, and none of the vessels that were present had the courage to stop it. Respecting the mourning of the crew and the captain of the Arcadia, this vessel of freedom and hope, no one being suicidal enough not to respect Captain Harlock's mourning. I would like to thank all those who followed me for this great adventure, which was not really obvious because of the two opposite universes. Some will treat me sadistic to stop the story like that, but I reassure you, there will be a sequel. I don't know when I write it, but I already have little ideas, and another crossover in progress that I would like to finish before. I already want to warn you that if this story took place after the anime, the rest will take place after the animated film released in 2013. I know that this film is a reboot and that some did not really appreciate it, but by adding certain details it can be taken as the continuation of the Endless Odyssey. Thank you again, and tell you next. Emery's 08. Announcement. Hi everyone, and no, that's not a new chapter, but an ad. You can find the continuation of the Arcadia and the Dragon of Emerald publish on fanfiction this week. And the title of this sequel is The Arcadia and the Devourer of Souls. I plan to publish this story at the rate of 1 chapter per week, Friday evening, see Saturday. We are not immune to forget, so that you can enjoy it as much as possible. So I look forward to you for the rest of the adventures of our pirate and our favorite sorcerer. See you soon.